Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see third part what if Harry and Snape were forced to survive together. Here is short summary. After being ambushed and kidnapped, Harry and Snape must rely on each other to escape. Forced into an unlikely mentorship, their relationship evolves as they navigate survival and danger together. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. In a dank cave somewhere on the coast of England, a snake-faced being with two malevolently glowing red eyes watched with open disgust as 50 dark-robed figures wearing white masks entered the cavern and knelt down in his presence. None of them looked pleased to be there, several visibly shaking in fright. Lord Voldemort stood from his throne and walked among them. Who can tell me where the brat and the traitor are? Who knows where my faithful servants are being held? Who can tell me where Thos from Azkaban disappeared to? Voldemort was spitting by the end of his questions, but no one was looking up at him. They were each hoping to avoid him noticing them. You, what is your name? Voldemort pointed at a Death Eater who was shaking less than his fellows. Marcus Flint, my lord. Marcus still looked like he was half troll, and he certainly hadn't gotten any better looking or smarter since leaving Hogwarts. He refused to meet Voldemort's eyes. Tell me where Potter. How did he escape once again? The voice was soft but cold, and decidedly menacing. I don't know, master. Flint was now visibly trembling, as were most of the kneeling figures in the cavern. Crucio. The spell was only held for a few seconds, but to Flint it felt like an hour, as he writhed, screaming on the wet floor. What the answer, fool? Voldemort asked the next crouching figure. I will go and find him, was the quivering answer. Yes, go all of you now, and do not return without answers. Now, leave my sight. Voldemort waved his wand in dismissal and the Death Eaters scrambled out of the cave, no one wanting to be the last to leave. Flint's buddies grabbed him under the arms and dragged him off as quickly as they could. Voldemort turned to Nagini as the noise of apparitions sounded like machine gun fire in the night air. They're useless to me. They are only good for following orders and draining power from. Where are you, Lucius, Wormtail, my Bella? Where have they hidden all my faithful followers? I can feel you still live, but your life force is so small and I can draw so little magic from you. What have they done to you, my children? He leaned his face towards the snake, and in an obscene parody of a lover's key asterisk, he felt her forked tongue caressing his lips in tenderness. Tuesday at supper, Dumbledore stood and called for attention. We have a wonderful surprise for you coming on Saturday afternoon. We will be holding a dueling competition here in the Great Hall starting at 2 p.m. Many of your teachers will be showing off their talents against each other, and even some visitors will be taking part. It should be an invigorating and enlightening experience, and I for one, am greatly looking forward to it. To begin though, there will be a short tournament for those 5th years and above. The winner of the tournament will duel against the teacher of their choice and then the main duel will begin. So study and practice hard this week and see Professors Black or Snape if you would like to take part. Now, enjoy this lovely supper. Good evening. The tables erupted in excited chatter and even the head table had its share of enthusiasm. Professor Flitwick, who had been a dueling champion, leaned over towards Professors Black and Lupin and squeaked with excitement. I would love to brush up my skills with you gentlemen if you could find me the time. It's been several years since I dueled regularly, but I dare say you two could help me get right up to snuff again. They looked at each other, and with an unreadable look at Severus, Sirius nodded. I would be happy to Phileas, anytime you would like, perhaps this evening after dinner in the dueling chamber. Phileas clapped his hands together like a delighted child. Oh, yes, happy to. I will see you there in about an hour, shall we say? At serious agreement, they all returned to eating. The Gryffindor table all looked expectantly at Harry. Colin piped up, "Da tonight, Harry." Harry looked up from his shepherd's pie and looked at the eager faces of his classmates. I need to teach all the Gryffindor 5th years something else tonight, but tomorrow night for sure, okay. They 5th years all looked expectantly at Harry. I will see all of you guys in the room of requirement directly after dinner. Okay. They all nodded acceptance and started babbling amongst themselves, trying to figure out what Harry was going to teach them. Harry looked at Ginny, who was sitting across from him, and then at the twins, who were sitting just down from Ron. You guys can come too if you like. It's something fun, I assure you. The three looked at each other and nodded. With his 10 classmates all arranged on comfy chairs around a blazing fire, Harry looked at the expectant faces and grinned. He quickly told the 5 who didn't know about his adventures in the past a little bit of what had happened to him, using Dumbledore's cover story of the kidnapping and subsequent escape as the reason his magic had so rapidly developed. He then took a deep breath and called on Hogwarts. I am here, can you help me now? I had a dream last night about this and I assume that you sent it to me. Did you? Harry opened his mind to the contact. Yes, Master Harry. I can supply the power so your friends do not tire. I helped the one named Peter Pettigrew so that history would repeat itself, otherwise he would have been unable to transform. All of those here have the power within themselves, but I can help them transform tonight to their non-magical forms. You will simply have to help each one visualize their spirit animal and show them how to transform. Harry snapped his attention back to the room, and smirked before telling them, I'm here to teach you to become an animagus tonight. Everyone want to do it? Hermione looked skeptical. In one night? That's not possible. The book says it takes a long time and most people never manage to completely transform at all. Yeah, I'd really like to, mate, but I don't think I have enough power to do anything that hard. Neville looked down at his hands in regret and doubt. Hey, the book doesn't tell you about this, because the author didn't know about this way. Let me show you with the twins and then you can decide if you want me to help you too, okay? The twins had jumped up and hugged each other when Harry had first suggested it, and since they recognized by the look on his face that Harry had been talking with Hogwarts, they had full confidence in his abilities. They knew what kind of power Harry had, and were perfectly willing to let Harry and Hogwarts help them. Harry had George pull his chair directly in front of his, and looked deeply into his eyes. Now, you have to trust me. I'm not going to go looking through your memories or anything, but I do need access to your mind, so just relax and let me in. George nodded and locked his eyes with Harry, feeling the immense core of carefully contained raw power that belonged to the young wizard in front of him. Harry entered George's mind and projected a mental image of himself to the teen. Now watch what I do with your magical core, and then do exactly what I do. Harry delved deep into the center of George to find a strong core of deep orange and red, and showed George how to pull a cord of power out to his hand. Then he led George through his mind to the area that held the knowledge and power of his animagus forms. Harry grinned at the sight of a weasel and a niffler. Both of those animals sure fit the personality and overwhelming curiosity and mischief of the twins. He gathered his own power, feeling a comforting presence channeling through him. He showed George how to trigger the transformation, pushed power from the castle to the boy and then stood back and watched, encouraging at every step. George gathered the power around him, pushed his magic at the transfiguration point and shoved with all his might. The others had been watching for over 10 minutes as Harry and George seemed to be doing nothing, until they watched with amazement as George slowly and steadily morphed into a small, very red weasel. Harry blinked several times as the small animal began running around sniffing at everything and everyone. Fred looked at him in awe. I'm next, me now. Harry laughed. Sure, but I expect you want your brother back first, don't you? That broke the tension in the room and everyone laughed at Fred's eagerness. Harry had to call George back several times before the weasel was willing to become human again. He was just having too much fun. But finally he came to sit on the chair opposite Harry and let the other boy look deeply into his eyes and show him how to return. It was much faster, and in only a couple of minutes, George was his usual self. Man, that was so wicked. Guys, you just have to try this, I mean it's so cool. Harry, can I do it again? Harry laughed at him and pointed at a clear walled enclosure that had appeared in one corner. Just go in there and close the door. I need you to practice changing back and forth by yourself. Only the first transformation is difficult. After that it's a matter of practicing to become faster and easier since you already know that you can do it.
But you've got everything you need to transform on your own now.
So go on and I'll send Fred in soon. The procedure was repeated for Fred, and Harry wasn't surprised to find another very red weasel at his feet. He had been amused to discover that Fred would be a Kneazle and not a Niffler like his brother, but he supposed they were both very intelligent and curious animals, so they both fit. He sent Fred over to join his brother. They were both young male weasels, so they could practice in the same room without any difficulty and were soon tumbling and wrestling with each other as if they really were weasels.
It took almost to curfew, but by then every fifth-year Gryffindor, plus 2 seventh years and a single fourth year could change easily back and forth to their non-magical animagus forms.
The hardest to transform had been Neville, because he believed that he wouldn't be able to do it, even though everyone else had, even Lavender and Part-3. But finally, Neville successfully turned into a badger, surprising everyone since a badger could be quite a ferocious fighter if cornered. Maybe this would help Neville realize the greatest hindrance to his own abilities was his own lack of faith in them. Tired, but still excited, the group made the trudge back to Gryffindor Tower, making plans about Transfiguration class in the morning. Wouldn't Professor McGonagall be surprised?
The fifth-year Gryffindors had Transfiguration first thing on Wednesday mornings and most were too excited to eat much. Well, Harry was perfectly fine and nothing stopped Ron from eating, but the rest of them just nibbled with nervousness.
They had each practiced several times that morning already. The twins had come to the younger boys' dorm room to keep out of sight of their age mates, and Ginny had done the same in the girls' dorms. They were confident and Harry had told them that he would be there if they needed him, but to believe in themselves and nothing would go wrong. It finally came time to go to class, and they all left in one group, oblivious to the curious looks from the other tables and the staff. "Harry, do you have something planned this morning? You are all acting very guilty." Severus sent to his son. "Yeah, I taught them all to be animagi last night and today we have our first animagus lesson with Professor McGonagall and she's going to be really surprised. This way I won't stand out quite so much since we can all do it." They've all promised not to tell how they learned.
Severus choked on a sip of tea. "You taught them all in one night? How? That's not possible, Longbottom."
Harry looked back at his father and gave him a big grin. "Yeah, but Hogwarts told me I could and showed me how to teach them. Then she supplied all the extra power that they needed to support them. And Neville is stronger than you think. He just doesn't think he can, so he can't. Hogwarts told me it was much harder to help Wormtail transform. She knew he had to, otherwise history would have been changed. But she said even with her help it took him months."
"Well, that makes sense. I always wondered how he managed to succeed. He really is a pathetic wizard. Well, child, have fun. Just don't hurt Minerva too much." Severus went back to his breakfast. Very sorry he had no excuse to cancel his first-year Hufflepuff Potions class to go watch a Transfiguration class, but perhaps he could talk Eric into taking his class. He wondered if he could manage to be in Albus' office right during class, since he was sure that would be the first place Minerva would rush to with the news. Yes, I can find some reason to be there. Just let me think for a minute." The Slytherin students who shared double Transfiguration with the Gryffindors on Wednesday mornings watched the others with various expressions of distrust and curiosity. They were all sitting, eagerly listening, eyes forward and hands clasped on their desks.
It was bizarre to say the least. They weren't talking or looking around, and even Part-3 was paying rapt attention to Professor McGonagall go over again what they had learned about animagus in the last class. She explained that today they would be trying the Animagus Revealus spell on a foot to see if there was the possibility of becoming an animagus as the future. She said not to expect too much. Very few people had ever gotten even the first faint reaction on the first try. "I want you to think about what animal most represents your personality and characteristics. When you say the spell, concentrate on changing your foot to the foot of that animal. You may just see an outline, or a few feathers or even just a patch of fur, but that will help us figure out what your animal will be. Now I am going to call each one of you up here so that I can watch closely with you. Everyone keep your eyes on the foot of your classmate so we can tell them if we see anything. Now, who would like to be first? All right, Miss Granger, come on up." Professor McGonagall could see her practically bouncing on her chair with her hand in the air.
Hermione came forward, sitting down in front of Professor McGonagall on the chair beside her desk. She sent her mind inward, focusing on her magic like Harry had showed her. She said the spell quietly, even though she knew she didn't have to say anything, and with a soft pop she transformed into a beautiful calico cat. McGonagall put her hands to her mouth and startled. "Oh my, Miss Granger, that's wonderful, simply wonderful. I've never had a student manage a complete transformation on the first day." "Oh, my, well, oh, can you manage to transform back?" No one had ever heard their prim and proper teacher stutter or sound flustered before. It was quite an experience.
The cat nodded and looked up with her golden, glowing eyes and popped softly. Hermione sat, grinning so wide it looked like her face would split in two. She looked expectantly at Professor McGonagall, who looked too stunned to be able to speak. "Should I go back to my seat?" Hermione asked innocently.
Yes, you do that." Where was I? Oh yes, who wants to be next?" McGonagall was in such shock she forgot to even award points, but that was okay. The other Gryffindors knew the shocks weren't over yet.
"Mr. Potter, maybe you would like to try next." Harry grinned, and soon a beautiful silver wolf sat in front of the class. Professor McGonagall had to sit on the corner of her desk. "Would you forgive me for a moment, please, students?" She hurried from her classroom, and Fire called the headmaster to come quickly. He stepped through the fire, followed by Professor Snape, who had just been in his office discussing supplies that he would need for his new class before it started the next week.
Professor McGonagall motioned to the two wizards to sit down and pointed first at Hermione, who willingly and easily transformed into her cat.
She transformed back, and Harry took her place for just a moment before a large wolf sat grinning at the two. Harry morphed back and took his seat, still grinning. Professor McGonagall just asked, "Anyone else like to try?" She seemed to have lost any sense of reality or control as first Pavarti transformed into a magpie and then Lavender morphed into a cute white bunny with a big pink bow tied around its neck.
She was speechless at Seamus being an Irish setter, Dean's goat, and Neville's badger.
She was sitting behind her desk almost beside herself with astonishment as Ron turned into a glorious adolescent lion, the beginnings of a magnificent ruff of red fur just beginning to show. She looked expectantly at the Slytherins, who looked back at her, equally in shock and astonishment. She wordlessly waved them out of the class and came around the front of her desk to stand with her hands clasped in front of her, her lips pursed in a single raised eyebrow. "Anyone like to explain what just happened?" She seemed to have finally regained control of herself.
Harry looked over at Severus and Albus, who were both trying hard not to laugh. They both nodded at him, so he spoke up. "I'm sorry, Professor.
I figured out how to change to a wolf and I wanted them to do it too, so I showed them how after dinner last night. And then we practiced again this morning." Harry confessed. Of course he didn't say he had learned to be an animagus over 1,000 years ago, and that the castle herself had helped them transform, but he did tell her the truth, just not anywhere near all of it. She raised the other eyebrow until they almost disappeared into her hair. "Last night. This morning. It takes years to become a full animagus. Are you trying to tell me you all learned in one evening?" The students all nodded solemnly at her and shrugged to confirm Harry's story. "I've never heard of anything like this. Harry, how did you do it? I have been teaching for many more years than you have been alive and nothing like this has ever happened. Even your father took several years to transform. Oh, my, I don't even know what to say." The unflappable professor was surely showing signs of being totally flapped. The headmaster came forward and decided to help his friend. "Perhaps we can just award some house points, give them the papers to register with the ministry and send them on to their next classes." "Harry, wonderful job, glad to know you are such a magnificent teacher. I can't wait to see what you teach your fellows next." The last was said with a pointed glance over the top of his half-moon glasses and a definite twinkle in the old man's blue eyes. "Oh, yes, let's say 25 points to each of you who learned and 50 points to Harry for being such a good teacher. And Harry, I would like to hear how you have managed to do this. Perhaps you could teach your method to me so that I could share it with the other houses too. Now, off to class. I don't think you will be late yet." Harry turned back to his professor and added one more thought. "You need to give registration papers to Fred, George and Ginny too. They were their last night with us." He ducked out the door before she could respond, and the group finally lost it as they all looked at each other and started giggling. Lucky thing Harry had remembered the camera. The pictures would be a wonderful addition to his growing photo album. Professor McGonagall just sat down heavily behind her desk, and started to drink the large cup of tea that Albus had conjured for her. Severus wondered if it had been spiked with a calming draught. He called to Harry to wait up for him and left the room still laughing softly. Severus caught up with his son and put a warm arm around his shoulder. Well, that is one way of still fitting in. Nice idea. What class are you off to now? He was still chuckling at the memory of his flabbergasted colleagues. It was such fun now that he didn't have to hate everyone and be such a bloody bastard. Care of magical creatures. Can I have a note to miss it so I can visit as a griffin? I think I need to give Hagrid something to be excited over at lunch too. Harry looked at his father with a mischievous smirk on his face. Eric is taking my classes for the rest of the morning. How about you go to class and Hagrid will have his dream come true. He'll have a dragon come to visit. And I assume your Parseltongue will allow you to talk to it. Severus' sneer was just as evil.
Well, if it doesn't, we'll never let him know that. Will we, Dad? The two laughed and separated. Harry to catch up with his friends, his father to go outside to shift and then appear next to the forest.
Hagrid had finally managed to quiet the class down enough to begin talking about Thestrals when a loud and very painful-sounding roar came from just inside the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid noticed that Harry took off running towards the sound, Hermione and Ron right behind him. Stop, you three, where do you think you're going? That forest is forbidden for a reason.
Harry yelled back, even as he was stopping, but he's hurt. He's calling for help. We need to help him. Who's hurt, Harry? What are you talking about? Nobody called for help. Hagrid was confused.
The three had stopped running towards the forest as a 15-foot-long Peruvian viper-toothed dragon that was bleeding from his left back leg limped into view. Harry just remembered to hiss in Parseltongue as he asked his father, "What happened to you? You're bleeding. Do I need to heal you?"
Blasted sharp tree. I just didn't leave enough space to transform. I just stabbed myself with a tree that my tail broke off.
When I turned to see what I had hit, the blasted stump cut me. It's not too bad. You could come over here and heal it though. It's hard to walk with one leg injured. I've never had to do it before. Dragon hide is impervious to everything just about. I must not have completely transformed yet when that stump stabbed me. Severus hissed back. So dragons did understand Parseltongue. Good, that made things easier. Hagrid, he wants me to come and heal his leg. It's too hard for him to walk with it bleeding. Do you want to come with me? He says he came here because he had heard that there was someone here who could heal him and it hurts. Harry improvised a reason for why the dragon had just shown up where no dragon had ever been before, well except for Norbert, and that didn't really count. He says someone named Norbert told him. Harry added for good effect. Hagrid wiped a tear from his eye and ran to his hut to grab a huge jar of salve. Here you go, Harry, this will heal him right up. Professor Snape made it for Norbert when he was a baby. Can you tell him I won't hurt him none, so I can spread this on his wound? Harry agreed and the two walked over to where his father was crouched down on the ground, snarling in pain. Apparently dragons weren't used to being injured and didn't know how to handle it very well.
He's got some salve, as he spreads it on, I'll send healing through the bond and he should just think it's the salve you made for Norbert. So you knew about Norbert, huh?
I knew no such thing. He told me some cockamamie story about a friend of his raising a Welsh green in his yard or something. I didn't even listen long enough to remember the entire tale. I just made the salve to get rid of him. He was crying for goodness sake.
Harry wondered how his father managed to send snarky emotions in Parseltongue.
The class watched in amazement for the second time that day as Harry and Hagrid approached the dragon and tended to his leg. After healing the injury, which wasn't really very bad, the dragon followed them back to the waiting students. The class as a whole backed up to a safe distance. Hagrid beamed as he told them all about the rare treat that they were having today and all about the dragon now sleeping in front of them. Harry wasn't sure Hagrid was going to release them from class when it was time for lunch, but apparently the half-giant wanted to tell all the staff about his wonderful morning. Harry told Hagrid that the dragon had to leave but that he might come back and visit again if that was okay. Hagrid had tears of joy running into his beard as he thanked the dragon for his visit and encouraged him to drop by any time for a good visit. Harry could feel his father laughing as he left to go back into the woods. When Harry asked him what was so funny, he said, "I just can't wait to see the staff table today. Between Minerva and Hagrid, no one's going to be able to eat a thing."
Harry laughed and headed up to the castle, sharing his father's thoughts with his friends as they entered the entrance hall for lunch. They quickly sat down and shared their morning with an avidly listening Fred, George, and Ginny. They all dished up their food and watched the staff table expectantly as they began to eat ravenously. Severus was one of the first to arrive and had an anticipatory gleam in his eyes as he watched the arrival of the excited students who were sharing the tales of the morning with those who had not shared classes with the fifth-year Gryffindors. The staff entered from the back talking just as excitedly as the students.
Harry didn't think Dumbledore's eyes could twinkle more than they were now, but he would like to see if he could make it happen. Everyone was so happy and excited that the thought of Voldemort and the war was a million miles away. McGonagall was gesticulating wildly toward the Gryffindor table as Hagrid was regaling his end of the table with his hands moving like an old man telling fish tales. Severus was having such a hard time not laughing that it looked like his face was hurting.
With a loud bang of the doors, a young Auror stumbled into the hall, yelled, "Hogsmeade, under attack!" then collapsed into a heap onto the floor. With a loud bang of the doors, a young Auror stumbled into the hall, yelled, "Hogsmeade, under attack!" then collapsed into a heap onto the floor. Dumbledore leapt to his feet, power radiating off the old wizard. "Silence! Prefects, you are in charge of the younger students.
Let no one leave the Great Hall. Severus, Sirius, Filius, and Remus, you are with me. Come Harry, you will be needed too. Minerva, I leave the castle in your capable hands. Please inform the Ministry and the Order that we require their assistance." That said, he swept out the room, all those named quickly following. The doors of the Great Hall sealed behind them. Harry sent to Hogwarts, "Hogsmeade is under attack, keep those left in the castle safe. Master Harry, hold the hands of those with you and I will send you to the battle. You are needed now, make sure you morph back into your true form to allow your elemental powers to be released. They are not available to you as your younger self.
You mean we can apparate out of Hogwarts? That's impossible, no one can apparate into or out of Hogwarts." Harry sent, rapidly following the men down the corridor towards the front doors.
Master Harry, you are my master, you are the chosen one, you can apparate into and out of anywhere within my walls. Merely hold on to anyone you wish to transport with you and I will allow them passage. Hurry, the village cannot stand against this evil without assistance. Harry grabbed Albus and Severus' hands and told them to quickly grab onto the others.
With a silent whisper of sound, the 5 wizards and 1 mage disappeared from the castle only to appear directly in front of the 3 broomsticks, sounds of battle just around the corner towards the middle of town. Sizzling spells, burning buildings and screams of anguish made them all forget how they had arrived. Harry and Severus were the first to recover and dashed towards the fight. Harry morphing to his real self as they ran, the others close on their heels.
Harry instantly cast air shield after air shield around the buildings, sealing them from harm. He noticed Albus throwing balls of water at the burning Madame Puddifoot's tea shop and the smoldering ruins of 2 houses right beside it. Sirius, Remus and tiny little Professor Flitwick were throwing stunning and binding spells as rapidly as they could at the surprised Death Eaters in the middle of the street. Severus was helping Albus remove trapped civilians from the field of battle and sending them up to Hogwarts.
Harry called up a tornado and used it to draw all the Death Eaters into a mass, their spells shooting uselessly into the swirling winds, twisting them and holding them captive.
He dropped the tornado, and using both hands fired stunner after stunner into the mass of twisting black robes and falling bodies. The others had spread out around them and the disorganized townsfolk started to fight back also. It was like shooting targets at a Muggle shooting gallery. The Death Eaters were dizzy and disoriented from twirling within the tornado. They were too close to each other to be very effective and they were totally surrounded by angry wizards who were firing at them too fast and furious to be ducked or missed. It took the Aurors less than 10 minutes from Minerva McGonagall's frantic fire call, but it was already too late.
23 Death Eaters were laid out like so many sticks, stunned, bound and chained together. Minerva had managed to call Rita, who buzzed up to Albus.
He pointed soundlessly towards a stunned Death Eater off by himself down a shadowy alley. The beetle buzzed once around his head in acknowledgement, flew down the alley and attached herself to the back of his hood. Albus sent a silent enervate and watched in amusement as the Death Eater revived, looked shocked at his fellows trapped out in the street and then disapparated, totally unaware that he had been allowed to escape with a treacherous cargo attached to the back of his robe. The Ministry Aurors were taking turns transporting the still stunned Death Eaters to the Ministry holding cells for interrogation before giving them special handling, like all the other captured Death Eaters. Arthur Weasley came up to the Hogwarts group. Bloody brilliant job, gentlemen. Oh, hi Harry, didn't see you there. Is everyone here okay? We haven't found any deaths yet, still looking. All of those we have found injured will make a full recovery thanks to the fast action of you men. Thanks for putting out the fire, Albus. It could have spread while we were busy fighting otherwise. Looks like those two houses and Madame Puddifoot's are total losses. We will have to rebuild them, but otherwise looks like everything will be fine. Oh, did you? Let me see, how do the Muggles say it? Plant the bug, is that right?
Harry laughed. Yeah, Mr. Weasley, that's exactly how they say it.
The headmaster nodded at Arthur and then turned to the others and spoke. Wonderful job with that tornado, Harry. The Death Eaters were too disoriented to even fire back, and the townspeople started to fight back instead of just running in panic. That's what we want to encourage. That's why they need to know that the light is capable of fighting, not just reacting. That's why they need you, Harry. He looked with affection at his student, no his grandson. Harry blushed, but the others who had heard Dumbledore agreed with him wholeheartedly. I know. I just hate all the attention. Don't say anything, Dad, or I'll hex you and you know I can beat you. He snarled at Severus as the man started to open his mouth, no doubt to say something really snarky.
Severus merely smirked evilly, and I expect you will enjoy showing the entire wizarding world exactly that fact this Saturday, won't you?
With pleasure, Dad, with pleasure. Harry allowed the older man to ruffle his hair. Arthur's ears perked up. What's that about this Saturday? Are you going to be dueling against the boy, Severus? I would like to see that if I may. And I'm sure there are many others here today who would be interested to see that.
Harry grimaced as Dumbledore extended an invitation to many of the Ministry. He even hinted that Rita Skeeter would be covering the tournament. Harry knew she was on their side now, but he had a hard time letting go of all the things she had printed about him last year. Harry took the opportunity to take some of the spotlight off of himself for at least a few minutes. Mr. Weasley, before you go back to the Ministry, you really should visit your children up at the castle. They have something very interesting to show you.
Really, my boy, I shall of course go and check on them myself. I dare say Molly would skin me alive if I didn't check on them personally before leaving. Everyone agreed with him. Harry didn't know anyone who wanted Molly Weasley mad at them. She was downright frightening when she went on the warpath. As the seven now walked slowly back towards Hogwarts, Harry wrapped a long arm around his father's waist and wheedled, "Do I have to shift back? I'm kind of tired of being a skinny wimp." He looked towards Severus and then past him to Albus. "I don't see why you have to shift back. I don't think anyone will really notice that you are several inches taller. I expect they will just think that they hadn't noticed before. And I know that the robes you wear conceal your physical shape enough that only your close friends will notice anything different, and they know the whole story already." He drew the boy into an affectionate hug and said to him, "Now about apparating out of the castle and carrying 5 other people with you. Care to explain yourself, child?" By the time the 7 entered the entrance hall and unsealed the great hall doors, everyone was too startled about the revelation that Hogwarts thought Harry was its master to notice that their stunned expressions made everyone in the great hall start to feel panicked. Minerva rushed up to Albus, wringing her hands. "Is everyone all right? Is Hogsmeade going to be okay?" Albus waved a hand for silence and then spoke to everyone. "All of the Death Eaters have been captured. There were no deaths among the townspeople or the ones who responded to assist. Only Madame Puddifoot's and 2 houses were burned and they will be repaired soon. Hogsmeade will be completely restored and ready to be visited on Valentine's Day as usual." Most of the boys seemed a little upset that Madame Puddifoot's would be fully restored by the next Hogsmeade weekend, but several of the girls squealed with delight. Harry hoped he never had to set foot over the threshold of that particular establishment ever again. No matter who he was with, it was just too much. Mr. Weasley motioned for Harry, Hermione, and his 4 children to follow him to the small anteroom on the side of the Great Hall and closed the door behind them. "Now," Harry said, "there was something you wanted to show me. I hope it's not something I am going to have to regret telling your mother about." He joked and hugged each of his children, happy that everyone was safe after the adrenaline rush of the fight. Ginny pushed her father down into a chair and held up her hand.
She slowly folded down each finger, counting down to 0.
As the last finger went down, there were 6 soft pops and Arthur was surrounded by a large silver wolf, 2 eagerly tussling weasels, a purring calico cat, a magnificent young lion, and the most startling of all, a glorious white tiger standing where Ginny had been just a moment ago.
He was absolutely speechless and gasping for air like a fish.
Was all he managed to gasp out. The children all transformed back and rushed to smother him in hugs, even the older boys. He couldn't hear a single word of what was being said, but it didn't matter. He was so proud of his children that tears were misting his vision. He pulled away and managed to give each one a hug and a proud, "Well done, I'm so proud of you." He included Hermione and Harry in their turn as he went around the half-circle of grinning children. "You know, your mother's birthday is coming up in 3 weeks. Perhaps we can arrange for a visit that weekend and you can all surprise her. I, for one, would love to see your mother totally speechless. And I can guarantee she will be, just as I was." The extended family started making big plans for the weekend. George and Fred even volunteered to pretend to be in trouble to make a parental visit necessary as an excuse. They were sure Professor Dumbledore and even Professor Snape would love to prank Molly Weasley.
Harry, Ron and Hermione were mobbed when they entered through the portrait hole that evening.
It seemed everyone knew of the training he had given his friends the night before and they all wanted to become animagus too. Harry had to hold up his hands for silence several times, but it wasn't until Ginny blew a whistle through her fingers loud enough to make Harry's ears ring that the group finally shut up enough for him to talk. "Sorry mates, I have homework to do before the DA meeting at 8 and I really need to finish my potions. Oh damn. Listen guys, I really gotta go, now." That said, he took off and out the portrait hole once again.
As soon as the corridor was clear, he transformed into his phoenix and flashed to the potions lab.
How could they have forgotten Lupin's potion? He breathed a sigh of relief as he flashed into the room right behind his father, who was already adding the shredded aconite and the crushed beetle's eyes right on schedule. Severus jerked in surprise, and chided Harry, "You startled me. How about sending me a quick heads up before flashing into a room, especially if you know I will be brewing? I could have dropped all of the beetle's eyes at once and ruined the entire brewing."
"Sorry, Dad, I just forgot with everything that went on today. I was so worried that we had forgotten the potion that I flashed in without thinking you might already be here. It's hard to believe that it was only this morning we got Professor McGonagall. Bollocks, it seems like ages ago."
Severus glared at the boy through his long black hair. "Language, child, and yes, it was just this morning. As for the brewing, I have 2 distinct advantages to you. 1, I have to walk directly past the door to reach my quarters, and 2, I have been brewing critical potions a lot longer than you have, so I remember them better." That and Nippy popped in and reminded me. Harry giggled. "You, sir, are a fraud. Took you long enough. So did you get pictures of Minerva this morning? Those should be wonderful. I especially liked the fish faces she made when Longbottom became a badger. However did you get him to succeed? Well, he's really only atrocious around you. I suspect he thinks you are going to chop him up for potions ingredients." He ignored his father's muttered, "Don't give me ideas. I think the rest of his problem is that his wand belonged to his father. It has a core of dragon's heartstring which is fine for an Auror like he was, but Neville is most likely going into healing or herbology, both of which would do much better with something like a phoenix feather or unicorn tail. He really doesn't match his wand at all. In fact, it's rather remarkable that he can do much magic at all." Severus continued to stir counterclockwise for 10 minutes, has anyone pointed out to Mr. Longbottom or his grandmother how mismatched he and his wand are? No, he doesn't want to hurt his grandmother's feelings, and I guess she's a lot like Professor McGonagall. I've seen her a couple of times at the Hogwarts Express, and the best word to describe her is formidable. I don't think Neville has ever been able to tell her anything she didn't want to hear. Harry was busy finely dicing the next ingredients with a sure, deft hand. Severus noticed with approval how methodical and precise Harry cut his ingredients. Well, perhaps Albus and I can persuade her. After all, we have each been described as formidable in our own right before. Severus added the toad spleen and stopped to wait until the potion started to give off purple smoke. Professor Dumbledore formidable, yes, you, just plain terrifying. Harry went to the sink to wash his hands. He felt something hit the back of his head and turned around to find a large, fluffy pink pillow on the ground behind him and a nonchalantly whistling Severus looking in the air, pointedly looking innocent and failing completely. And Harry knew he couldn't return the pillow because his father stood with the cauldron between them.
He glared at him and snarled, "I'll remember that on Saturday, Dad. Remember, revenge is sweet." Severus actually looked a little worried. "Remember, I am an old man, please don't hurt me."
Yeah, just like Albus is old, and Merlin was old, compared to them you're a teenager. So watch your back, and your front, and your top. He started to transform and then stopped. Oh, right, I can apparate, and you can't. That said, he disappeared, but he could swear he heard a loud voice crying, "Brat!" just as he left the room. After telling a highly edited version of the fight in Hogsmeade that evening for the DA meeting, things actually settled down and went pretty well. They spent the evening practicing any spells and shields that would be particularly useful in the tournament on Saturday. Harry dodged out of actually having to partner up with anyone. He wasn't sure that would be a good idea, especially as he was still rather keyed up from the afternoon's battle. He would hate to hurt anyone accidentally, and he was still trying to keep some things from public knowledge, at least until after Saturday. Ron and Harry had planned something brilliant for divinations that afternoon. The two really hated Professor Trelawney. After all, she predicted Harry's horrible demise as regular as clockwork. And the 2 times she actually gave a true prediction, Harry really wished they had been fakes. No one else in their class knew of the fraud they were planning to perpetrate, but except for Lavender and Parvati, no one would care.
Ron dropped his book bag next to Harry and plopped down on a poof. "Ready, mate?" Harry grinned and said, "I've been ready since the first lesson in this class. I just can't wait to drop this. I had lessons with a real seer, and Rowena was nothing like this fraud."
You know, mate, that sounds really strange when you talk about lessons with Merlin or Rowena or any of the others, just weird. Ron stopped talking as they heard the footsteps of the other students coming up the ladder into the tower. Harry nodded at him and grinned in acknowledgement of the truth of his statement. Professor Trelawney began talking about the tarot cards she was handing out and how they had to clear their minds to allow their inner eye to speak to them. Ron took their deck and began to shuffle it haphazardly. Harry picked out 3 cards and remembered when Rowena read his future. She had only known him a few days and yet had accurately told of his life at Hogwarts. And in fact, she had been the one to see the predicament that he and Severus were in when they first appeared in the meadow and sent Merlin and Artemis to rescue them. Severus had never talked much about their time there, but Harry knew that he had been dying and there was very little that Severus had been able to do to help him. He knew his father occasionally still had nightmares about just sitting there helpless while Harry slowly died in his arms. They hadn't happened in a while and Harry hoped his dad never got one again.
Ron patted his arm to bring him back to the present and he began. With his hands under the table, he pointed a finger in the direction of Parvati and Lavender's table and made the entire table rise and begin to slowly turn in midair. The 2 girls squealed and Professor Trelawney goggled, her large bug eyes behind her immensely thick glasses looking even bigger than usual. Harry lowered the table and made a ghostly figure rise up out of the center of the table and point at 3 cards that rose into the air and floated over to the professor. She automatically put out her hand and caught them. The entire room had gone deathly still as she glanced down at the cards in her hand. Everyone held their breath to hear what she had to say. She goggled again and gulped loudly. Harry and Ron were getting red in the face, trying hard not to laugh.
They knew those weren't tarot cards in the professor's hands, but merely charmed on the back to appear as if they were. The first card was a picture of Sirius in his disguise as a Grim, his big pink tongue lolling out in a lopsided grin. The second was a picture of Severus Snape smiling and laughing at the staff table when he supposedly lost his memory, and the third card was a picture of Minerva McGonagall in a lacy pink apron, feeding Albus pretend food from a bowl while he wore a blue bib and a baby bonnet on his head that had been taken when they babysat baby Harry. Professor Trelawney opened her mouth, then closed it, gulped again, and finally said, "Class dismissed while I consult with my inner eye about the hidden meaning in these cards." Without another word she fled through the door leading to her quarters and left the class alone, wondering what had just happened.
Harry and Ron grabbed their things and ran for the ladder before they completely lost it. They were still laughing about it as they entered their common room to work on some homework with their now free period. Harry flicked his finger and his camera appeared floating just past his right shoulder. The two looked at each other again and dissolved into helpless fits of laughter.
Harry had now pranked every one of his professors except Professor Flitwick. He didn't know if he should just wait until Saturday and surprise him in the duels or if he should pull something off during class, but the question was taken out of his hands when Peeves hit him in the back of the head while he was going down to lunch.
He was at the top of the stairs, turned around to say something to Ron when, bam, he saw stars explode into his view as he lost his balance and fell. Ron grabbed at him but missed and he tumbled down 2 flights of stairs before anyone could react fast enough to stop him. He landed right at the feet of Madame Pants, who had just left the library for her own lunch.
She levitated him all the way to the hospital wing and laid him on the second bed while calling out loudly for Poppy.
Madame Pomfrey had just made it to the door of her office when Severus Snape came barreling into the infirmary, rushing to Harry's side. After reassuring himself that his son was still alive, he sent a message to Albus to come to the infirmary right away. Poppy was still using diagnostic charms when Albus swept in to stand beside Severus and wait impatiently for the Mediwitch's diagnosis. Ron was standing white-faced and shocked just inside the doors, hoping no one would notice him and send him away. He has a fractured skull, a concussion, and his right leg is broken just above the knee. But the worst damage is to his spine. It is severely bruised. It's not broken, but he must remain perfectly still until the swelling goes down or his spinal cord could become damaged. Severus, I will need a nerve regenerator, Skelegro, and a large dose of swelling reducer potions. Can you grab those for me while I set his leg in place? Poppy was busy waving her wand and straightening out Harry's leg while talking. Severus grabbed the requested potions from the cabinet, reliving for a moment the helpless feelings he had had in the meadow and so thankful they now had the necessary potions ready at hand. Severus held Harry's head still and to the side as Poppy carefully dripped the potions down his cheek. She waved her wand, casting a swallowing charm to help the unconscious boy swallow without choking. Severus laid Harry's head back onto his pillow and brushed the unruly hair off of his forehead, while Poppy stood up and made a few more swishes with her diagnostic wand. "Oh, my word!" she exclaimed and looked at the headmaster who was sitting on the edge of the next bed watching the proceedings. After casting a privacy charm, Albus looked over his half-moon spectacles at the matron and commented, "I assume, Poppy, that you have just read Mr. Potter's magic levels, Yes, Albus, and I must say I have never seen anyone with a magical core level this strong before. Mr. Potter has always been a powerful wizard, but I can't even begin to describe these readings. My wand registers them as a malfunction, but I repeated it 4 times and got the same reading each time." Severus reached across the bed and patted the upset witch. "There is nothing wrong with your wand, Poppy, and my son is exceptionally strong. In fact, he is not a wizard at all, but an elemental mage, and that is why the readings are so high." She looked from him to Albus for confirmation. When he nodded, she turned back to Severus. "Your son, elemental mage. What's going on here?" Albus looked over his half-moon spectacles at Ron and calmly suggested, "Madam Pants, could you perhaps escort Mr. Weasley back to the Great Hall so that he may reassure his friends that Mr. Potter will be fine? Though I dare say he will not be allowed visitors until tomorrow?" He looked at Madame Pomfrey for confirmation and at her nod he continued, "Perhaps you could bring him his book bag and clean robes in the morning. I'm certain you know exactly what he will need." I seem to recall you have done this any number of times for him in the past. He chuckled and the two reluctantly left the room. It took the better part of 2 hours and a plate of sandwiches with several pots of tea before Poppy fully understood what had happened to Mr. Potter. He's the heir of Merlin and all 4 of the founders. Good heavens, no wonder he is so powerful. Is that why Voldemort was unable to kill him as a baby and why he escapes every time that bastard has tried to kill him? And he's your son now, Severus? How did you know to come to the infirmary? I don't think anyone had notified you that he was here yet. Because of the cleansing and purification rituals, we have a mental bond that allows us to communicate with each other. I guess I am always aware of him, even though I hadn't ever really noticed it before. This afternoon, I got a flash of tremendous pain and panic and then, he was gone, completely gone. I knew he would be brought here if he was with anyone, so I was checking here first before beginning a search for him. Severus was still paler than normal and watching Harry with a worried expression. I won't be totally secure in the knowledge that he will completely recover until the bond awakens once more. It's been long enough for the other potions to have done their job so we can give him the other ones he will need. She went to the potions cabinet and pulled out a headache potion, several strengthening solutions and another swelling reducer. She stood for a moment and then added a small vial of purple muscle regeneration potion to the tray full in her hand. After Harry had been fed the new potions, Severus finally sat down in the chair beside his bed and leaned his head back against Albus, who was still sitting on the next bed. The bond is active once again. He is just beeping and making noises of complaint, but he will be awake soon. Albus reached down and circled his arms around the younger man and held him in comfort and support. He looked at Poppy over the dark-haired head lying on his chest and asked Poppy, "Will he be recovered enough for the duel on Saturday? Or should we postpone it for a week? It is important that people see what he is capable of doing so they have a champion to lead them, especially now while Voldemort is so weak and his followers are so disorganized and limited."
Poppy looked askance at the two and contemplated her answer. "Severus, I suspect that Harry will be able to completely heal himself as soon as he wakes up, am I right?" Severus sat up suddenly and said, "Damn, I forgot. Hogwarts." He closed his eyes and centered himself. He needed much more concentration and energy than Harry did, but he had been able to contact the castle before, so he stretched his mind and called, "Hogwarts, are you there?"
Yes, Father, I am here and waiting. Can you help Harry?
I need you to channel healing to him through you and the headmaster. He is not aware enough for me to channel through him without hurting him more. Will you do this, Father?
Of course, tell me what you need me to do. Just place a hand on his chest and a hand on his forehead and I will channel healing through you. Ask your father to do the same with his hands under yours. That will be enough. Albus, I need you to place a hand on Harry's heart and one on his forehead. Albus stood and complied without asking a single question. He suspected that Severus had been communicating with Hogwarts. Severus placed a hand on top of each of his fathers and closed his eyes. Poppy drew out her wand to watch the magic flow around the three. She suspected that something very unusual was about to happen. Severus began to glow bright silver with flashes of gold, blue, silver, crimson and emerald green. The light spread to Albus and then flowed down to enclose Harry in its glow. The amount of power in the room was completely beyond the ability of her wand to register. She squinted her eyes against the painfully bright light and watched in utter amazement. The glow left Severus and melted into Albus briefly before disappearing into Harry. The glow surrounded the child briefly before seeming to melt into his very skin. Severus and Albus each sighed deeply, opened their eyes and smiled with satisfaction as Harry opened his eyes and looked around. "Wow, that felt really nice. I'm all warm and glowy. Dad, I didn't know you could do that." Severus sat down in the chair beside his bed and smiled. "Neither did I, son. Neither did I, and that was Hogwarts. We were merely the channels for her. I never realized that she was that awake and aware. That was quite an experience, gentlemen. Thank you for allowing me to share that with you." Albus was still in awe and shock as he sat on the other side of Harry and took his hand in his own. "Is that what you feel when she speaks with you?" Harry nodded, "And she frequently sends me dreams, especially if I am having a nightmare or have had a really bad day. It kind of feels like a mother, only much more so. I can't really describe it at all." "We understand, child. There are probably no words to describe that feeling of safety and overwhelming protectiveness and love. I know that I shall cherish that feeling forever, and I may never have the words to tell of the experience to another." Albus was shaking his head in wonder. He looked at Poppy, who had just finished another scan. He raised an eyebrow and she answered the unasked question.
"He'll be just fine. I would like to keep him overnight, more to spare him being bothered and having to answer so many questions that because he needs to stay. But we already told Mr. Weasley that he wouldn't be up to visitors until tomorrow, so let's just keep to that schedule." She looked sideways at Harry to see if he agreed. Harry simply laid back against his pillows and looked at his father and grandfather. "So tell me stories, keep the invalid entertained."
Severus gently smacked him on the top of his head and laughed. "Brat." True to her word, Madame Pomfrey let him go the next morning, telling him he was excused from classes the rest of the day while whispering so that only he could hear, "I have 5 galleons wagered on you winning against all comers, Mr. Potter. Take today to relax and refresh before the duels tomorrow." He grinned in agreement and mischief before leaving with his friends to eat breakfast and then finally explore the new chambers that Hogwarts had created for him. Deep in the bowels of Hogwarts, a meeting was taking place with the non-living inhabitants of the castle. Nearly headless Nick was adamant that Peeves had crossed the line. He had severely injured a student. Something no inhabitant within the walls was permitted to do. He had been trying for decades to get the poltergeist expelled, but he had never been able to get all of the other house ghosts to agree, and it would take all of their power to expel Peeves once and for all. Only the combined power of the ghosts representing the 4 houses of Hogwarts could expel Peeves, no matter how many of the other ghostly inhabitants wanted it. The Bloody Baron compelled Peeves to attend, and the small being appeared in mid-air within the large circle of ghosts. Nick smiled evilly at him as all 4 of the house ghosts raised a transparent hand and began to weave a gray mist around Peeves. Peeves laughed at them and started to blow raspberries, fully intending to disappear before they could cast him out. His smile froze as he felt the castle come alive, something very few of the ghosts could ever remember happening before. #You have broken your pledge and deliberately injured a student. The Ghosts' Council has voted for your expulsion, but the gravity of the injury caused exceeds that punishment. I will cast your very molecules upon the wind and you will cease to exist. No one within these walls may harm my master. Be gone. And with that pronouncement, Peeves burst into thousands of little sparks, and the sparks flashed briefly and disappeared. The Bloody Baron looked at Nick and solemnly intoned, "You may inform the headmaster that the problem has been eliminated. And let the portraits and house elves know that our mistress is awake and that she has proclaimed Master Potter as her master." The Ghost Council dissolved and they all went back to whatever it is that ghosts do with their days. After breakfast, Harry left his friends to head up to the 3rd floor to find the quarters that Hogwarts had prepared for him and his dad. They really hadn't had any time to go look, and to be truthful, they had forgotten about them in the rush of being back in their own time. Harry sent to Severus, "Dad, I'm going up to look at the chambers that the founders made for us. Can you come?" Severus leaned over to speak to Eric for a few moments and then stood up and walked towards the entrance doors. "I have 2 hours before my next class. Eric will be taking over the class that is meeting now next week anyway, so he didn't mind taking it today." Harry said goodbye as the others headed off to their classes for the day and met his father outside in the entrance hall. They talked about the werewolf's cure potion and decided who would be able to duck into the room for the next few critical steps before being able to leave it to simmer for the last 2 days. Severus informed Harry that he had made arrangements for them to go to Gringotts on Sunday afternoon. Unlike Muggle Banks, the goblins of Gringotts never close. Harry looked forward to visiting Diagon Alley. Now that he could morph his shape and transform Severus' looks, he would finally be able to move around like any other wizard. There had been no shopping at all during the past. Any vendors just came to the castle, and that was just for the necessities of school life. He would like to visit some of the shops that he had never been allowed to take the time to visit. They were still arguing companionably about which stores were most important to visit when they reached the entrance to Fluffy's old quarters and stood before a massive oak door that was deeply carved with a beautiful phoenix in flight above the Hogwarts crest. The colors were exceptionally bright, the carving almost lifelike in its depth and complexity, and the two stood for a moment just enjoying the beauty of the door. Place your right hand on the crest and state your full name to key the door to you, and then have your father do the same. You can key others to the ward as you like, but they will not be able to enter if you are not within unless you give me permission to grant entry. The entire floor is hidden through a modified Fidelius charm. Only you or your father can tell someone where your chambers are. No one who does not know of them directly from you can find them. You also need to place both hands upon the eyes of the gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office and state your full name. It will then open for you without ever needing a password. That will work for your father as well. Welcome home, Master Harry. Welcome to your home. Hogwarts says we need to place our right hand on the crest and state our full name to key the wards. You can key the ward to anyone else, but they won't be able to enter unless one of us is inside or you tell the castle to allow entry. Also, no one that we don't tell directly the location of our chambers will be able to find them. She says we can do the same to the gargoyle in front of Albus' door so we never have to stand there guessing sweets again. Harry stood in front of the door and placed his hand on the crest. Harry James Potter Snape. A blue glow surrounded both Harry's hand and the door for a second before fading, and his father repeated what he had done. The door opened to reveal a magnificent entryway with marble floors, polished hardwood paneling and a row of very familiar paintings. Merlin was the first to speak. Took you long enough to find us. You've been back forever and just now came to visit. Where has your curiosity gone to? The two spent almost an hour visiting with old friends before exploring the rest of their new home. It was 2 stories and had a living room, a library that Rowena had started and had Hogwarts continue to fill after her death, a formal dining room, quarters for several house elves, and both a dueling chamber and a fully stocked potions lab on the main floor. The upper floor had 4 very large bedrooms, each complete with a bath that made the prefect's bathroom seem skimpy, and a room of requirement for anything else they might need. Severus' room was done in cool blues and greens with silver accents, and Harry's was in warm browns and tans with red accents. Each had a huge walk-in closet full of clothing, wizard and muggle, as well as shoes and boots. Harry laughed when he saw Severus' closet. There were no simple black robes at all, and most of the shirts were white or colored in soft tones. Rowena and Helga never did like you dressed like the Undertaker, did they? Harry teased. Severus muttered under his breath about meddlesome women and brats who couldn't show proper respect, but he didn't really mind. His life had changed so much for the better that he no longer felt the need to dress only in black. He left Harry exploring their new home and went to teach his 7th-year Slytherin class. That class he wouldn't leave to Eric. He held that class for those Slytherins who didn't make it into NEWT potions, and anything could happen. Of course, now that he didn't have to kowtow to Death Eater parents, he would no longer have to keep teaching dunderheads that couldn't pass their OWLs no matter what their parents demanded. Harry had noticed a blank picture hanging above the fireplace in his bedroom and went to investigate it more thoroughly after Severus left. He found a parchment neatly rolled on the ivory-colored marble mantelpiece and opened it. Dearest Harry, I have had a recurring dream that started way back in 5th year, that I should have this portrait made for you for your 1st birthday and then leave it in Hogwarts. Now the dream is coming almost every night, so I guess I really needed to listen to it. I felt really stupid doing this, but I guess it can't harm anything. Happy birthday, son. I left you with Daddy and Uncle Sirius to bring this to Hogwarts today. I hope the house is still standing when I return home, and that the 2 of them haven't taught you to fly a broomstick yet. I love your daddy truly, but I wish Uncle Sirius would grow up and quit talking Daddy into getting into trouble. Not that he needs much encouragement. Well, I don't know what else to write since I will see you in just a little while when I get back home, so love and K.S. Love, Mummy Lily Potter, July 31st, 1981. Oh, I forgot. To activate the portrait, say, Mummy and Daddy send me all their love. Harry forgot to breathe as he read the letter. Could it be? Had the founders and Hogwarts found a way that allowed him to finally meet his mum and dad? He was almost afraid to say the words, but he finally screwed up his courage and said them, barely above a whisper. Mummy and Daddy send me all their love. The dull white film covering the portrait melted away to reveal a handsome young couple sitting together on a couch, holding hands and leaning on each other. They opened their eyes and smiled. Harry didn't leave his bedroom for the rest of the afternoon as he told the story of his life to the 2 who should have been a part of it all along. He finally cried for the loss of his parents, something he had never allowed himself to do. He basked in their love and pride as he told them of the last years of his life and what he had yet to do. He was thankful that they had been told all about Harry by Merlin and the founders after they had died, so he only had to speak about things that he wanted to share and didn't have to retell anything he found too painful. He was very grateful that they had accepted the relationship between Severus and their son, and was happy to know they only felt friendship and gratitude towards his adoptive father. Harry called Severus and asked him to come to his bedroom after their last class and arranged for dinner in their own dining room that night. Harry led Severus into his bedroom by the hand and made him close his eyes as he entered. He sat him down on the couch facing the fire and sat beside him, putting his arm around his father and leaning his head down on the man's shoulder. "I love you, Severus Snape. Open your eyes, Dad." Severus looked down at his son's dark head and placed a soft key asterisk on the silky hair, before glancing up at the fire. He froze in place, too dumbfounded to speak. James looked contrite and apologetic. "I'm sorry, Severus, for all the stupid and childish things that we did to you. You have every right to still hate me for making your life miserable, but I want to thank you for saving my son's life. I want you to know that I consider Harry to be as much your son as he is mine, and I am honored to share the title Dad with you." Lily leaned over and kissed her husband's cheek. "I want to thank you too, Severus. It cannot have been easy to put aside your hatred of James to willingly save the life of his son, and then to care for, and finally adopt that son. Especially as Harry looks so much like James. I am sorry we never really got to know the real you and believed the worst of you without proof." Her husband reached over and wiped a tear from her face and then turned to face Severus once again. Severus took Harry's hand in his, leaned over and whispered, "Thank you, son." He looked up at the portrait and, his voice raw with emotion, spoke to the man he had hated since he was 11. "You were not totally to blame. I did my fair share of mean tricks and sabotage to you and your friends, and I did my best to have you expelled. I can now confess that mostly I was jealous. You had friends, you did so well in classes, and you had a beautiful woman and a family who loved you. I have always been a loner. My father allowed no one to get close to me, and I never learned how to love someone. Your son has taught me how to love. I thank you for the precious gift that you are sharing with me. Thank you, James. Thank you, Lily, and thank you, Harry." James and Lily, as well as all the other portraits, were able to move between the frames in any of the rooms and joined the two for a lively dinner, filled with stories, reminiscences and love. Harry and Severus had decided to move into their new chambers the next day and both went to sleep feeling more at ease than they had since before they had returned to the future. Harry even managed to forget about the dueling tournament the next day for a few hours. Harry brought Ginny, Hermione, Ron, George and Fred up the next morning after breakfast to meet his parents. The five were impressed with his new quarters and eager to explore. After introducing the teens to his parents, they all went into the dueling chamber to stretch and warm up. All of them planned on competing, of course not at the level that Harry was, but they all hoped to do well in their own age group. Godric, Salazar and Merlin had joined the group and gave them suggestions and hints from their portraits on the wall. Harry was just wishing for someone he could really warm up against when his father joined the group after directing the house elves to move his belongings to his new room. Severus was already dressed in deep green silk dueling robes when he entered the room. His form-fitting black trousers were tucked into black dragon hide boots that reached just below his knees. His robes were cut in the founder's style, buttoned to the waist and open below, sleeveless while showing the soft ivory shirt beneath, and stopping just before his knees. The cut was close and tight against his body to not catch or trip him, while still being loose enough to provide the maximum freedom of movement. When he moved, the embroidered figure of his dragon animagus across his back almost seemed alive. His hair looked much less stringy, tied back out of his way with a black cord. He told Harry to go change while he stretched and warmed up. Harry only took a few minutes until he returned wearing the purple silk battle robes that his father had given him. The black and silver decorations highlighted his athletic build with broad, strong shoulders, narrow waist and hips, and muscular legs clad in black trousers tucked into black dragon hide boots that reached up just past his knees. He had chosen to wear a black shirt under his robes and had tied his ponytail back with a purple satin tie that matched his robes. He gripped his staff in his right hand. Karis was perched upon his left shoulder and he had a magnificent sword belted in a jeweled scabbard hanging down the left side of his body. The embroidery across the broad expanse of his back matched the silver and black of Karis exactly, except for the eyes. The real Karis had startlingly blue eyes while the embroidered one had almost luminescent green ones. Only his friends and family knew it was his own animagus form that shimmered and seemed to be alive in the firelight. Ginny caught herself thinking about how he looked even better than the pictures on the front of the romance novels her dorm mates were always reading. She would have to remember to ask Colin to take lots of pictures today. She would just have to add more pages to her already full scrapbook of photos and clippings. Severus smirked at Harry and called for a house elf. He whispered to the small creature that popped out and then popped back with a sword in a gem-encrusted leather scabbard and his own staff that Merlin had helped him make. Its black ebony wood shimmered with power, the golden snake climbing the staff and a realistic viper-toothed dragon on the top, wings spread. A perfectly round focused stone of star sapphire clutched between its body and its hands. Harry and Severus spent about half an hour simply stretching and doing a mock battle between the staffs and swords that looked memorized and well choreographed. At the end they sent stunners at each other using wands and hands which they ducked and rolled from, neither wizard using a shield. At the end of another 30 minutes they bowed to each other, called their staffs to their hands from where they were leaning against the far wall and invited the 5 watching teens to join them in a late lunch as they refreshed themselves and rested before the afternoon's tournament. Lunch seemed to crawl slowly, until it was finally time for them to leave for the Great Hall to begin the student tournament before the official duel. None of the teens was really nervous, they knew they could duel as well as if not better than most of the other members of the DA. And all the members of the DA could duel better than almost anyone else in school, except perhaps some of the Slytherins. And Professor Snape said they shouldn't be too much of a problem. Most of them could duel fast and dirty but they had no physical staying power and all of them would lose their temper and open themselves up to a well-thought-out plan of attack. Unfortunately, the same mental characteristics that drew someone towards Slytherin House tended to be those who wanted a quick way to power, not those willing to work hard and practice for long hours to build up their stamina. Harry and Severus had removed their battle dress and were outfitted in their customary robes for the first set of duels. They might as well save their dueling robes for the real fighting. It would make their opponents too aware of their abilities if they appeared in full battle robes for a student competition. Too many people would guess they were being set up. They had Dobby store their outer dueling robes, swords and staffs in the small anteroom off of the Great Hall for them and headed down to the entrance. Professor Snape left them before the entrance hall to go around to the staff entrance while they entered through the huge doors to the Great Hall. The room had been transfigured much as Harry remembered from the duel with Merlin, but the others were surprised at the bleachers and the dueling platform in the middle. Harry and the others climbed up into the area that had been reserved for those entered in the student elimination rounds. They would begin with the only 2 fourth-year students that had been given permission to enter. Ginny would actually have almost no competition, since she and Colin Creevey were the only 4th years and she knew from the DA that she could beat Colin 9 times out of 10. At 1:45, Professor McGonagall announced that anyone not sitting down within 10 minutes would be ejected from the room, so all the students and visitors hurriedly scrambled for seats. Harry noticed that fully 1/2 of one side of bleachers were taken up of ministry members, order members, and even a few members of the press. He saw Rita Skeeter and a man that looked suspiciously like he could be Luna Lovegood's father, who he knew owned the Quibbler. Tonks and Mrs. Weasley caught his eye and waved wildly at them. He smiled and waved back. He knew he would be nervous later, but for now he was willing to just enjoy. After all, how many teenagers could say they had dueled Merlin and won? He knew none of the teachers here could beat his father, and he could beat him, so there was nothing to be worried about, right? Right at 2 o'clock, Dumbledore stepped out, dressed in modern battle robes of bright blue with gold stars and moons adorning the hem and sleeves. He had his long hair tied back out of the way and even had his beard wrapped so as not to get in his way. Harry was a little surprised. He hadn't known that Dumbledore was planning to duel, but of course, he didn't know the entire schedule of the events. He knew it was designed to instill confidence in the side of the light and to give the students and even their parents who might be thinking of joining with Voldemort pause to wonder if the Dark Lord was the one to choose to join or not. Dumbledore raised his wand and sent up crimson sparks for attention and began talking. The rules for the student elimination round are as such. The duel will continue until one contestant has lost their wand, they are incapacitated in any way, or they forfeit the match. No crippling or permanently damaging spells are to be used. and the unforgivables or any other fatal spells are of course banned. The year mates will duel against each other in elimination rounds until a clear winner for each age group is declared. Then the 4th year will duel the 5th year. The winner of that round will rest while the 6th year winner and the 7th year winner compete. Then the winner of those 2 elimination rounds will duel for student champion. While the winner rests, the teachers will compete in elimination rounds as well. Those rounds do not end with the loss of a wand, only incapacitation or forfeiture. After all elimination rounds have been completed, the student winner may choose to compete against the winner of the teacher's competition, or the teacher of their choice. There will be a 1-hour break for supper, and then the final formal duel will begin. The rules for that competition will be announced at that time. Thank you for your support and encouragement for all our competitors. Ginny met Colin and they both bowed while maintaining eye contact as they had been taught. Colin predictably started with an Expelliarmus, which Ginny ducked, sending a jelly-legs jinx that slipped through Colin's hastily erected shield. As he wobbled on rubbery legs, she stunned him, walked over and picked up his wand. The entire duel had lasted less than 2 minutes. She handed his wand to Professor McGonagall while Madame Pomfrey enervated Colin. He stood up sheepishly and they both shook hands and returned to their respective seats. Hermione hugged Ginny, whispering, "Good job," as the first of the 5th-year competitors were announced. Ron won against all 3 of his competition, but he lost spectacularly to Hermione, who clipped him with a confusing jinx before stunning him in less than 5 minutes. Hermione had made it clear to the semifinals when she was taken out after nearly 10 minutes of dueling, by Pansy Parkinson with a barely legal blasting curse that they had not covered the shield for in the DA. Harry made a note to himself to learn the counter to that one, as Pansy smirked. Harry was secretly glad. He wouldn't mind wiping up Pansy and he would have felt bad humiliating Hermione. Harry had been pleased to see that all of his DA members won their rounds against non-DA members and were only eliminated when dueling against other members, except for the dirty trick played by Pansy. Harry had kept his abilities well hidden, using only 2nd and 3rd year spells, and making sure he only used one finger pointed down the length of his wand, and his power well damped down. None of his rounds lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes. He could have won much faster, but he still wanted to surprise some people, especially Sirius and Remus. Severus had edited his memories so the two had no idea how well, or against whom Harry had dueled, and they had been on the far side of the battle at Hogsmeade and had assumed it was Albus who had called the tornado. Harry thought Severus just wanted a little revenge against the Marauders for all the years they had tormented him, but he was willing to go along with it. Colin had promised plenty of good pictures. At last it was time for Harry to duel against Pansy. He had decided he would just get it over as quickly and simply as possible because she was liable to get dirty really quickly. Pansy cast an unknown hex against him, but it hit his air shield and simply curved around him, never closer than 2 feet from him. He took advantage of her inattention as she gawped at him, flipped her sideways with a blast of air, chained her tightly and then walked over, stunned her, and picked up the wand she had dropped. As he handed her wand to Professor Dumbledore, he whispered to him, "She has the dark mark. I could feel the evil wrapped around her left arm when I brushed against it." Dumbledore blinked at him in astonishment, nodded his head once in understanding and had him release her from the hex. Harry sent the information to Severus, and as he turned to return to his seat, he saw his father walking her out of the room, talking fervently to her. Severus gestured to one of the Aurors standing on duty at the doors and passed Pansy over to him before returning to sit with the other teachers who were judging the tournament. There were no surprises with the 6th and 7th year elimination rounds, though Harry was surprised that Cho Chang had lasted through 4 elimination rounds before being stunned. He hadn't thought she paid that much attention in the DA classes. It was almost a tie for the final winner between Fred and George in the 7th years. They had won all of their rounds, but the two knew each other too well to be able to duel effectively against each other. It was almost as if they could read the other's mind and responded instinctively. Finally Fred hit George with Ginny's infamous Bad Boogie hex, and George threw down his wand in disgust as giant boogies came out of his nose and attacked him. The audience roared with laughter, and even George was laughing after Fred cancelled the hex. Fred quickly eliminated the 6th year Slytherin Adrian Pusey. Harry suspected that Pusey didn't want to suffer the same fate as George and just was too nervous to really duel properly. Ginny didn't even really try against Harry. She threw a half-hearted blasting spell at Harry and then dropped her wand deliberately as she threw herself out of the way when Harry threw a blasting curse back at her. He had really tried to make it weak, but she had seen him warming up against Severus and she was taking no chances. Harry was looking forward to dueling against Fred. He knew lots of pranking hexes that should be fun.
No matter what Fred sent, Harry just ducked or waved his wand to dispel it before it even came halfway to him. And Fred knew Harry was playing with him. He had bright pink hair, house elf ears, pointed shoes and a pig snout before Harry took pity upon him and simply sent a mild stunner at him. With a single wave of his wand, Harry cancelled all the hexes, not noticing the calculating glances from the judge's table that the simple movement garnered. As Harry shook Dumbledore's hand after being declared the winner, Harry noticed that both Sirius and Remus were giving him a shrewd stare. Oh, well, he would be dueling against them next, no use trying to hide it anymore. Severus was dueling with Professor Flitwick first and he was muttering across the mind link about the man being way too small a target to hit. Harry laughed and told him to just keep remembering his trick of bouncing things off the floor and he would probably hit him instead. Blast! Why am I reminding you of my dueling tricks just before I'll probably be dueling you? Okay, Dad, go ahead and lose so I can duel against Professor Flitwick who has never seen me fight. Severus merely laughed out loud and sent, Brat. Sometimes Harry thought that Severus thought that was his name. He called him that often enough. Professor Flitwick turned out to be a creative and accomplished dueler. Of course being 2 feet tall would make you accomplished or dead in the wizarding world. Severus and Phileas sent mild stunners and blasting curses at each other until they had judged the other's strengths and weaknesses. As they settled down to serious dueling, Harry was analyzing their moves. They seemed to be fairly evenly matched, trading spells of about equal power, but Harry noticed that Professor Flitwick always cast a shield. He did very little physical ducking and swerving. As Professor Flitwick shot a blasting curse at Severus, Severus used his left hand to cast a reflecting charm on the floor in front of him, then ducking to the left to miss the curse, he shot a Petrificus Totalis with his wanded right hand at the floor where it bounced up and hit the tiny charm's professor in the chest. He fell to the floor, petrified, and Severus stunned him to be safe before walking over and claiming his wand. Sirius and Remus dueled almost like Fred and George. They had been friends and dueling partners for so many years that they knew each other's styles and favorite spells almost too well. Sirius favored powerful blasting and cursing hexes, while Remus went more for the well-placed binding or disabling curse. Sirius would send a reducto and Remus countered with a blinding hex. They tossed spells back and forth like a tennis match, equally matched. One would win over the other only when one made a mistake or got tired. Sirius finally won when he tossed a reducto, a stunner, and a Petrificus Totalis one right after the other. Remus ducked the stunner, blocked the reducto, but his shield shattered and the Petrificus Totalis hit him in the chest. Sirius also stunned Remus before coming to claim his wand. Harry thought that might be a good idea. He knew some people could throw off certain spells and it was better to take no chances. There was a 15-minute break before Severus and Sirius were scheduled to be the final round. Harry heard some serious betting going on in the student section and couldn't help but smile knowing the twins were set to win quite a lot of money when Severus won the round. Harry had fought both of the men, and Severus was too crafty and cunning for Sirius to win, unless he got a really lucky shot in. Severus and Sirius circled each other like two wary dogs, each flinging an occasional spell at the other to test them. Harry noticed that Severus was flinging the fingers of his left hand in an almost unconscious manner at the floor as he circled. Harry centered himself and felt the magic. Severus was making the entire floor around Sirius into a reflective surface.
Sirius tried the triple combo that had taken out Remus, but Severus leaned right to miss the stunner, squatted under the reducto and used a strong Protega to bounce the Petrificus Totalis right back at Sirius. As Sirius was casting his own Protega, Severus sent an Expelliarmus to the floor directly in front of Sirius and it bounced up and sent him crashing to the floor 10 feet away. Madame Pomfrey had to hit him with 2 enervates and then gave him a vial of pepper-up potion before leading him away to sit down. He looked funny with a dazed expression on his face, steam coming out of his ears and Remus sitting beside him laughing.
Dumbledore congratulated Severus on his stunning victory and then called Harry up to announce his choice of dueling the teacher of his choice or the winner, Professor Snape. Harry heard speculation all around him in the student section about who he would choose to duel. The money was going on Professor Flitwick, because he had been disqualified first.
Harry turned around and whispered loud enough for everyone in his section to hear, "They won't let me duel with Professor Trelawney, so I guess I'll have to pick Madame Pomfrey for all the times she hasn't let me out of the hospital wing." The entire section burst out into laughter as Harry climbed down, students congratulating him and patting him on the back and shoulders as he went. Apparently he had unconsciously sent that sentiment over his link to his father, because Severus leaned over and shared it with Remus and Sirius, who almost choked on his laughter. All three of them had spent more than their fair share of time in the hospital wing under the matron's iron-fisted care. Professor Dumbledore welcomed Harry to the center of the platform and shook his hand in congratulations again as he asked Harry for his decision. Harry turned to look at the teachers sitting behind him, winked at his father and announced, "Professor Snape, sir." There was a collective gasp from the students and visitors. The animosity and downright hatred between the two had reached legendary proportions over the past 5 years, and now Harry was giving his hated potions professor the right to hex him. What was the boy thinking? The headmaster clasped a firm hand on his shoulder and squeezed it in support before announcing another 15-minute break before the last elimination duel of the afternoon. Harry leaned over to his grandfather and whispered, "My first choice was Professor Trelawney, then Madame Pomfrey, but I guess I'll have to settle for Dad." Albus chuckled and said, "I'd almost like to set those up for you just to have the pictures. Be sure and let Poppy know that she was your choice before Severus. She actually has a wicked sense of humor, but I wouldn't mention it to Sybil. She predicts your death too often. She might actually try to make one of her predictions come true." Harry left to visit the bathroom and then to get a drink of water. He took off his student robe and exchanged it for his battle robe. He called Karis to bring his sword and staff to him and then waited in the anteroom to be called out. His father joined him shortly. He had also replaced his customary frock coat with his battle robes, and had his sword strapped to his side, his staff ready in his right hand. Albus called for quiet from the audience and then announced the match between Professor Severus Snape and student Harry Potter. Severus led the way out, followed closely by Harry, with Karis perched tightly on his left shoulder. Albus glowed with pride at the picture his two boys presented. Strong, sure and confident in their abilities. The two epitomized the fighters for the light for the wizarding world to rally behind. Harry just wished the wizarding world was relying on someone else. He dampened down all his emotions as he followed his father out into the hushed dueling chamber. Absolute silence met the two as their appearance was registered. They both seemed to radiate power and confidence. Many of the students and visitors took a sharper look and decided that they had never really seen Harry Potter or Severus Snape before. Harry walked out to stand facing his father, and Karis flashed off to reappear on a stand in the corner. Harry centered himself and opened himself up to his magical core. He felt the power flowing easily and comfortingly to both hands. He started to softly glow and seemed to grow taller. Severus watched him with pride as his son prepared to face him. Harry banished his staff to the side of the room and drew his sword. It glistened as the flickering light from the torches reflected off its polished surface. Severus copied his movements and the two met, formally bowing before standing ready, balanced lightly on the balls of their feet to begin. Harry started with a two-handed swing that was easily blocked by a thrust upwards from Severus. The clang of steel on steel rang loudly through the chamber, echoing with power. The two reached their stride quickly, and the elegance and grace of their movements made the audience gasp in wonder. It looked easy as the two battled, but no one witnessing the encounter had any doubt that they were watching two masters in action. Swing, parry, thrust, and block, the two formed the two halves of an intricate dance. The grace and power of the two was magnificent and awe-inspiring to watch. The clang of steel on steel echoed through the chamber as neither missed a beat. The swirling blades moved almost too fast to watch, forming a blur of light across the retinas of the watchers. They circled, twirled and advanced. Harry and Severus were amazing to watch, each advancing only to have to retreat. The sound of clashing steel sped up until it sounded like there were more than two swordsmen. One-handed, two-handed, it mattered not. The blows were blocked and returned with skill and precision. They made it look effortless. Finally Harry twirled, ducked and then swept up under his father's thrust and touched the tip of his sword directly into the middle of the man's chest. Severus dropped his sword and bowed in acceptance of his defeat. Harry stepped back, sheathed his sword, and held out his right hand. His staff flew into it as he caught it gracefully and firmly. Severus had also exchanged his sword for his staff and stood at the ready. The steady clang of the swords was now replaced by the dull thud of wood on wood as the two swung, thrust, and swept their staffs towards each other. Hermione was reminded of the martial arts movies her father loved to watch. The movements and grace shown here, though, bespoke a power and expertise that those choreographed movies never held. Ron, the twins, and probably half of the male members of the audience were madly thinking on how they could get Harry or Severus to teach swordsmanship and fighting with a staff to them.
The audience was unnaturally quiet, too caught up in the power and proficiency of the two experts to make a noise.
The duel continued until both had sweat glistening on their faces. They were too equally matched for one to have a clear advantage over the other, but Harry gradually wore the older man down. He ducked and swept his staff, catching Severus behind the knees and throwing the man down to the floor. Harry continued the movement, and on the return swing, he brought the phoenix of his staff down to plant it in the middle of his father's forehead. Severus dropped his staff and raised his hands in submission. Dumbledore came onto the platform and held out a hand for Severus to help him up. Severus and Harry stood together and shook hands while bowing. Albus declared Harry the winner and dismissed the teachers and visitors, and then the students. Dinner will be served in 1 hour. Please enjoy the grounds and the main floors of the castle. Students are reminded that visitors are not allowed in the dormitories without express permission from your head of house. I look forward to seeing you back here in 1 hour. Thank you. Harry and Severus had escaped to the anteroom, and then Harry had apparated them into their new quarters. Severus called a house elf and instructed them to invite the Weasley family and Miss Granger to their chambers to wait for dinner. In Gerbil Land, Peter was ecstatic. He had finally managed to get the wheel to himself. Those goons Crabbe and Goyle hogged it all the time. As he ran around and around, he thought to himself, I love this place. Why didn't the Weasleys ever have a fun place like this? Run, 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 oh I love this. Lucius looked through the clear plastic at the next chamber where his son was trying to hide under the disgusting cedar shavings in one corner. If I go through that yellow tube and then make a right at the elbow, maybe I can find a way. 9 of the younger Death Eaters that had just been caught at Hogsmeade were playing with a small plastic ball. Now, why do we want to escape and go back to that madman? This is much better than Azkaban or that idiot throwing crucios at everyone. Oh, my turn, my turn. Push the ball this way to me, one of them thought, as he ran after the ball. Buckbeak just watched the maze of plastic tubes and chambers while eating a dead ferret, ignoring the cats that had been charmed to smell repulsive to him. Maybe today those little rats would escape, maybe today he could play. After showing his second family around their new quarters and then sitting in the living room and drinking tea, Ron, Ginny and Hermione had to practically drag Harry out to go to the Great Hall for dinner. Severus was being rather snarky. He knew he had had virtually no chance of beating Harry at a duel, but it was still a blow to his pride. He had talked to Merlin for a few minutes about how he felt after being beaten by a 16-year-old, and that had helped a lot, but he still was not looking forward to the razzing he knew would be coming from the others at the staff table that night. But Severus was pleasantly surprised to find that not only was no one was teasing him about losing to Harry, they were speaking in wonder and awe about the skill and power of both fighters. Neither duel had involved magic at all, just sheer agility and physical stamina. Many thought it was admirable that Severus had kept up with an obviously athletic teenager, especially after just competing successfully in 2 strenuous magical duels. Several of the staff members asked the headmaster if it would be possible to begin physical training and swordsmanship at Hogwarts, as it obviously had benefits in both magical and non-magical fights. Severus just nodded noncommittally, as he knew that was one of the classes that Harry wanted to teach after they took care of Tom, and he could change his focus from catching Voldemort to teaching students.
Severus was pleased at how much he enjoyed his steak and jacket potato dinner, and especially the moist triple-layer chocolate cake that followed. He had thought he would be too nervous about the duel that Albus had set up that evening. But he found himself much more comfortable with the knowledge that he would be beaten again by Harry that evening. Merlin had helped in talking to him, and the knowledge that everyone else would lose too was oddly comforting.
Albus called for everyone to leave the Great Hall for 30 minutes to allow the house elves time to set up the dueling chamber again after dinner was finished. Harry, the other teens, the Weasleys, and Neville and his grandmother all moved to the anteroom to wait. Only the teenagers knew that Harry would be dueling, so they kept the conversation light and concentrated on how their subjects were going. Harry shared a couple of the latest pranks that wouldn't give away any secrets and had the entire group almost hysterical at the description of Professor Trelawney's face when she had discovered the pictures substituted for her tarot cards. None of the adults had had her as a teacher, but they had all heard stories about her from their children and really didn't mind the harmless prank. All too soon, the group was called back into the Great Hall and the adults left the students at their seating section before crossing the floor to their reserved seats on the other side. Harry hugged Ginny and Hermione for luck, awkwardly shook hands with Ron and the twins and walked over to the contestants' seating area. He had expected to see Professors Dumbledore and Flitwick, as well as Sirius, Remus and his father, but he was surprised to also see Tonks, Kingsley, and Mad-Eye Moody. Well, this should be interesting. He wondered how the elimination rounds would go this time. Professor McGonagall called for silence and began to recite the rules for the final duel of the day.
This competition will be a one wizard against three opponents duel.
Loss of the wand does not constitute the end of the round, only incapacitation or forfeiture will remove a dueler.
Each round will be 5 minutes. There will be a 5 minutes break between each round. If an opponent is defeated, another opponent will step in to take their place at the beginning of the next round. The competition will end when all opponents have been defeated or the single wizard can no longer compete. No instantly lethal spells or unforgivables are allowed. You may use wands, wandless, physical means and elemental magic. Gentlemen, you have 3 minutes to prepare.
Harry looked at Albus and Severus. You can't be serious. You want me to take on 3 against 1, in tag team style? Albus merely patted him on the shoulder, ignoring whatever tag team meant. Yes, my boy, and I ask that you don't seriously injure any of them. They are all older than you and take much longer to heal. Harry looked at him in astonishment, but he finally registered that they did indeed want him to fight 3 against 1. Well, he thought fatalistically, that's better odds than Voldemort ever gives me, and at least they won't be casting Crucios at me. The audience wasn't too surprised to see Harry step up on the platform with Severus, Flitwick and Tonks, but they were shocked to see him stop and face the other 3. Surely he wasn't going to be the one wizard fighting against 3. He had acquitted himself very well that afternoon, but he actually hadn't used any magic against Severus at all, just with the other students. He had been fast in ending his duels, but he hadn't used anything very spectacular in them after all.
Harry focused his attention inward and pulled a larger amount of magic to each of his hands than he would normally use. He took several cleansing breaths and consciously blocked all thoughts but the coming fight from his mind. He opened his senses up to feel his opponents and was surprised to find he could sense what spell they were going to cast a split second before they cast it.
Tonks threw a strong reducto while Severus cast a reflecting charm on the floor in front of Harry's feet. Flitwick held back a moment and then cast a blinding hex directly at Harry's chest. Harry used his left hand to throw up an air shield stopping the blinding hex, shot an Expelliarmus down at the floor using Severus' charm to reflect up at Tonks and turned to the side to allow the reducto to sail past him.
He somersaulted to the left, throwing a wall of fire at the 3, then a reflecting charm at the ceiling above them.
Severus shot a stream of water out of his wand, clearing the fire in front of him, and shot a Petrificus Totalis at Harry. Harry twirled, the shot passed by close enough for him to feel it whistle past his cheek. As he ducked a blasting curse from Tonks, he shot a stunner at the ceiling directly above Flitwick, who never even saw the spell coming when it hit him in the top of the head.
Dumbledore moved him out of the battle and Tonks and Severus took advantage of the extra movement to throw simultaneous hexes. Harry called upon air and by sweeping his arms up, lifted himself completely over both beams, before dropping lightly down again. Harry then conjured a large snake, about 30 feet long and told it to attack, in Parseltongue. Severus ignored it, moving to the left as Tonks froze for a moment, then recovered and tried to banish it. It continued to approach and she shot burning arrows from her wand, until finally catching the snake in the head, it sizzled and disappeared.
Meanwhile, Harry had thrown a right-handed Furunculus, followed by a left-handed freezing charm and then a right-handed pickpocket hex at Severus. Severus threw a wandless Protega which stopped the boils, but the freezing charm almost broke through, leaving icicles on his robes, and the pickpocket hex threw him upside down. Harry then blasted him backwards and used a sticking charm to attach him, still upside down and petrified, to the Great Hall doors, with his head about 5 feet above the floor. Tonks had just managed to dispatch the giant snake when the bell for the end of the round sounded, and she dropped her wand, walked over to the contestants' area and grabbed a goblet of water, flopping exhaustedly into a chair. Harry smiled wickedly as he walked over and unstuck his father, released the body bind and carefully caught him before he could hit the ground. He whispered, "Revenge is sweet, Dad." Severus smacked him upside the head and snarled, "Brat," as they went to rest before the next round. The hall had erupted in thunderous applause at the end of the round, led by the standing ovation of a large number of redheads and a bushy brown-haired witch. Severus looked up at the students of his house and was pleased to see a number of staggered and calculating expressions on their faces. Good, give them someone powerful to follow instead of that homicidal maniac, and maybe Slytherin could regain its rightful reputation once more. Harry could have sworn he just sat down when he was called up once again to fight. He was now facing Moody, Tonks and Sirius. He had no idea how the real Moody would fight. He would have to take him out quickly. Harry shot the first spell, Accio-ing Moody's magical eye. It flew at him, and with the reflexes of a natural-born seeker, he caught it in mid-air and then banished it to the judge's table. He thought he heard several people laugh before he focused totally on the fight ahead. Harry wrapped Sirius and Tonks in a mini-tornado until he could take out Moody. Moody was very angry and shot a blasting hex that had the shields ringing like a gong behind Harry as he ducked and rolled to the right, throwing simultaneously with both hands. He hit Moody's other eye with conjunctivitis and Accio-ed his wooden leg. As the old Auror lost his balance and fell, blinded by the first spell, Harry petrified him, stunned him and sent him to plop at Dumbledore's feet. Without missing a beat, he released the two from the tornado. They were dizzy and disoriented and shot random spells in different directions. Harry hit the floor in front of Tonks with an ice charm, and she hit it and went sliding, landing in her back hard, knocking the wind out of her. He bound her with chains and ducked and dodged the wild spells Sirius was still casting. Sirius finally regained his equilibrium and was looking murderously at the teen, but the bell stopped him from retaliating. He walked, still staggering slightly, to sit down and gulp from his goblet of water. The applause and thundering of hundreds of feet stamping on the floor was making dust fall from the ceiling of the Great Hall as Harry simply walked back to his seat and accepted a goblet of water from Dobby, who was bouncing with enough excitement for 3 people. Luckily, the crowd was making too much noise for him to really hear the little elf, so he just nodded and looked around as he drank deeply. Harry was beginning to get worried. All the teachers and Aurors now looked ready to kill him. He still had Sirius, Remus and Kingsley to deal with. He still had no idea what Dumbledore had planned for him, but he hoped he could manage to still be standing by bedtime. Harry had fought a lot of duels that day, starting with warm-ups with his dad, and he knew he was getting pretty tired and would lose if he didn't have some help soon. He didn't think it was cheating. After all, 3 against 1, dueling against fresh wizards time after time, didn't sound fair to him, so he decided to even the odds a little. "Hogwarts, can you help me?" he asked. #as you wish, Master Harry. Open your mind to me and I will refresh your energy, magical and physical. I am proud of you, my master. You will be a most powerful champion for the light. If you fight Dumbledore, remember he likes to jump over spells. Use that knowledge well. Harry felt a warm, refreshing burst of energy flow through him from his toes up and through him to the top of his head. He felt as if he had just woken from a long night's peaceful sleep, ready to take on the day. He blinked his eyes open and looked around in greater interest. Severus asked, "Did you just get a boost? I was feeling fatigue from you and now you seem energized and refreshed." Harry smiled across the room at him. "Hogwarts thought it wasn't fair for all of you to gang up on her poor, defenseless master, so she gave me a little boost." Severus laughed. "Poor? Defenseless? Is this the brat that just stuck me petrified and upside down to the Great Hall doors and then laughed about it?" Harry smiled angelically and sent, "That couldn't have been me. I love you, Dad, and I would never hurt you." Severus snorted so hard he almost choked, but replied, "I won't tell on you. After all, I've already been disqualified, and I know you wouldn't hurt me, just beat the pants off of me in public." "Too true, father, too true. Wish me luck on this round. I think Sirius wants to kill me. His father sent. I know the feeling, believe me, just as the bell rang for the third round. Harry centered and pulled his magic back to his hands as he stood, balanced delicately on the balls of his feet as he faced Sirius, Remus and Kingsley Shacklebolt. He opened himself up to feel the men's magic and was surprised to find that all three were actually amused at his success. Well, maybe they wouldn't kill him. Before they even knew what he was doing, he called up the stone of the castle through his earth elementals and blocked Sirius and Remus behind stone walls. Kingsley's shock at the sudden appearance of stone walls around his two teammates proved his downfall. Without firing a spell, he was petrified, stunned, and lying at Dumbledore's feet in the space of less than a minute. Harry released Remus from the stone encircling him and transfigured him into a golden retriever puppy and banished him to McGonagall's lap, where she absent-mindedly began petting him before she realized what she was doing. When Harry released Sirius from his stone prison, Harry knew the older man was actually a little afraid of him, so Harry grinned at him and waved impishly. Sirius was startled but couldn't help grinning back before beginning to cast spells at Harry. The two settled down to a back-and-forth battle of straight-out dueling. They circled each other, casting minor hexes and jinxes until they knew the bell would be ringing soon. Harry had green hair and Sirius was dressed in pink robes, but neither paid any attention to the minor annoyances. Harry sent a freezing charm at Sirius' feet that managed to just slip under his shielding charm and froze his feet to the stone in a block of solid ice. Sirius sent back a reducto to the right and a slashing hex to the center. Harry turned sideways and felt the spells pass to either side of him, sending back a swarm of bees. Sirius slashed his wand up, sending spouts of flames, burning the bees that tried to fly through it, but he was handicapped by having his feet still frozen to the floor, and he was unable to take his attention away from Harry or the bees long enough to cast a counter charm. Several bees managed to get under his robes and sting him as he was casting Expelliarmus, followed by Petrificus Totalis, hoping to at least graze Harry. Harry stood behind his air shield and watched the spells dissipate into thin air before blasting Sirius' shields with a full body bind and a stunner to the chest. The final opponent was down just as the bell rang for the end of the third round. The crowd was stunned for a moment, before beginning to clap and cheer for Harry once more. It was unbelievable. He had incapacitated every opponent sent against him. The students were in awe and pride of what their fellow student had accomplished. Dumbledore stood and raised Harry's hand in the air as he announced that Harry Potter was the winner of the Hogwarts Dueling Championship. He then bent down and whispered so that only Harry could hear, "Feel like 5 minutes with a very old man, Harry?" Harry gulped and looked behind him at his father. "Shall I duel Dumbledore, Dad?" "I believe so. I don't know if you can beat him, but if you last 5 minutes with him, it will sure make a Death Eater think twice about taking you on, and it will make my Slytherins much less likely to follow Tom. They are nothing if not cunning and ambitious. They will not back someone if they think he can't win. If we can keep Tom from replacing his captured Death Eaters, we can cripple him before we even have to fight him." Harry thought over what his father had said and nodded at Albus. "Yes, sir. Just let me go use the loo and get something to drink. Perhaps 10 minutes. Oh, do you want staffs, swords, wands, wandless, or elemental?" Albus twinkled at the child and winked. "How about if you just surprise me?" Harry stood in the center of the dueling platform for, he hoped, the last time that evening and wondered just what he had been thinking of to accept this challenge. He knew he had won against Merlin, but he had been learning from the wizard for a full year before that, and at least knew how Merlin was liable to fight. He had suspected that Albus was an elemental, and his calling of the water element to put out the fires in Hogsmeade proved he was a master of at least that element. But he had no idea if he was a master of any of the others, and he had only seen minor wandless magic performed by the headmaster. He didn't know if that was because that was all he could do, or if he naturally chose not to display that knowledge. Oh, well, no backing out of it now, he had agreed. Albus was twinkling with anticipation at the upcoming competition. It had been many years since he had been challenged in a friendly duel with anyone. When you dueled at his level, adequate competition was very rare. He had been studying the boys' techniques all afternoon and was unable to find much of a pattern. He did usually stun his opponents rather than use other more harmful spells to incapacitate them, which he was frankly very happy to see. But the boy had been very creative and unpredictable when besting the various fighters. He chuckled to himself, This ought to be fun. He just hoped he lasted long enough not to be too embarrassed. Harry banished his wand to his father. It would just limit him when he needed every little bit of advantage that he could muster in this duel. He took deep breaths, drew upon his power and placed a good portion in reserve as well as the amount he had attached to his hands for the previous 3-on-1 battles. He also called to his air, earth and fire elementals to be aware of his upcoming needs so they would be instantly accessible. He blocked everything out except Albus, and totally focused his senses on the old man's magic. No one seemed surprised when Albus began to glow with power, but there were loud gasps of astonishment when they noticed that Harry was also glowing brightly. At the sound of the bell, they both opened their eyes and began. The two circled, each waiting for the other to begin. Finally, Albus cast a blast of water at Harry, who simply swept his arm in an arc, freezing it in midair. He repeated the motion with his other hand and the ice was blasted into tiny slivers that flew back at Albus like thousands of tiny missiles. Albus swept his wand into a protective shield, but many of the sharp needles forced their way through and slashed at his robes, arms and face. Tiny spots of blood appeared and were healed with a quick swish of the headmaster's wand.
While he was busy with healing himself, Harry had sent a wave of power through the stones of the castle floor. The crowd gasped as they saw the stone liquefy and flow like a ripple in a pond. Albus noticed in time and sweeping both arms up he jumped over the rippling stone. He landed lightly on his feet and threw ropes at Harry's knees and feet. Harry let them hit and banished them with barely a flick of his finger. Harry remembered what Hogwarts had said about Dumbledore liking that jumping spell, so he repeatedly sent mindless hexes and jinxes as he planned out his attack. Dumbledore knew the child was planning something, but he was too busy dodging, ducking and shielding against the barrage of minor spells being cast against him, apparently without Harry even having to think about them, to be able to plan an effective counter-attack. Albus cast a slashing hex that managed to squeak through Harry's air shield and cut his left shoulder, reminding Harry of the formidable power in the wizard facing him. He started his plan of attack. He cast with both hands, one right after the other, sending balls of flame, each slightly low. Albus called a spout of water to quench the first one, and then swept his arms up to jump over the second one. But Harry hadn't stopped with two casts. He sent a series of blasting hexes in an arc from right to left, each higher than the last. Albus tried to twist to avoid them, managing to shield from the first two, but he had nothing to thrust off of since he was in mid-air and the third blast caught him on the right leg, just below the knee. The entire hall heard the sound of bones breaking and cringed as one. Albus came down heavily on his injured leg and started to fall. He was stunned and bound and then caught by Harry's magic before he could even hit the floor. Harry had his arms under the man before anyone else could even react. They sat stunned as Harry brought one hand from under the old man and ran it up and down the injured leg, his entire body glowing with bright white power. Harry released the headmaster's bindings, enervated him and held him for a moment in a fierce hug as the tears ran down the child's face. "I am so sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. It was an accident. I didn't mean to do it." Albus reached up and cupped the sobbing boy's face in his hand. "I know, child, and you have already healed me. I know you didn't mean to hurt me, but sometimes things happen in duels, even friendly duels. You won honestly, and believe me, I have been hurt much worse, many times before." Severus had reached both of them by that time and swept both of them up into a fierce hug of his own. "Father, are you all right?" "Harry, it's all right. We all know it was an accident, that you didn't mean to really hurt him. Father, do you need the hospital wing?" Albus chuckled at his two boys. They knew each other so well, and Severus knew without words that the old Harry would resurface at his fright. "No, son, I am fine. Harry did a wonderful job of healing me, and in fact, he gave me such a burst of energy that I feel ready to go another round. Let's stand up before people begin to wonder if I am dead and you are grieving over me." Severus helped Albus up off the floor and then reached a hand down to pull up Harry. Harry threw his arms around Severus, who could feel him trembling in shock. Holding one arm around his son, he leaned towards Dumbledore and whispered, "I need to get him out of here. He's going into a full panic attack from hurting you. The crowd doesn't need to see this." Severus tapped his wand on the top of Harry's head and disillusioned him to hide him from sight until he could help the child get himself back under control.
Albus nodded and waved to the Aurors and the Weasleys, who were beginning to fight through the milling crowd trying to reach Harry. They pushed through and circled the invisible Harry, who was still clinging to Severus, leading them to the small antechamber where Severus could remove the disillusionment charm from Harry and feed him a calming draught out of the sight of the audience. It took only a few minutes for the potion to take effect and the reassurances of everyone there that they understood that it was an accident and no one, even the headmaster, blamed him for hurting the older wizard. After all, Albus had sliced Harry's shoulder open in the same duel and Harry didn't blame him for the injury, he had just healed it himself and then forgot it. When the potion had taken effect enough for the other's words to finally register and break through his panic attack, he took a deep breath, straightened his robes, called Karis to his shoulder and stepped out to end the tournament. Karis was nuzzling his hair and trilling soothing phoenix song in his ear. He promised to take her out flying as soon as he could, but she admitted she really liked Fox, and didn't mind spending so much time with the Fire Phoenix, so she forgave Harry for being busy. Professor Dumbledore had managed to remove everyone from the bleachers long enough to banish them and replace them with rows of chairs. The audience was just finishing finding seats, so no one had really noticed Harry leaving the area in the commotion. Dumbledore waved Harry and Severus up onto the platform that took the place of the head table and raised his arms for silence. "I don't think I've had so much fun in eons. Perhaps we could do this again, maybe next year. I am proud of everyone who competed and I award 10 points for each of you for each round that you won. I am awarding 25 points each for the 4-year finalists and 100 points to Mr. Harry Potter, the first Hogwarts dueling champion, and this beautiful trophy which will stand in his head of house's office until he graduates, at which time it will be moved to the trophy room. Please join me in a round of applause for our new champion." The cheers and applause once again rattled the ceiling of the Great Hall. Even some of the Slytherins were applauding, which made Severus smile to himself. He took careful note to see which ones were refusing to join in. He would keep a close eye on those students in particular. Rita left the cave and flew to the nearest little hamlet up the coast. She could see a small hotel right on the ocean and waited until the local train had pulled in and left before transforming back to human. She grabbed a paper sack off the floor of the train station and transfigured it into a carpetbag for luggage, and set out to walk to the hotel. She needed to sleep some and then get in touch with Dumbledore. Maybe the hotel would have a map so she could figure out exactly where she was. No one noticed anything unusual about her taking a room for the week, and she went to her room and blissfully sank onto the mattress and fell into a deep sleep. The celebration in the Great Hall had lasted until Dumbledore insisted the students go back to their houses, and then the heads of house had to go directly to their common rooms to make sure the students actually went to their dorm rooms and didn't just continue to party. It had not been that big of a deal for his Slytherins. He didn't envy the job poor Minerva had tonight. He didn't think Gryffindor had ever won that many points in one day before, and unlike those that Dumbledore had awarded after the fiasco of the Sorcerer's Stone, these were actually earned. He had sat talking quietly with all those students who were willing to listen. It was only about 25 students, but it was a good beginning. He had cast a wandless privacy charm that Merlin had taught him, and then he had made each child show their left arm and cast a revealo before the discussion began. Now that he was free of the dark mark, he had been able to truthfully share the life of a Death Eater and broke through many of the teachings some his students had been brainwashed with from early childhood. Most of them with Death Eater parents could remember the physical shape or the illnesses of their parents after they returned from meetings. Many of them had not made the connection or simply hadn't wanted to see them, but now they verified what he was saying to the others. He showed them his unmarked arm and told of how it had been removed. Many of the older ones were astonished to hear how Voldemort had used the mark to drain magic and life from his followers. Most of the younger ones had gone to sleep by the time he had shared that with them. The older ones pledged to him not to follow Voldemort and to do everything they could to keep their housemates from making the mistake that Severus himself had made. Before removing the privacy shield, he promised to bring the portrait of Salazar Slytherin himself down so the students could see what a true Slytherin really was. After checking on the quietly simmering Potter's potion, Severus headed up to their quarters to sleep in his new room for the first time. He was looking forward to things settling down. It seemed they had not had a moment's peace in the 3 weeks since they had returned. He knew he needed to spend more time with Harry. He missed the close relationship they had built up over the past year. He wanted to talk to the portraits of the founders and Merlin and find out how their lives had played out and, in particular, What had happened with Sal's bastard son?
Harry had been so tired and still upset by his panic attack, that Severus had given him a vial of dreamless sleep and requested that he take at least a swallow of it if he needed to, but Harry said he would talk to Hogwarts before going to sleep and he was sure she would monitor his dreams better than any potion. Severus made a note to find out how deep the connection between the two really was.
Severus opened Harry's bedroom door and noticed the boy was sprawled over the large bed, one foot hanging off and the covers kicked onto the floor. He carefully moved his son onto the bed and tucked the covers tightly around his sleeping form. He brushed the unruly black hair off his forehead and ran a thumb over the barely noticeable scar. He bent down and keyed Harry, telling him, "Sleep well, son." As he turned he noticed the portrait of Lily and James beaming proudly at him. They nodded in thanks and leaned against each other. Severus thought a moment, then said, "Can you come to my room and wake me if he has a nightmare?" At their gentle nods, he wished them good night and went to his own bed. Tomorrow would be a busy day once again. Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, was sitting at his desk on Sunday morning, whistling to himself in happiness.
Fawkes and his lady friend Karis were grooming each other and trilling happily on the perch in the corner. Karis had been here so often lately that Albus had expanded Fawkes' perch to accommodate the two phoenixes. He didn't even mind that he was doing the bane of his existence, paperwork. If he didn't keep up with it, it could pile up and bury him in a matter of days. But today, nothing could put a damper on his spirits.
He had his boys back and in much better condition than he had ever expected. He was so pleased to be able to share his feelings openly with Severus, and he was even more pleased that Severus had been able to share that love and even expanded to include Harry. He was certain he would be able to obtain formal adoption papers for Harry to surprise Severus with soon. Harry's guardianship had officially reverted to Sirius when he had firstly been cleared of all charges and then secondly, the horrific treatment of Harry at the hands of his aunt and uncle had been brought to light. Thankfully, Sirius had been convinced that Harry needed Severus as much as Severus needed Harry. Remus had been able to convince Sirius that he was essential for Harry's well-being as a trusted uncle and confidant, and could play almost as large a role in Harry's life as Severus, but would not often have to be the bad guy, as a parent must truly be. Sirius was very happy with that role. Fun uncle fit him much better than mean father. He had signed the paperwork for Severus to legally adopt Harry after spending a quiet hour talking to James and Lily in Harry's room yesterday evening while Severus and Harry were still busy with the celebrations in the Great Hall. Now the ministry just had to approve, and he could present the paperwork to his two boys. Albus still shuddered every time he was reminded of the testimony given by the Dursleys under Veritaserum. He had thought after his years of being an Auror that Alistair Moody could no longer be horrified by something one human did to another, but he had been proven wrong, unfortunately. Thankfully those two had been removed permanently from his Harry's life. The Dursley boy would be much better off in that group home for troubled teens that the Muggle authorities had placed him in after his parents disappeared so suspiciously one night while he slept obliviously. Maybe the intensive help he received there would prevent him from becoming another Vernon. He sighed, but then again, perhaps it was already too late. The boy was exactly what he had been raised to be by his parents. But even these morose thoughts couldn't put a damper on his happiness this morning. The dueling competition yesterday had been a tremendous success. He had a flood of congratulatory owls waiting for him this morning, and more importantly, several groups that had been sitting on the fence before had offered to join forces with them. Several European nations were sending Aurors to assist and the Merpeople and even the Australians would be allying with them. Oh, what a glorious day. He placed a parchment on the completed pile and was reaching for another one when his pendant from Rita grew warm. He touched it and asked, "Phoenix rising?" The answering, from the ashes, assured him that it was indeed Rita. "Go ahead, child. You have something to report?" Tom had an inside report of the duel at Hogwarts by 10 o'clock last night. "You have at least one spy at Hogwarts or someone who came to watch." He was furious at the power that Potter displayed. He also cursed several followers when he first found out that Potter and Snape were both there and in excellent health. Apparently no one had reported on their return before now, so I suspect it was someone visiting. He needs some potion that Snape apparently made for him on a regular basis, and it's very important that he find someone else to make it. They don't know Eric is at Hogwarts. They're going to stake out his house to see if he returns. There will be 2 men there starting tomorrow night, and there are 3 followers who will be sounding out people in Nocturne Alley tomorrow looking for new recruits. When he called his followers last night, there were only about 45 or 50 who answered, and when he asked where the others were, no one knew. He is beginning to have difficulties in recruiting new followers, and the ones that he does have are becoming very restless. I was listening to several in the local Muggle pub after the meeting, and they all wanted to find a way to get out, losing Potter again and in such a spectacular fashion, and then having him rescue Snape with him, has left many of them wondering if he is as powerful as he claims. The steady loss of his followers, his constant cursing of his troops, and the lack of any tangible rewards are making many of them question how long to stay by his side. He has lost his entire inner circle, and they were the ones to keep the rank and file in check. And now, no one knows where they are, or what happened to them. They are starting to panic and desert him like the rats that they are. He sent everyone out to search for his missing followers and to try to recruit new members, and then he went to bed and talked to his snake. He told her about his problems. He misses Wormtail in that respect. He doesn't have anyone yet close enough to replace him.
I think if we keep picking them off in 2s and 3s, he won't be able to replace them. He can apparently still draw a little magic and energy from his captured followers, but very small amounts, and he doesn't know why. It's frustrating him.
Albus smiled. His day was going even better. Excellent work, Rita. I think your plan is a good one. The more followers we can pick off and put away, the weaker he will be. And I suspect his recruiting is going to be even more difficult after the morning papers are received later today. The kind of wizards that are drawn to him are the kind that flock to power. They have no loyalty to him personally or to each other. Go get some sleep and contact me if you need to. We will have people very visible in the alley, and someone will pick up those sent to Eric's house. Goodbye, child, and keep safe. The pendant lost its warmth and he dropped it against his chest once more, humming to himself as he turned back to the staggeringly high pile of parchments on his desk. Severus woke up that morning feeling refreshed and remarkably relaxed.
He wondered if Hogwarts had visited him in his sleep. Oh well, he showered and dressed carefully in dress robes to show honor and respect to the goblins they would meet that afternoon. He was surprised to find Harry already dressed in magnificent deep emerald green dress robes that were embellished with gold, sitting in front of the portrait of Salazar Slytherin deep in a discussion of potions. He sat down next to him and patted his leg in hello.
Harry didn't stop his discussion. He just clapped his hands, and a spread of breakfast foods with cutlery and 2 plates appeared on the low table in front of them. Severus grabbed a pumpkin scone before Harry could eat them all and merely raised an eyebrow at the boy. Oh, apparently Dobby and Winky are now our house elves. They can cook here or just bring up food from the kitchens. Dobby doesn't cook, he cleans and does laundry, but Winky is a very good cook if you can keep her away from the butterbeer. You only have to call them, or if they are expecting it, clap your hands like I did. We have to live with that maniacal house elf. Who decided that? Severus snarled as he fixed his morning tea. He thought he might kill the overly exuberant Dobby some morning before he got his tea. He was definitely not a morning person. Hogwarts herself, so I don't think we can argue and win against her, do you?
Severus resigned himself. I suppose I can get used to him, if he doesn't spend all of his time telling me how great and wonderful you are.
Harry laughed. No, I had Hogwarts give him a little talk about that, and now he's too afraid to make the castle mad at him to disobey. So what time do we have to meet the goblins? And can we go shopping before then?
I thought we would go and make a visit to your relatives this morning, have some lunch at a wonderful little Muggle restaurant that Albus has been raving about, and then we can spend the rest of the day on Diagon Alley, after our meeting with the goblins. I know you haven't been allowed out in several years, but no one will recognize either of us now, and without the dark mark, Tom has no way of tracking where I am at all.
Harry thought the idea of Vernon Dursley meeting Severus Snape might be a lot of fun. He had come to grips with his fear of the man over the year in the past. Rowena and Helga had made him talk it all out and finally convinced him that it had never been his fault, he had never deserved it. It was absolutely wrong how he had been treated. Vernon should be the one embarrassed and ashamed, not Harry, who had been just an innocent child. Harry had forgotten they had been added to Gerbil Land, so he thought they were going to Privet Drive, but he found he really didn't mind. The demons had finally died. Harry wrapped Severus tightly in his arms and jumped them to the street just outside 12 Grimmauld Place. He concentrated upon the memory of the parchment from Dumbledore telling him of the address, and the grimy old mansion appeared. The two walked inside and Harry turned to Severus and grinned. "Can I blast old Mrs. Black? Dad? Can we ask Sirius if I can? We're supposed to meet them in the kitchen, so I suppose we might. I can't think why he wouldn't let you. I know everyone else has tried everything they could to get rid of the old lady. Albus thinks her dark magic is so permeated throughout the house that the cleaning efforts are useless with her here." Harry ran completely silently to the kitchen. Stealth lessons with Godric paid off in some unusual places, and startled Sirius and Remus, who were drinking tea companionably at the scarred old table. "Hello, Harry. We didn't hear you come in. How are you today? That was a spectacular finish to the duel last night, but I think you have been holding out on me." "Sirius, can I blast your mother of the wall? Can I? All three men laughed at Harry's exuberance. "Be my guest. I for one would think my birthday came early to be rid of that hag. You can blast that dreadful tapestry too if you like." Sirius was grinning in anticipation. He wondered just how strong Harry really was, and if the child could remove his mother, something even Albus Dumbledore had been unable to do. The four moved quietly out into the entrance hall and Harry motioned the three others to stand back. He formed an air shield around them and then centered himself and brought up his full powers. Harry was glowing so brightly that it almost hurt to look at him directly. He stood tall and proud, then with a wave of his arm he threw back the curtains on the portrait. Mrs. Black opened her eyes, preparing to scream obscenities at the vile filth that had disturbed her when she caught sight of the powerful teen standing in front of her. Sirius knew he would cherish forever that memory of his mother, totally speechless for the first time in her life. Harry raised his right hand, called upon his air elemental power and fired a shot of lightning directly at the wall. Never having managed to even say a word, the portrait shriveled into a black charred crisp and fell off the wall, taking the plaster and the entire wall behind it to the floor, revealing a heavy oak door behind where the wall with the portrait had been. The whole house shivered, the ugly dead house elf heads popped and crumbled, creature came running out of the basement, screamed once and simply disintegrated into dust. The almost palpable feeling of dark magic and depression that permeated the old house disappeared in a dense fog of evil black that seeped out through the cracks around the windows and under the doorframes, and dissipated. The house shuddered, still and calm once again. It now felt just like a house, any other house, neither good nor bad. The ancient evils, the oppressive darkness of centuries of the Black family, were gone. Sirius had collapsed in a heap onto the floor in shock. Remus knelt beside him and was trying to help his best friend to stand up. Severus tried to go to Harry, who was just standing frozen in the hall, but he was stopped by the shield. He called softly, not wanting to startle his son, "Harry, Harry, child, are you all right?" "Yes, Dad, I was just making sure all the pockets of dark magic were gone. I moved the truly vile books and anything else I found into the basement. They will need to be destroyed soon, but I cast a shield around them so their evil can't seep back into the walls. The tapestry is with them. Dobby, Winky?" With a pop the two little elves appeared in front of Harry. "How can we help, Master Harry?" Dobby was bowing fast enough to make his ears wiggle. Winky was standing behind Dobby, trying to hide from sight. "Can you two help Sirius clean up this house now that the dark magic is gone? And do you know any house elves that have been put out of service that would like to come and work here?" "Yes, sir, Dobby and Winky is most pleased to help Master Sirius. And we is knowing several elves that is put out because their master is being killed by the evil ones. Are you wanting Dobby to bring them here to help? They is being most pleased to find a new home."
Harry looked at Sirius, who had managed to regain his feet, leaning heavily on Remus, still looking a little gobsmacked. Sirius nodded weakly and Dobby disappeared with a loud crack. Winky bowed at Sirius and quivered. Winky is going into the kitchen to begin cooking for Masters. If Masters agree, Harry snickered. Dobby was beginning to wear off on Winky. She would never have spoken up at all last year. He nodded and waved away his shield, releasing the constrained men. Sirius motioned to Remus and Severus to follow him as he walked to the previously hidden door. He placed his hand on the family crest carved into the wood and stated his full name. The door glowed blue briefly, recognized him and opened with a loud creak and a puff of dust. It reminded Harry a lot of his vault at Gringotts. Piles of galleons, precious jewels and family heirlooms lay crammed into the chamber.
The walls were not visible behind the piles of gold, but it didn't seem to be much bigger than his old bedroom at the Dursleys. Sirius just shook his head. I think you found the missing Black family treasure, Harry. My great-great-uncle was against the family traditions of the dark arts, and he had spoken out once too many times against the others. He thought they would come after him, and he was right. His younger brother, my great-grandfather, murdered him right here in the house, but they could never find the treasure after he died. I think you solved the mystery. They closed the door and all four moved to the kitchen to discuss what had just happened. They had just started eating a wonderful tea when, with a very loud crack, Dobby reappeared with 3 other house elves in tow. Master Sirius, this is Nippy, Grip, and Toby. They is not finding a new house after the evil one killed their family. Their family was always fighting on the light side, and now they is having no home but is wanting one, but only one that is fighting the evil ones. Sirius looked them over and nodded. I am willing to take you into my employ, but I want no servitude. You would be bound by the same restrictions against revealing any of the house's secrets, and you will be unable to tell anyone where this house is located. Do you accept employment? They all 3 nodded, ears wiggling madly. Oh yes, Master Black. Dobby is explaining the work that you is doing. We is bound to keep all of Master's secrets and help in the fight against the evil one in any way we's can. We will be paid a galleon a week, have 1 day off, and wear clothes without shame. We's agree and wish to say thank you, kind Master. We will be getting to work cleaning Master's house now. Each one bowed to Sirius and keyed the back of his hand, sealing the bargain in a glow of golden light that enveloped both Sirius and the elf. Each then popped out and left the 4 men and the 2 house elves in the kitchen. After finishing their tea, Remus and Sirius led Harry and Severus up to the old ballroom on the 3rd floor, joking about the royal tour of Gerbil Land the 2 were going to have.
They were all looking around in amazement as they went up the stairs. The elves and the destruction of the dark magic in the house were already making more of a difference than all of Molly Weasley and the rest of the Order's cleaning had made in the past year. It wouldn't take the 5 elves long before the mansion was totally unrecognizable.
Harry had run ahead of the 3 men, and started laughing so hard his sides hurt and he had tears running down his face after taking just 2 steps inside the large room. The entire outside wall of the ballroom was covered in a giant maze of Muggle gerbil habitats, connected and interconnected with what looked like miles of colorful tubing that was over 20 feet long and 8 feet tall, with hundreds of gerbils running around and chasing each other. Severus just stood behind Harry, his hands on his son's shoulders as they shook in merriment. Severus couldn't help himself. The boy's pure delight was contagious, and soon all 4 were laughing heartily. Sirius finally gained enough composure to step up to the gigantic contraption and started to show off features like a proud father. The males are in the yellow and white habitats and tubing, the females in the clear and pink.
The teenagers, who are all male, are in the green. None of them interconnect, but we don't think they have figured that out yet with the way we have them twisting and wrapping around in a maze.
Old Lucius spends all of his time trying to find a way into Draco's compartment, but they don't connect anywhere. We had to put Bella into her own container. It doesn't attach with anything else. She tries to bite the others. This purple section over here is your aunt and uncle. Your aunt likes to run in the wheel, but your uncle doesn't do much except eat and watch the others. Remus walked over to the purple section and, pulling out his wand, muttered a complicated unlocking spell. He reached behind the habitat and pulled something yellow out, then reached in and pulled out the fattest gerbil that anyone had ever seen. He did something in his hands and then bent over and placed a round gerbil ball on the floor. Sirius started laughing again, as Remus called, "Buckbeak, it's time to help Harry's uncle get some exercise."
If a gerbil could look panicked, this one did. He started to run in his little gerbil ball. Buckbeak stood up from his place in front of the main habitat and ran towards the yellow ball. He batted it back and forth like a football and then took off running after it as it rolled across the floor. He caught it up in his wicked sharp beak and shook it back and forward several times before flinging his head sideways, throwing the yellow ball across the floor and running after it again. Sirius and Remus were laughing so hard, they had tears running down their cheeks as they explained. We thought we would help him get started on a daily exercise program. You know, help him lose some weight, get in shape, that sort of thing. Sirius choked out between laughs. Remus managed to add, and Buckbeak really loves him.
It took quite a while for the four to regain their composure, and they would still break out in giggles every once in a while for no reason after they had returned Vernon to his cage, where he collapsed in exhaustion, giving them little gerbil glares. Harry and Severus walked the two men to the outside of the front door, still talking about improvements they could make in Vernon's daily exercise program. Harry and Severus waited until they were all on the front step outside of the house, and Remus and Sirius had said goodbye before Severus turned to Harry and asked him, "Do you want to disguise me now?"
Harry nodded and waved his fingers at Severus, turning him back to exactly how the potion had made him look. Sirius was opening and closing his mouth in astonishment when Harry quickly morphed himself into baby Harry, reached to be picked up by his dad, and the two dissipated quickly away from the stunned men. Harry thought he could hear Sirius' roar of outrage and a peal of bright laughter from Remus when they disappeared, but he wasn't positive. The two appeared in a little used side alley in Muggle London, not far from Diagon Alley. Severus looked down at the grinning 2-year-old in his arms and couldn't help asking, "Did you remember the camera, Harry?" He set the baby down and watched in affection as the boy morphed back to his normal self and then changed Severus back to his normal appearance. Harry nodded, flicked his fingers to make his infamous camera visible once more and placed it into his robe pocket. The two then transfigured their robes into Muggle-style leather jackets. The two headed into a small Muggle restaurant several blocks from the Leaky Cauldron that had excellent pizzas for Harry and fantastic seafood for Severus. They were surprised to find Albus Dumbledore sitting in a back booth, apparently waiting for the both of them. "Ah boys, how was the visit to see the gerbils? I trust you had some fun this morning." At the identical mischievous grins, he just twinkled and added, "I hope you took pictures, Harry." As Harry was sliding in to be between Severus and Albus, he nodded and brought his camera out of his shirt pocket. He and Severus were wearing trousers and button-down Oxford shirts under their transfigured jackets. Albus asked Harry to take some pictures of their lunch to add to his photo album, and Harry was happy to flick his fingers and make the camera float and disappear from sight. As Harry finished off the last of his pepperoni pizza and stole the last of his father's poached salmon off of Severus' plate, Albus cleared his throat nervously. The two sitting beside him looked at him questioningly, and then both raised one eyebrow. They looked so much like father and son in their expression that Albus instantly relaxed and brought out a fat sheaf of parchments from inside his jacket. He separated them into 2 stacks and handed the first to Severus. "Happy birthday, child. I know your birthday was on the 9th, but we were unable to get these completed in time, and I don't think you will mind them being a few days late." Severus was curious when he opened the roll and stunned when he found adoption papers granting him full legal rights to claim his son forever. He blinked hard at the sudden moisture behind his eyes that threatened to fall, reached over and hugged Harry, handing him the papers. He then stood up, walked over, and sat beside Albus on the other side of the booth, pulling the man into a grateful hug. "Thank you, Albus, these mean so much to me." Albus looked hesitantly over his glasses at Severus and handed him the second set of parchments. Severus opened them to find official documents proclaiming Severus Snape to be the adopted son and rightful heir of Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, with all rights and privileges granted therein. He was stunned and speechless. Harry looked up from the papers he was still trying to read and looked at his father and Professor Dumbledore in amazement. They were hugging in public and each man had a few tears glistening on his eyelashes. Severus just handed the papers to Harry without saying a word. Harry scanned them to find them nearly identical to the ones declaring him Severus' son, except the names were different. In a flash, he realized what the papers meant and threw himself at the wizard now sitting between him and his father and grabbed him in a joyous hug. "I love you, Grandpa." Albus pulled a quill out of his pocket and told the two, "Severus, if you sign first, your name officially becomes Severus Tobias Snape Dumbledore. Then the paperwork for adopting Harry can be signed with that name, making him officially Harry James Potter Snape Dumbledore. Otherwise, he is not my grandson and secondary heir. If you wish it, my child, you have not given me your answer yet." But Dumbledore's eyes were twinkling and the corners of his mouth were twitching, as if he had no doubt what the answer would be from both of them. Severus grabbed the quill out of his father's hand and signed his new full name with a flourish on both sets of parchments, making sure to sign his adoption papers before signing Harry's. He handed the quill to Albus to sign and seal the parchment, which he did promptly. The parchment rolled up and disappeared in a poof of gold sparks. Albus explained, "They are now legal and recorded and cannot be challenged or changed by anyone. When you have signed the ones making Severus your father, they will also flash to show they are legal and recorded." Harry took the quill and signed his full name. He hoped he didn't have to use the whole thing too often. There almost wasn't enough room on the line. The parchment rolled and flashed, leaving a feeling of great happiness within his chest that he had never felt before, not even when Severus had adopted him 1,000 years ago. As Albus removed the "Notice Me Not" charm he had cast before bringing out the parchments, the waitstaff all gathered around the table and sang, "Happy Birthday," to Severus, bringing him a large raspberry and chocolate cake with a single candle in the center. Severus felt so happy he didn't even think once of killing the old man because of the public humiliation. Albus hoped he wouldn't remember Harry's camera for quite a while. Albus had walked the two back to the leaky cauldron and left them, returning to finish more paperwork at the castle. Harry changed their appearance once more. It hadn't been necessary at the restaurant, and they entered Diagon Alley, just in time for their appointment with the goblins.
Harry always felt in awe when he entered the lobby of Gringotts, and today was no different. He followed his father to the account management desk and looked around in curiosity.
He had never had cause to enter this part of the bank.
Severus gave their names to the clerk sitting on a high stool, and the goblin put down his fancy quill and led them directly back to a large, very plush office. He knocked on the door discreetly, turned to them with a bow and announced, "Manager Bodred will see you now." He opened the door and then shut it behind them. Harry morphed back to his normal appearance and changed his father back to the age that he really was before entering the office fully, to stand directly in front of the elderly goblin. Harry bowed to Manager Bodred and said, "May your gold always flow and your interest rates be high, Manager Bodred." Speaking in perfect gobbledygook, Harry found his lessons with the founders paying off once. "If it pleases you, I can translate for my father. He is unable to speak your delightful language." To say the goblin was shocked was an understatement. He knew of very few wizards who even bothered to learn any gobbledygook, let alone spend the time and effort to perfect the difficult guttural accent. Manager Bodred answered the young wizard standing in the proper stance of a young child to an esteemed elder, "Your diligence and understanding grant us great respect and value. I thank you for your deference, Lord Potter Snape Dumbledore.
But I am quite fluent in English and have done business in your language for many years."
He turned to Severus and bowed low. "Your son honors you with his obedience to proper etiquette, and the knowledge he demonstrates brings tribute and glory on your house, Lord Snape Dumbledore." He politely didn't notice their shock at the use of their full names or the titles they had been bestowed. He motioned them to be seated and began to explain the holdings they now had after over 1,000 years of investments. "The four founders of Hogwarts and even Merlin himself have left vaults for you which have been held in trust for the last 1,000 years.
They were substantial at the time they were set up and they have grown even more through the ages. There is also a vault tied to a real estate transaction which appears to have your names and signatures on it, signed in 996. Wait, I don't need nor want to know how that was done. It is not necessary for us to understand these matters, we simply remark upon them. My paperwork states that you will each present a key, my lords.
If I might be so bold as to inquire, how do you know our full names? The formal adoption papers were filled less than an hour ago, and why do you address us both as Lord?" Severus was curious. The venerable old goblin smiled slightly. "Our paperwork is self-updating. Any change in status is instantly translated into our files. And Lord James Potter passed the title to his son, Harry, though I understand he has never claimed it. Merlin himself has designated young Lord Potter as his heir, granting him the title High Lord, and Salazar Slytherin has left paperwork officially disproving Tom Riddle's claim through a bastard line and has proclaimed you to be his descendant and rightful heir. Therefore you are also a lord in your own right. The official paperwork became valid when you stepped inside my office and is even now being filed with the ministry. I assume it will be common knowledge by the first printing of the Daily Prophet tomorrow or the next day, depending upon which clerk has been bribed sufficiently. Now if I might see your keys, my lords?" Severus and Harry both reached inside their dress robes and handed over identical ornate golden skeleton keys. Good, that's taken care of. The land in question has been maintained for you and the lake contained within the property has been magically sealed off to prevent contamination or draining. All is in order. If you can sign these documents, I will send for a goblin to escort you to inspect your vaults. If there is anything else I might help you with, either today or in the future, do not hesitate to contact me at any time." Harry hesitated only a moment before asking again in gobbledygook, "Would it be possible to have Griphook escort us? He has helped me in the past and I liked him."
Manager Bodred grinned, which was a very frightening sight to be sure, and agreed eagerly. It was only a matter of minutes before the two wizards and Griphook were traveling rapidly underground on their unusual roller coaster system. Harry grinned at the sight of two gigantic dragons guarding the lower levels as they went deeper and deeper into the very bowels of the caverns under the bank.
Severus was more shocked to find their vaults were numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Each one they investigated seemed to be filled with treasures of the past and stuffed to the ceiling with golden galleons. Severus looked at Griphook in astonishment. "How much is here, altogether in the vaults?" Griphook bowed and stated, "The exact value changes constantly, but altogether there is more gold in these vaults than any other family depositing gold with Gringotts. I can have Manager Bodred send you an itemized statement of the individual values within several days if you like." Severus merely stood there looking at the goblin for signs that the being had made a joke, but then again, goblins never made jokes, ever. Griphook. That will be acceptable. Is there a way for us to make purchases without carrying large sums of gold?" "Of course, sir, they will be ready when we return to the surface." Harry and Severus filled generous money bags and attached them to their belts under their robes and rejoined the goblin for the trip to the surface. As they left the entrance to the underground vaults, Manager Bodred himself held out what looked like Muggle credit cards.
"Just present these to any shop, Muggle or magical, and the proper amount will be deducted from your account. These can also be used for Owl Post orders, just press them on the order form and it will be taken care of. Thank you gentlemen for doing business with Gringotts, may your gold always grow and your interest be favorable." Bodred bowed and turned away, leaving them standing in the lobby of Gringotts, still a little stunned at everything that had happened that day. The men spent an enjoyable afternoon together, each spending far too long choosing potions, ingredients and books, which they had found they both loved with a passion. The mental block that Harry had from childhood, of deliberately not being smarter than Dudley, had been overcome with the help of Merlin and Helga, and the teen found he really did love to read and learn things almost as much or even more than Hermione. And of course having a photographic memory didn't hurt either. The two argued over whether or not Harry really needed the newest racing broom for just casual riding, since he would no longer be playing Quidditch, until finally Harry won by explaining that the only way he could give a good broom to Ron was if it just happened to be his old one. And then he would have a good broom to loan to Ginny Weasley, who would most likely be their new seeker. Ron would never accept the gift of a new broom, no matter how much he needed one to play keeper for the team. Severus grumbled about buying a broom to help Gryffindor beat Slytherin, but Harry looked down and finally admitted. He felt so guilty for having to leave the team in the middle of the year that he had to help them in some way. Severus ruffled his hair and then threw in 2 sets of new Quidditch gloves in Gryffindor colors without complaining once. The brooms they had made in the past were wonderful, but they didn't have the newest charms and were really no better than the old school brooms at Hogwarts, especially for Quidditch. Harry stocked up on Owl and even Phoenix treats at the Owl Emporium, and they both bought parchment, quills and inks as well as new cauldrons and potions equipment. Loaded down with packages, the two headed back to Hogwarts in time to put everything away before dinner was served in the Great Hall. Severus had to be there as the head of Slytherin House for most dinners, and for lunches it would be more convenient to just eat with the others, so they decided that they would only eat together on weekends until school was out. Harry would spend the week in the Gryffindor Tower, only leaving if he and his friends needed a quiet place to study or practice dueling. Now that the tournament had spotlighted Harry's abilities, Severus planned on approaching Albus, his father, about Harry passing his NEWTs so that he would be able to teach instead of wasting his time in 5th-year classes. Severus smirked to himself. Albus had cautioned them not to make the adoptions public knowledge for a while yet, but Severus didn't think the old man would be able to keep it a secret. As much as he wanted to announce to the world from the top of the astronomy tower that Harry was his son, he imagined it was much worse for Albus.
He wondered what the Weasley twins would give on odds as to which one of them would break the news first. After all the excitement of the duels the previous day, dinner that night was calm. That is for everyone except Phileas Flitwick. He thought he must be losing his mind, or he had been stunned much worse than he thought yesterday. He had reached for the pumpkin juice to pour a goblet full, picked up his fork and found his plate totally empty. He distinctly remembered filling it with a lovely slice of lamb with mint sauce, steamed rice and fresh broccoli, but now it was empty. Confused, he filled his plate again, had a bite of tender lamb, and reached for his goblet to have a sip. It was empty. He looked up and down the tables, but no one seemed to be paying him any attention. He reached for the juice once again and found, after filling his goblet, his plate was once again inexplicably empty. He looked closely at the student tables, but saw no one with a wand out. He checked his plate and goblet for spells or hexes and found nothing. He shook his head and looked at the platters in the center of the staff table. The lamb was now all gone, so he dished up some steak and kidney pie, and without stopping once, he ate every bit of it. He reached for his, once again, empty goblet, filled it and drank it down without it ever leaving his hand.
He got up and left shortly after that, still shaking his head in confusion, missing the large group of students sitting at the Gryffindor table that were trying so hard not to laugh. In Dumbledore's office the next morning there was a veritable deluge of owls waiting patiently for his attention, and one very ugly buzzard, sitting off to one side, aloof and looking in derision at the hooting owls. Dumbledore removed the parchment from him first and the big predator flew out the window, drawing in his huge wingspan to fit through the small opening. Albus opened the parchment to find an astonishing missive from the head goblin of Gringotts Bank, head director Bodred. The goblins were mysteriously offering to freeze the accounts of known Death Eaters and to keep a close tab on suspected ones to make sure funds weren't being funneled to Voldemort. He had never expected such cooperation from the longtime adversaries of wizards. The most he had hoped for was neutrality. Head director Bodred was also bringing back Cursebreaker Bill Weasley to become the chief liaison officer between the goblins and the wizards. Albus could just imagine the joy in the Weasley household when Molly found out her son was being transferred and promoted. He unrolled his copy of the fatter-than-usual Daily Prophet and found a full-color, moving spread of pictures of the duels that Harry had won the day before. Albus thought he might frame the one of Harry and Severus battling with their glorious long swords. The power and expertise displayed showed through even in the picture. The banner above it proclaimed a new champion for the light. The rest of the paper was devoted to a series of each of Harry's victories. The last full-page picture showed the final sequence of blasting curses that had felled him, but luckily it stopped and reset just as he fell to the floor, stunned and bound. That picture he would definitely not be framing for the wall. He chuckled and wondered if Harry would hide in his new chambers all day rather than face his classmates. Severus had insisted that Harry attend all his classes as usual, if he could attend classes in second year when everyone thought he was petrifying people and was the heir of Slytherin, and then last year when everyone thought he had placed his own name in the Goblet of Fire. He could certainly tolerate a little hero worship. It wasn't as if none of them had actually seen the duel after all, he said sarcastically. Harry had to admit the man did have a point. The first intuitive brewing class had met on Monday morning and everyone who had been selected to attend was flabbergasted at the change in teaching style from Professor Snape and how much they had learned in a single double-class period. Neville hadn't blown anything up, and the atmosphere in the room was considerably more relaxed than anyone could ever remember a potions lesson being. Professor McGonagall had just had the 18s practice changing back and forth into their animagus animals while she worked with the rest of the class. She kept casting a calculating look at Harry whenever she thought he wasn't looking and Harry knew she would be cornering him soon for a full explanation. He wasn't sure what he could tell her. Charms with Professor Flitwick that afternoon was going very well until the professor finished lecturing the class on clothes cleaning charms and sat at his desk to drink a cup of tea. He was still feeling a little rattled from dinner last night. At breakfast he had dished one item and eaten it all, and then dished the second item and finished it all, and nothing had disappeared. So he had decided that it had just been something he had imagined. He poured the hot water into his teacup and went to dunk the teabag when the teabag grew legs and arms and ran away to hide under a stack of parchments. Professor Flitwick cupped his hand down to catch his errant teabag. He picked up his now perfectly normal teabag. He inspected it closely and could find nothing out of the ordinary. He checked it for spells or charms, and finding nothing,
He dipped it towards his cup once more. This time it screamed and blew up, throwing little bits of tea all over his face and robes. Professor Flitwick dismissed the class early and went to go visit Madame Pomfrey. On Tuesday, care of magical creatures was only notable for the fact that Hagrid kept looking wistfully towards the forest as if expecting the dragon from last week to return. He had to keep reminding himself that the class was discussing thestrals, not dragons, but otherwise the class was as normal as Hagrid's classes ever were. That afternoon, Professor Lupin pulled Harry aside as he entered the classroom and warned him that any unusual happening in his history of magic class would be severely dealt with and would begin with a detention with Mr. Filch. His eyes glinted and Harry was reminded that the full moon was tomorrow, and it was better not to mess with a werewolf the day before a full moon, so he sat quietly and took copious notes. Harry's last class on Tuesday afternoon was a practical defense against the dark arts class, and he wasn't looking forward to facing his godfather. The last thing he had heard on Sunday was a roar of outrage as Sirius realized that there had been no potions accident, and that he had been had, royally.
Harry had avoided meeting Sirius eyes as they ate in the Great Hall, and he had been using his magical senses full out to read the aura of people around him in the halls. He wasn't sure who might want to ambush him during passing periods, and he was taking no chances, so he had been able to feel whenever he was getting close to Sirius or Remus in the halls and quickly ducked the other way.
But there was no way to miss him in class, and Harry tried to slink in the back of the classroom without being noticed. He considered altering his appearance, but then he would be counted absent and Sirius would probably notice a boy no one knew in the back of the room. He plastered his most innocent expression on his face and looked at his godfather with trepidation. Harry sank into his seat. The black look on Sirius' face matched Severus at his worst before they went to the past. Harry's classmates looked between Harry and Professor Black and back again. Ron and Hermione looked sympathetic, Neville looked petrified and several of the DA looked ready to leap up and protect their friend before they thought better of it. If Harry couldn't handle it, no one could. Sirius stood at the front of the classroom and called, "Mr. Potter, I need someone to demonstrate a new hex. Please come forward and stand here." He turned to the class and explained how the new binding hexes they were going to learn were dependent upon the strength of the wizard or witch casting them, and the stronger your opponent, the tighter the bonds needed to be. He smiled at Harry as he made a complicated wand movement and Harry found himself shrinking into a little box. Harry just blinked a couple of times, focused and stood up, unfolding as he released the binding. Sirius wasn't smiling the second time as he repeated the casting. This time Harry just pushed his magical core out to his skin and the spell had no effect. Sirius walked over and muttered in a whisper to Harry, "How can I demonstrate to your classmates if you don't show them how the spell works? Baby Harry. Perhaps I had best ask Professor Dumbledore down here to demonstrate it. I understand he is really looking forward to having a rematch against you."
Sirius, frustration was showing in his voice, though nothing was visible in his face. Harry shook his head and meekly answered, "No sir, I won't counter the spell. It won't be necessary for Professor Dumbledore to come down here." Sirius was smiling again as he demonstrated, over and over again how to successfully cast a box-binding spell.
Severus and Harry had bottled up the Potter's Potion into 20 individual dosing vials and taken them up to their new quarters after the last class on Wednesday afternoon. They had invited Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Flitwick, as well as Madame Pomfrey, Minister Bones and an observer from the Department for the Care and Control of Magical Creatures, as well as Sirius to observe the cure of lycanthropy when Remus Lupin was given the vial of Potter's Potion that evening at the rise of the full moon. They would all be arriving at 6:30 since the full moon was scheduled to rise at 7:03 p.m. that night. Harry didn't know who was more nervous that evening, Remus or Sirius. He and Severus had already observed the potion's success before, so they were not nearly as nervous as the two marauders were. Severus had verified with the portrait of Sal that the man had indeed been cured, as had many more before Sal could no longer brew the cure because the ingredients were no longer available. He had expressed great regret at being unable to cure any more, but had taken comfort in being able to help those that he could. The room of requirement in their chambers had provided them with a much more comfortable area than the dungeons of Merlin's castle for this treatment, though the cage looked much the same. The room had even provided a picture frame for James, Lily and Salazar Slytherin to participate. Remus had taken the old wolfsbane potion for the previous 2 days as Severus had instructed, so he knew he would be safe to be around even if the cure didn't work. Remus was almost afraid to hope that he would be free of the curse. It had ruled his life for so long, he was unable to find employment, marry, raise children or any of the other things that he so longed for. Everyone else was in place, sitting in comfortable armchairs around the cage. Remus sat on a spacious cot wrapped in a warm, loose sack-like covering that would keep him warm all night, no matter how much he thrashed. Harry had warned him that the cure was very painful and that as soon as he regained consciousness, they would have a pain-reducing potion and a headache potion ready for him, but he would have to be awake and aware enough to ask for them. Harry handed him a small goblet with a measure of smoking potion and instructed him that he would have to drink it all and drink it in one go, right at the rise of the full moon. Remus gave the boy a strong hug and kissed him lightly on the cheek, smiling and murmuring, "Wish me luck, Harry. If this works, I promise to get Sirius to forgive you for that awful prank with baby Harry." Harry hugged the soon-to-be former werewolf and answered, "Good then, because I know it works. See you in a little while, Uncle Remus." Harry turned and walked out of the enclosure, which the observer from the ministry locked and double-checked. Sirius stood beside Harry and gripped his hand, without even knowing he was doing it. The first beam of the full moon shone through the window, and struck Remus on the side of the face. Severus and Harry both shouted, "Now," and Remus tipped the goblet up and drained it in one long gulping swallow. He gagged, dropping the now empty goblet, and quickly fell down on the soft mattress, shutting his eyes against the pain raging through his thin frame. As it had in the past, the shadow werewolf rose in a black cloud out of Remus, howled, and then exploded in the bright moonlight, the dark fragments dissolving in the bright light of the moon. No one said a word or moved as they waited and waited. A full half-hour passed before Remus started to stir and beeped softly. Harry moved to the door of the cage and softly called, "Remus, you need to wake up now." Sirius joined beside him, tears of joy running down his still gaunt face. "Moony, buddy. Time to wake up and take some potions. Come on, buddy, you can wake up for me." Remus opened his eyes, the full moon shining directly into his face, and glanced down apprehensively at his body. He raised his hands in wonder and amazement. So softly that only Harry and Sirius could hear, he repeated over and over, "It's gone. I'm free. I'm free." He sat up, grabbed his head and beeped. Harry opened the cage with a wave of his hand so that his father could take in the potions for pain. Harry and Sirius right behind him. After swallowing down the pain potions, Remus grabbed all 3 of them in a rib-crushing hug, tears streaming, and whispered, "Thank you. Thank you. I owe you my life, and if there is anything I can ever do to repay you, just ask."
The cage disappeared, and with a quiet, "Dobby, now," from Severus, a table full of drinks and refreshments appeared, and the group gathered to shake hands and to celebrate Remus' freedom. The observers left at around 11 p.m., the ministry promising to provide papers for Remus by the end of tomorrow, declaring him cured of lycanthropy, and planning a press conference for the afternoon to help Remus. Harry and Severus announced the development and method of disbursement of a cure.
Harry thought to himself that this is one time he will be more than happy to be in the papers. The other 19 doses, plus however many more Harry and Severus could brew in the next month, would be available through a lottery of names to any werewolf who submitted their name to the ministry for the cure before the next full moon. It would take many months, and no one actually knew how many werewolves there actually were, but hopefully there would soon be no more. Professor Dumbledore excused Harry from any classes the next day, and so Harry, Severus, Remus and Sirius spent most of the night in front of the fireplace, talking amicably between themselves and the portraits hanging over the mantel. Breakfast the morning after the full moon was peaceful, well except for the odd glares that Professor Flitwick kept giving his plate and teacup, and Harry had high hopes the rest of the day would remain uneventful. At least until he had to go to the press conference at the ministry at 4 p.m. At least they were no longer calling the blasted werewolf cure Potter's potion. He couldn't stand that name. He was all for Lupin's cure. After all, he had helped develop the cure specifically for Remus. Everyone else was just a bonus. He couldn't stand knowing the excruciating the pain he had witnessed Remus go through the night Peter Pettigrew escaped, plagued the quiet man every full moon, and then the days it took for him to recover from transforming each month. Severus was just finishing up an excellent mushroom omelette with grilled tomatoes when Albus leaned over to him and asked him to send Harry to his office right after breakfast. "Is there something wrong, Albus?" Slightly concerned that Harry was already in trouble, again. Albus looked at his son with a twinkle in his eye and handed him the scroll of parchment that he had received from Minister Bones that morning. "Dear Headmaster, I have been petitioned by several of the guilds to provide mastery testing and certification for Mr. Potter Snape Dumbledore. Congratulations on the new son and grandson, by the way, since they feel his talents are being wasted as a fifth-year student at Hogwarts. The guilds that are particularly loud are the Potions, Transfiguration, and quite vociferously, the Dueling and Defense Guild. Though I suspect the others won't be far behind. Madam Marchbanks has looked through the educational rules and regulations and has found that Mr. Dumbledore must take OWLs and NEWTs before he can submit for mastery testing. There are no rules in place for any exceptions. She has taken the liberty of scheduling Mr. Dumbledore's OWLs for next week starting on Monday the 22nd, and his NEWTs for the first week in February, starting on Monday the 5th. If this is not acceptable, I will be available to speak to you, your son, and your grandson after the press conference this afternoon. I would also like to extend an invitation to the three of you to join me tonight for dinner. I assure you, it will be a private one. I have many questions about the 2 weeks that Professor Snape Dumbledore and Mr. Harry Potter Snape Dumbledore were missing. Sincerely, Amelia Bones, Minister for Magic. Severus looked at his father and then as one they turned to stare at Harry. The boy felt two men staring at him, and turning from his friends at the Gryffindor table he found two pairs of eyes on him. Twinkling blue ones from his grandfather with a proud expression on his face, and coal-black ones with an evil smirk on his father's face. With a bewildered expression, Harry mentally sent to Severus, "What's wrong now? What did I do?"
Severus' smirk grew even more pronounced. "What have you done now, boy?" Severus noted the pain and hurt that flitted across his son's face before a stoic mask slid into place, showing no emotion whatsoever. Severus knew that mask from his own face only too well. "Harry, son, what did I say to upset you? What's wrong? I was only teasing you." Harry gave himself a mental shake and a kick in the bum. "It's just what Vernon used to say, before he would beat me. And, I know you aren't going to come and break bones and throw me in a closet without food for days, but what you said, it just triggers the memories." Severus stood up quickly and swept out of the great hall, robes billowing behind him, as he sent, "Harry, come meet me now." Harry had lost any appetite he had, and stood up to slowly walk out to the entrance hall. His father was waiting for him, and after making sure his son saw him and was aware of what he was doing, he wrapped him up in his long arms and held him. "Let's go up to Albus' office now. Can you take us, child?" he asked gently.
Without a word, the two, father and son, disappeared from sight. Albus had noticed the sudden flash of fear and then the total shutdown of expression on Harry's face, but had no idea what had happened to the child. He left through the rear door and hurried to his office so that he could call Severus and find out exactly what was wrong. He was surprised to find his two boys sitting on the couch in his office. A muscular, athletic 6'3" Harry trying his best to curl up and sit on his father's lap, and Severus Snape, snarky git of the dungeons, letting him, speaking softly in his ear and lightly keying the top of Harry's head while holding him tightly wrapped up in his arms. Severus looked up at his father, worry evident in his eyes as he said simply, "I inadvertently triggered a flashback to the Dursleys with a phrase his uncle used. Harry has spoken in the past with Rowena and Helga, but very little with me. He had given me his memories, so I understood, and we have never really talked over what happened. It always seemed there was so much else going on, we always put it off, and now, it appears, we no longer can. It is time to deal with Harry's past. We need to get rid of this baggage once and for all, so that Harry can move on from here." Albus sat beside Severus and wrapped his arms around them both. "Harry, child, if your father gives you a calming potion, do you think you could show us what happened in a pensieve? We need to understand, just as much as you need to see that what they did to you was not right. You were never at fault. Looking at it in the pensieve helps you to analyze what went on better than just looking at your own memories. Can you help us to understand how to help you, child?" Harry nodded his head against his father's chest. He really didn't want to do this, but he knew he needed to finally get rid of all the doubt and worry that he really had done something to deserve the treatment that he had received all those years. Severus reached into his pocket and pulled out the emergency potions pouch that he now kept in all of his robes, and enlarging it, selected a strong calming solution. He handed it to Harry, who recognized it, took off the cap and swallowed it down. After a couple of minutes, he nodded again to his father and sat up, the potion not allowing him to feel embarrassed about sitting on Severus' lap. His grandfather had emptied out his pensieve and placed it on a small table in front of the three. Harry opened the padlocked door inside his mind and started taking out the worst memories he had of his time with the Dursleys. The ones he had never shared with anyone. The horrific ones that he didn't even admit to himself existed. His finger touched his temple and the silvery substance in the pensieve again and again. With his grandfather and father holding him tightly, he touched his finger to the silvery substance and they were all pulled in. He was only about 2 years old and he was locked in the cupboard, hungry, his nappies soppy and his bottom so rashed and irritated that the skin had cracked and bled. He could hear the sounds of Dudley's birthday party going on, the children laughing, the adults talking and sharing stories of their children's antics. The tears on the boy's face silently leaving tracks down his frail, malnourished face. Harry, dressed in huge, ill-fitting rags, hiding behind his aunt who was proudly telling the new preschool teacher all about how smart and wonderful her son Dudley was, and how the teacher was just going to love having him in her class. The teacher asked about the other boy standing as still as a shadow behind her and Petunia twisting up her face as if she smelled dog droppings. "Oh, that's just Potter. His drunken parents got themselves killed and now we're stuck with the imbecile. He's truly stupid. Just put him in a corner somewhere. There's no use trying to teach him anything." Harry was trying hard not to cry, fearful of looking around or even being noticed, as being noticed was a sure way of getting in trouble at the Dursleys. Harry being laughed at and bullied on the playground because he hadn't known his first name or when his birthday was. Dudley was leading the taunting, pushing him down in the dirt and kicking his legs. "I told you he was a retard. You can't teach him nothing, 'cause he's too stupid to learn." Harry, proudly bringing home a perfect spelling paper only to have it ripped out of his hands. A purple-faced Vernon yelling at him, "You freak, you're trying to make my son look bad, you're worthless, just like your drunken parents. Freaks like you aren't even human, they're just things. Things like you belong in cupboards. They don't belong at the table with people." His uncle then threw him against the wall hard enough to crack his skull and send blood streaming down the back of his head. When Harry started to cry, his uncle backhanded him, screaming, "Things don't get to cry, freaks aren't human." His uncle then locked him in the cupboard and said, 2 days, no food, and then I'll think about letting you out, freak." "What did you do now, boy?" "Nothing, Uncle Vernon, I'm sorry, I don't know what happened, I didn't turn her hair blue, honest." "Liar, you little freak, get in your cupboard." His uncle had been holding on to his arms so hard that bruises were already appearing. The tiny child's shirt had slid down one bony shoulder where cuts, and bruises upon bruises were visible on the pale skin. Harry screwing up his courage to tell a teacher at recess that his uncle had been beating him and had broken a rib by kicking him. The same teacher meeting Vernon on the golf course and telling Vernon that his nephew was trying to spread lies about him in school. "Freaks deserve everything they get, see, no one believes you. No one wants you. No one cares what happens to freaks." His uncle picked him up and threw him down the stairs, then dragging him by one arm, shoved him into the dark cupboard. Harry began crying softly and grabbed his broken leg and wishing with all his heart that it would stop hurting. A soft golden glow surrounding the boy, unseen because his eyes were clamped shut, surrounding the leg and healing the wound. The memories continued, escalating through the years as Vernon realized he could beat the child and even break bones and the boy just healed himself so no one found out. The sadistic pleasure that Vernon got, growing as the years passed, and standing back and watching his former self, Harry saw the bright light of insanity begin to show more and more in his uncle's eyes. The three flew out of the pensieve and back to the couch where Harry shuddered in his father's lap, face buried tightly against the familiar comforting chest, encircled in his warm arms and listening to his silky, soothing voice. Albus was rubbing his hand gently up and down the child's back when he felt him stiffen, wipe the tears off of his face, and sit upright. Harry's face held an expression of sheer determination and resolve. Looking first at Albus and then at Severus, Harry began to explain. "Thank you, Dad and Grandpa, for making me face those memories. I can see it now, and finally know, deep in every part of me, that I did nothing to deserve what those bastards did to me. Helga and Rowena helped me a lot, but until I actually stood outside and watched, I never fully believed, but I do now." He hugged his father and kissed him gently on the cheek, turned to his grandfather and did the same. "Thank you for being with me, and making me face and conquer my fears." The three sat and discussed what they had seen and how proud they were of Harry being finally able to put it behind him. They all knew that Harry would still probably have a few panic attacks and flashbacks, but they should fade in frequency and duration as time went on. After an hour or more, Harry finally looked at his family and asked, "Now, why were you looking at me so weird over breakfast this morning?" Albus chuckled and showed him the letter. Harry was startled but not really nervous about the testing. He already had passed 17 master's tests. How hard could 5th year OWLs be? Severus left the two men discussing what they would say and do at the press conference that afternoon and went to teach his 7th year Slytherin Dunderhead class. He sighed and thought gratefully, "I will never have to teach another of these classes again. I wonder if I can give a series of difficult tests and just manage to fail each one of these students out of my class so there is no one left." Remus and Sirius had sent Tobias Trencher, one of the Aurors that used to work at Azkaban, to buy more gerbil food. Tobias was on his third stop at a discount pet store. They wanted to spread their purchases out. How many people had over 300 gerbils to feed, after all? The stop was only a block or two away from Diagon Alley, but that shouldn't be a problem. It was still in Muggle territory. Unknown to him, a Death Eater who had recognized him was following him stealthily, waiting for his chance. When Tobias stepped out of the store, carrying 2 big bags of gerbil pellets, heading around the corner to the alley, there was someone waiting for him who sent a stunning spell from behind a big rubbish bin. He fell to the ground before he knew he was even in trouble. The Death Eater snuck up on him and cast an imperious curse, implanting a directive to free any captured Death Eaters he came in contact with. The Death Eater enervated him, and then cast an Obliviate. Tobias picked up the bags he had inexplicably dropped and apparated back to Grimmauld Place without suspecting a thing. Harry spent the rest of the Thursday afternoon setting up the ingredients and cauldrons to brew more Lupin's Cure for the next full moon. Headmaster Dumbledore had told all the staff members at lunch that Harry would be taking his OWLs next week, so he would no longer be attending classes in order to give him time to revise. After quelling the outrage that announcement fostered, the headmaster finally convinced them that he had every confidence in Mr. Potter passing his examinations, and that the staff did not need to take time to help him strenuously revise during the next 3 days. Harry was actually pleased to be released from classes. They had been a constant strain to not show his abilities, and a terrible temptation to pull pranks just to keep class interesting. Madame Pomfrey had recognized the source of Professor Flitwick's mysterious hallucinations and strongly urged him to cease and desist or face the consequences. Harry didn't think that was the time to mention he had wanted to duel her instead of Severus, but he was tempted. By 3:30 he was dressed in his formal robes and waiting for his father to arrive in the headmaster's office. Harry was going to apparat the 3 of them directly to the Ministry atrium, saving them the time to walk down to the apparition point outside Hogwarts wards, and it was snowing rather heavily. The 3 men appeared in the apparition area and were waved through. No one asked Albus Dumbledore for his wand. Harry didn't even carry one, and the guard had had Professor Snape as his potions instructor just 2 years ago. It was his job to register visitors' wands, but he was too intimidated to even try to step up to the man who still had the power to make him feel like an ignorant first year with just a glare. And the man was certainly glaring now. Severus hated the press. They had pilloried him after the last fall of the Dark Lord. They would probably love to splash his private life all over the front page once again, and Severus was worried over what they would print about Harry. Before the kidnapping, the Daily Prophet was declaring that Voldemort hadn't returned. Dumbledore was lying and Potter was an attention-seeking, deranged and possibly dangerous teenager. Since their return they had admitted that Voldemort was back, and Dumbledore was telling the truth all along, but they hadn't really said much about Harry, and Severus was worried they would still attack his son. Though all the stories about the duel had been very favorable, he would hate to have them decide that maybe Harry was the next Dark Lord. He wouldn't put it past them just to try to sell papers. The almost visible black cloud of Severus' thoughts made everyone unconsciously give the threesome a wide berth as they traveled through the ministry on their way to Madame Bone's conference area. Albus was gripping tightly to a large tightly wrapped rectangular package. Harry was walking lost in his own thoughts behind him, and Severus looked like thunder and lightning would begin flashing any moment around his head. There were just 5 minutes left before the press conference would begin, when they swept into the large room that was already milling with people. Albus walked up to the front, conjuring a tripod to set his package on, and then sat at a chair at the long table, motioning Harry and Severus to sit beside him. Remus was already sitting at the other end of the table, the official from the Care and Control of Magical Creatures office, Mr. Blackstone, sitting beside him. There were only 2 chairs left unoccupied at the table, and the reporters and visitors were scrambling to find seats in the audience. Exactly at 4 p.m., Minister Bones and Arthur Weasley entered and sat. A clerk called for silence and the conference began. Minister Bones began reading from a prepared statement. Gentle witches and wizards, we are here today to announce and commemorate freedom for a segment of our population that has long been shunned and oppressed. With the development of a miraculous potion by 2 remarkably talented and diligent wizards, they have the chance to live a normal and productive life once more. We will begin with a statement from Mr. Barnabas Blackstone. From the Care and Control of Magical Creatures office, Mr. Blackstone. Mr. Blackstone stood and announced, I was present and witnessed the ingestion and subsequent cure of lycanthropy on January the 17th, of one Mr. Remus Lupin. He gestured toward Remus, and have performed every known diagnostic test for lycanthropy subsequently, and have found him to be completely free of the curse. The potion was administered as the full moon was rising. The curse was dispelled and Mr. Lupin remained untransformed in the full moonlight for the remainder of the evening. The crowd finally settled down to listen to the rest of Mr. Blackstone's statement only after Mr. Weasley called the Aurors from the sides of the room and threatened expulsion for anyone not immediately returned to their seat. Mr. Blackstone continued, this potion, called Lupin's Cure, will be available at no cost to any werewolf registering themselves at my office. There will be approximately 60 doses available for the full moon on February the 14th, and then more doses each month until everyone registered has received their cure. We will place all names received into a drawing and pull the names out at random for each month's doses. Priority will be given for children and anyone with a medical condition making it dangerous for them to undergo another transformation. Any questions can be directed to my office beginning at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. I give you the developers of this miraculous potion, Mr. Harry Potter and Professor Severus Snape. Harry and Severus stood to thunderous clapping and shouted questions. Harry pulled out his wand and cast a sweeping silencio across the crowd. The sudden silence was almost eerie after the previous cacophony. Madame Bones looked at him in admiration. You need to teach me to do that one, my boy. That would be very useful. Harry looked slightly embarrassed as he nodded at the minister. Severus began speaking. As many of you are aware, I began working on the Wolfsbane potion over 10 years ago. This potion, while not curing lycanthropy, allowed the werewolf to retain his human intellect and reasoning, even when transformed into a werewolf during the full moon. I had been unable to develop this formula further until my brilliant colleague suggested a unique and creative new ingredient and brewing method. This potion was then developed through collaboration between Mr. Potter and me. But the insight and original idea for this cure is all Mr. Potter's inspiration. I am grateful that he has allowed me to be an integral part in the development of this potion that will cure those afflicted with lycanthropy once and for all. Thank you. Any questions about the specific ingredients or brewing techniques will not be answered at this time. This is a patented brew and is only available through the ministry. All questions should be forwarded to the ministry for clarification. Thank you. Severus clasped Harry on the shoulder. The boy released the spell and the two sat down. The audience was still too stunned to speak, when Albus Dumbledore stood up and waved his wand at the wrapped package. The brown paper disappeared to show a portrait of Salazar Slytherin and Godric Gryffindor, who opened their eyes and looked around. The group gasped almost as one and waited to hear what the two mortal enemies would say. Godric spoke first. Hello, gentle people. I am truly Godric Gryffindor. I will speak first because there are more pictures of me, enough for most of you to recognize me at first sight. My brother-in-law, Salazar, and I have come here today to dispel many of the myths that surround us and our descendants. I was shocked to find just how much of our early history has been lost, either through ignorance or deliberate action. We were recently uncovered in a hidden room at Hogwarts and have been verified to be authentic through age testing and questions that only the founders would know the answers to. And yes, I did say Salazar is my brother-in-law. He is married to my sister, Helga Hufflepuff, and along with my beautiful wife, Rowena Ravenclaw, we started Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in 996 in order to battle the encroaching darkness that threatened our world. Salazar spoke up, due to an indiscretion when I was 14. It is claimed I produced a bastard son with the daughter of the local pub owner. I was with a group of older apprentices that thought to introduce me to the joys of mulled mead. And even after 1,000 years, I am ashamed to say that I truly do not remember what happened that evening. 16 years later, a boy stepped out and claimed to be the child of myself and the tavern owner's daughter who was working that evening. That child claimed for himself the name of Slytherin and began a campaign of hatred toward muggles and muggle-born witches and wizards that still plagues your world today. This child was never proven to actually be my child, nor have I ever given credence to or acknowledged his claim to be my heir. He never had it, he never will. I do not deny he could have been a child of mine. He could also have been a child of any of my companions or of anyone else who frequented that tavern. Your Lord Voldemort, in actual fact one named Tom Morvolo Riddle, might be a descendant of that bastard who claimed to be my son. But he is not and never has been the heir of the true Slytherin, me or one of my two legitimate sons. I do not condone his methods or his beliefs. Without the infusion of Muggle blood into the wizarding line, we would soon be inbred to be nothing but squibs. My lovely wife Helga would be excited to prove that to you using the breeding of purebred dogs. If you could stand to hear her lecture you on it for days on end. There was a nervous giggle heard at this small joke from the back of the room, but otherwise everyone was silent and in awe at hearing directly from the founders. Godric took up the narrative. I eventually had to fight and kill the one who claimed the name of Slytherin, and many good people had fallen on both sides. Many years before, Salazar had been injured when the ceiling of a cave collapsed upon him while he was collecting rare potions ingredients. He was gravely injured and it took many long months for him to recover, though he was never again able to walk without severe pain. The injury and subsequent recovery had greatly changed his appearance, and when he was able to return to Hogwarts, for his safety, and the safety of his family, and because of the growing outrage of both wizards and muggles concerning the name of Slytherin, he changed his name and never left the castle again. Salazar finished up, the myth that Godric and I became mortal enemies and that I left the school because they were admitting muggle-born students is just that. A myth. Some of our original and most promising students were muggle-born, and in fact my eldest son and heir, married a very powerful and brilliant muggle-born witch. I loved her as a daughter and each of the 6 beautiful grandchildren she bore to my son have cherished places within my heart. The Chamber of Secrets was simply called Slytherin's Chamber and was where I developed several dangerous potions safely away from the school, and where I could retreat when my injuries made me too vulnerable to attack. The basilisk was a pet of the 6th headmaster of Hogwarts, who was a parselmouth and brought the snake back with him from a journey to Egypt. Thank you for your help in spreading the truth and dispelling these dangerous myths. The 2 portraits nodded to Harry and Severus and disappeared to return to their other frames still at Hogwarts. It took a silencio from Harry to calm the crowd down enough for them to ask one question at a time. So who is the heir of Slytherin and what did he change his name to? Minister Bones held up a sheaf of parchment. I have documents that have been held in trust for over 1,000 years at Gringotts showing the bloodline of the true Salazar Slytherin. That have been charmed to be self-updating. The name listed to be the heir of Slytherin is Lord Severus Snape. I also have the same documents for Godric Gryffindor that identifies his rightful heir as Lord Harry Potter. The name that Slytherin changed his to is not identified. I might assume he changed it to Snape, which is an old goblin word for snake. A new round of shouts and bellowed questions came from the audience, making it impossible to hear any one question clearly. 2 reporters had to be physically ejected before the room settled down once more. After several questions clarifying the information about the founders, Madam Bones directed the questioners to change to a new topic. About that cure, what happens if they don't want to come to the ministry to be identified as a werewolf? Are you not going to cure them? Mr. Weasley stepped forward. Only by coming to the ministry will they receive the cure. The preparation of the potion requires precise brewing and must be taken with precise timing and proper supervision. It will not be available privately. We are not interested in prosecuting anyone or locking anyone up. We merely want to keep control of the cure in the hands of proper authorities. And as soon as a person has been cured, their name will be stricken from the rolls of werewolves. And they will be free to begin their life as a law-abiding witch or wizard. Lord Potter, what did you add to the wolfsbane to make it become a cure, instead of just a palliative?
As was stated earlier, the exact ingredients and brewing methods will be sealed by the Ministry. It is too volatile and dangerous for someone to try to brew it themselves. As for the ingredients, only Professor Snape or I are able to harvest them. The location of the critical ingredient is known only to the two of us and will remain that way, a closely guarded secret. Harry stated emphatically.
Madam Bones rose abruptly, declared the press conference over and waved the others at the table out the back entrance. The Aurors guarded the door to ensure no one unauthorized could follow them. Mr. Blackstone bid them goodbye and returned to his office to help his staff gear up for the inundation of werewolves they expected in the morning. Mr. Weasley left to return to the Burrow for dinner with his family. Remus hugged the three from Hogwarts goodbye, keying Harry gently on his cheek and thanking him again. I need to get back to Sirius. He and Moody are expanding and rearranging Gerbil Land this evening. The adult male section is getting overcrowded and we need to expand their cages and add some more tubing to allow them to move around without crowding. We also need to fix up something for Lucius. He's getting really obsessive about getting to Draco. And Draco has stopped eating and just hides under the shavings. Harry snorted. We could give him his own ball and let Buckbeak play croquet, you know, with wire hoops and sticks, or maybe a rubber ball, and teach him how to play basketball. Severus leaned down and whispered into Harry's ear. We could let him escape and return to Tom as a gerbil. I wonder how Nagini would like to play with him. Harry looked at his father in astonishment. That's just mean, funny, but mean. Dinner with Madam Bones was very interesting. They wound up telling her about their trip to the past and how they had become a family. She was astonished about Harry's training and his 17 masteries. She was apologetic about Harry having to take both OWLs and NEWTs since he had already passed his master's certifications, but she could see no way around them without divulging where the two had been, and no one wanted that information out. They had just finished pudding and were sitting back enjoying a good cup of tea, when a junior clerk came running in with an urgent message for the Hogwarts 3. Dumbledore took the parchment and opened it quickly. Scrawled there, in handwriting he recognized as old Mad-Eye Moody's, was the following message. Dumbledore, Snape and Harry apparated directly from the Ministry to outside the door of No. 12 Grimmauld Place and swiftly climbed the now gleaming stairs to the newly painted red front door. They opened the door into utter chaos. Sirius as Padfoot and McGonagall as Tabby were madly chasing gerbils back from the front door. Mad-Eye Moody and Remus had large butterfly nets, and were scooping up gerbils and dumping them in a tall plastic bucket as the dog and cat herded them close. Ron, changed into his lion form, was sitting on the bottom stair, guarding the way down, and little gerbils were running in and out of the upstairs doors, trying to escape but finding the way down the stairs blocked by a ferocious adolescent lion. Dumbledore grabbed Harry's hand and without a word being spoken, the two linked in power. Dumbledore as the secret keeper was tied directly into the house's protective wards, so Dumbledore channeled the power and the access, while Harry threw up a block preventing any animal, no matter how small, from gaining entrance or exit from the house. Severus transformed into a bat and flew up to the ballroom, snatching gerbils up in his tiny hands and dropping them into the plexiglass containers that were strategically placed along the way. The plastic combined with the height of the containers made it impossible for the gerbils to climb up and out to escape again. Severus almost fell out of the air at the sight that greeted him when he entered the devastated ballroom. The young Auror, Tobias, was bound and stunned in one corner, but it looked like he had been stepped on rather soundly by Buckbeak several times before being bound. Hundreds of multicolored gerbils were dashing about, making it difficult to concentrate on any one animal. Buckbeak and several cats were playing a weird form of tag with a group of gerbils by the blasted and twisted wreckage of the gerbil habitat. It looked like it had been blasted by several reducto curses before melting into grotesque modern art. Hagrid was bellowing and scooping up rodents with a magically enlarged and adapted vacuum cleaner, obviously McGonagall's work. The dizzy and dusty gerbils were being beeped up and deposited into a large clear plastic trash bag that was slung on a strap over his large shoulder. One of the Weasley twins was throwing what looked like spider webs. Trapping the gerbils against the polished oak flooring of the ballroom, the other twin was sending what looked like muggle bubbles out of the end of his wand. They didn't pop when hitting the floor, but took off at great speed toward any free gerbil. When the bubble came in contact with a gerbil, it enveloped it, and the bubble then transformed into a yellow plastic gerbil ball, which then rolled over and attached itself to a growing chain of yellow balls that was getting quite long, like some bizarre children's toy. Harry and Dumbledore ran up the stairs after strengthening the house's wards, and surveyed the site of battle for only a moment before dashing into action. Harry conjured several long snakes and sent them down any holes in the walls in search of gerbils who had escaped in that manner. Dumbledore stood in the center of the floor, spinning in place with his wand over his head like a cowboy with a lasso. He accio-ed the gerbils that were running freely in the room by the handfuls, and deposited them into the plastic containers. Severus transformed back to his human form and conjured lids with funnels for the containers. He then started flicking his wand and moving the gerbil balls and spider-webbed gerbils into the containers. Harry went out on the landing and looking down over the railing, he spun several mini tornadoes, sweeping up the small escaped prisoners while leaving the much heavier people and animals standing in the hallway. He carefully guided his tornadoes over a tall empty container that McGonagall had quickly conjured after resuming human form. Harry put the tails of the tornadoes into the funnel on the top and released the wind, thanking it for its assistance.
Gerbil after gerbil slid down the funnel and into the plexiglass, too dizzy and shocked to do more than fall in layer after layer of Death Eater fuzz balls on the bottom and eventually halfway up the sides.
Mad Eye swept his magical eye around the entrance and declared it rodent-free. He walked up the stairs slowly, almost too tired to climb, his madly spinning eye gazing into every crack, crevice and hole. He would occasionally point out a spot and one of the people following him would stun, scoop or capture the few remaining free gerbils. After the tired group entered the ballroom, Mad-Eye Moody began running his magical eye around the walls, pointing out hiding gerbils within them. Harry sent his snakes to drag them out, Hagrid beat them out with his vacuum cleaner, Sirius and Remus just blasted a hole in the wall beside them and reaching in, grabbed them with their bare hands. Molly and Arthur Weasley came up the stairs dragging a plastic sack full of stunned gerbils that they had managed to keep from escaping through the pipes in the basement. They looked exhausted, but very pleased. After an exhausting and adrenaline-filled 45 minutes, Mad Eye proclaimed every gerbil still on the premises captured or dead, and the various gerbil posse members gathered into the ballroom to begin to assess the damages. Molly eyed her son, the lion, with a glance that said, "We will be speaking later, and at great length." It was surprising to see a lion cowered before a slightly short, dumpy woman, but in the excitement, Ron had been unable to clear his mind enough to focus on returning to human form. Professor McGonagall took pity on him and spelled him back to normal, before sliding in exhaustion down the ballroom wall by the others. With the gerbils now in captivity once more, everyone was slumped on the floor and just sat, catching their breath. Sirius eventually had his 3 new house elves bring up sandwiches and drinks for the tired gerbil hunters. The elves had managed to keep any gerbils from reaching the attics and freedom through the attic vents. Ginny had stood as her white tiger in front of the ballroom fireplace to keep any from escaping up the chimney, sending many gerbils back in fear of her. But she had managed to transform back before her mother could see her. Mad-Eye Moody took charge of Tobias, removing the imperious curse, and then enervating him and releasing him from his bindings. Tobias was very upset with what he had done. I'm sorry, I tried not to do it, but I couldn't resist entirely. I only transformed the first one, Lucius Malfoy, before throwing off the curse, but he managed to knock me down while I was still fighting the curse and grabbed my wand. I was able to scream for help before he stunned me, and that's all I remember. I tried, but I wasn't strong enough. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Dumbledore patted him on the shoulder where he lay on the floor, waiting for Madame Pomfrey to arrive to heal his injuries.
We appreciate what you were able to do, Tobias. This would have been much worse if we had all these wizards free in the house. Fighting off the curse enough to warn the others saved them. The Death Eaters would have been able to physically overcome all of you and escape as humans and then return to Tom. We will soon know who and how many have escaped. Do not trouble yourself further, son. it could not be helped, and feel proud of fighting off that curse and warning your fellows.
Madame Pomfrey bustled into the ballroom at that moment, dropped the large satchel she was carrying, and hands on hips, surveyed the scene of battle. So who is actually hurt in this mess? Where are my patients? She eyed the long row of exhausted witches and wizards slumped and leaning against the wall of the devastated ballroom, and the large quantity of huge plastic containers full of roiling, teeming fuzzy rodents with evident distrust and distaste. Dumbledore called her over to care for Tobias and then explained what was needed from her in regard to the many large containers of gerbils that writhed and wriggled within them. Poppy called Severus over and consulted quietly with the potions master. Severus reached into his robes and selected 3 vials of potions which Poppy administered to the injured and still embarrassed Auror. The now fed and partially recovered warriors stood up reluctantly as Mad Eye clumped back into the room, carrying a thick sheaf of parchments and an enchanted quill. Albus, if I might ask you to repair the habitats, then we can begin the process of identifying the gerbils, to see just who and how many are missing.
Albus nodded, gestured to Harry to join him, and they began waving their wands, Harry holding his empty stick in his right hand, to repair the structure.
Professor McGonagall re-entered the room and drew her wand to assist in the repairs. The plastic tubing seemed to melt in reverse as it flowed back up and into perfect shape, the habitats rebuilding themselves, so that the structure soon looked exactly as it had the day before when Sirius and Remus had shown it off to Harry and Severus, minus a few hundred inhabitants that is.
Poppy asked Ron, Ginny, Hermione, George and Fred to each begin by grabbing a gerbil apiece and holding it up.
She taught Remus, Sirius, Molly, Arthur, and Tobias the quick spell that showed the name and condition of the gerbil in a teen's hand. They would each then announce to Mad Eye and his charmed parchments which prisoner their gerbil was so the quill would mark them off, and then pass it to Madame Pomfrey if their gerbil was in need of medical attention. Otherwise they would replace it into the proper colored tubing. Injured gerbils would be given to Madame Pomfrey and she would have Minerva, Severus or Albus then transform them long enough to heal them and then transform them back into gerbil form.
Harry was entrusted with returning each identified and treated gerbil back into the proper habitats. When they were done, they would be able to tell how many, and just who it was that were missing. They found very few that were injured badly, apparently gerbils could take a licking and keep on ticking. Most of the witches and wizards there just looked at Sirius oddly when he announced that, but Harry, Hermione and Remus, and strangely enough, Professor Dumbledore laughed heartily.
It was a slow and tedious task, but with 5 teams working the job went much quicker. It still took over 2 hours to complete the task, and at the end only 19 gerbils were unaccounted for, and presumed to have escaped from the house before Professor Dumbledore and Harry had been able to seal it. They could only assume they had been restored to human form by Malfoy before escaping out the window they had broken in the ballroom, since they couldn't apert out, and the fireplace up here wasn't attached to the flow system. Bellatrix Lestrange had not escaped since her habitat wasn't connected with any other and her tubing had not been damaged, but she had been squashed flat when Buckbeak apparently landed on her cage while chasing escapees. The tubing for the teenagers had been melted, but none of them wanted to leave so they had all stayed secure, huddled in an undamaged corner. Malfoy, Pettigrew, Nott, McNair and 14 other Death Eaters had presumably escaped.
The remains of 7 gerbils had been identified as former Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, and 5 other former Ministry workers. They had been in the way of the initial blast and were killed instantly when the habitat they were in had exploded. The last very ugly, much squashed dead gerbil was identified as Dolores Umbridge. She had apparently been caught by one of Arabella Figg's cats who had tormented it and when it stopped playing, thrown it against a wall, where she had broken her little neck.
Harry's uncle Vernon was the last one identified among the missing. Aunt Petunia had been found crouching fearfully inside the ruined wreckage of her purple habitat.
Harry felt his father's warm arms encircling his shoulders as he was drawn into a comforting hug.
"Are you all right, child? I know he was abusive and despicable to you, but remember, he is still in gerbil form and only a wizard will be able to transform him back. I know that Lucius and the others would not bother to restore him. He would be useless to them. If they had transformed him to discover a muggle, they would have killed him instantly." Severus brushed his lips across the boy's soft hair. "I would like to be here for you, but you will need to tell me how I can help."
Harry hugged him back, soaking up the warm feeling of safety and comfort. More than anything else, I feel relief that he can never touch me again. I never thought of him as a father. He was always Dudley's father, and in fact, I never even considered him as an uncle after I met Sirius and Remus. I think I will be all right. I appreciate the offer though. It has been a very long, very stressful day. Can we just go home? Severus drew Harry with him as he walked over to talk to Albus. Albus leaned next to Harry's ear to quietly ask his grandson, "Is there anything you need, Harry? I will do my best to help you with anything that you require." He noticed that the boy was almost as tall as he was now. He could no longer see easily over the top of his head, and soon they would be eye to eye. Harry let go of Severus with one arm to wrap it around his grandfather's waist and leaned his head onto the old man's shoulder. "Thanks, Grandpa, but I will be fine. I'm just very tired and a little stressed out from this day. It has been very emotional, what with the pensieve, the press conference, meeting with Madame Bones, and then topped off with all of this."
Severus nodded to his father. "I'm going to take Harry home now, and I will give him a dreamless sleep potion tonight. He needs a dream-free night, and I think even Hogwarts will need a little assistance in calming him after this day. I will talk to you later, Father, when he is settled in our quarters. Will you come to them, or will I need to come to your office?" "No, child, it will be all right in your quarters. I have some questions about the wards around Hogwarts that I would like to discuss with the founders. Now that you no longer bear the dark mark, perhaps the wards can be modified to refuse to admit anyone wearing that evil brand, whether it is visible or not.
And we need to have a warning system in place against any animagus who enters intending to harm anyone within the castle. I have had several ideas over the years, but they would all have required 2 elemental masters, and I have never had another one to work with. I'm sure, Harry, that you will be able to assist in replenishing and perhaps modifying the wards, since you are one of the original casters of them."
"Of course, Grandpa. I will need to discuss them with Merlin, but that should be no problem. And I still need to work on Lupin's cure before I begin my OWLs next week. Severus, could I impose upon you to return the Weasley children and Hermione to Hogwarts with you? It was good that they were in Minerva's office planning a surprise for Molly's birthday, when the call came in so that they could assist in the gerbil roundup. The twins in particular were most creative, though all of them were very helpful." "Of course, Father." Severus motioned the other teens to come with them as they gathered closely together and touched the tea towel that Albus had turned into a portkey. They arrived back in Professor Snape's office, and he quickly turned to the students. "Not one word is to get out about what happened tonight. Is that understood?" When they all nodded in agreement, he had Harry apport them all back to their new quarters, where they could leave without anyone paying them any attention, as they were known to be frequent guests, especially in the evenings. Severus had his son get ready for bed, even though it was still early and not yet curfew. He handed Harry a vial of dreamless sleep and sat on the edge of his bed, gently brushing the black hair off of his forehead and removing the boy's glasses when his eyes drooped tiredly and refused to open again. "Good night, son. Sleep well and we'll talk in the morning." He waited several minutes more to make sure Harry was deeply asleep, and then with a whispered, "I love you," that was almost too soft to be heard, he turned and left the room. Early the next morning, a young lady of about 24 spotted a dirty, bedraggled gerbil lying in the grass beside No. 10 Grimmauld Drive. "Oh, you poor thing, are you lost? Here, let me take you to someplace where you can be safe." She scooped him up and put him into her bag. She caught her bus and went merrily to work, thinking about where she could put her new gerbil. She asked her office partner, Sue, if she could use the old aquarium that she no longer needed. When Sue gave her permission, she took the 50-gallon glass tank into her room and set it on a small table beneath a large window. She scrounged around in the room's closets and came up with some old rags which she used to make a bed for her new pet, and a large piece of wire netting to keep the rodent in his tank. The gerbil settled in and had just gone to sleep when he was rudely awoken by the sound of children's loud and excited voices. "Children, this is our new classroom pet. We will have to decide upon a name for him. So Mr. Gerbil, welcome to your new home, Ms. Carver's 2-year-old preschool class. Now, who wants to hold him?" Vernon blanched and wished he had never left Petunia. The newly escaped Death Eaters flopped around the dining room table at the Malfoy Manor and picked at the remains of a very large meal that had been provided for them by the surprised house elves. Lucius was upset that he had found no trace of his wife Narcissa, and everything portable and of value had disappeared, including the key to the family vault at Gringotts. Where could that witch have gone to? He thought increasingly black thoughts as they sat and waited for the Dark Lord's call on their dark marks so they could apparate to his side, wherever he was.
Albus Dumbledore was enjoying a quiet peaceful sleep, no dreams, and no nightmares, wrapped in the warmth of a thick down comforter in his huge four-poster bed when he became aware of a small being jumping up and down beside his head, calling his name. "Professor Dumbledore, sir." "Headmaster, sir." "Hughes is needing to be awake." "Wheeze is not knowing what's to do, sir."
"Yes, Snag. What is it?" Dumbledore was one of those lucky individuals who had the ability to come completely awake if the situation warranted it. "What do you need me to do?" "Good sir, the gates is holding out many werewolves and they is demanding to enter and have the cure. They is insisting to see Mr. Harry Potter, sir. And we's is not knowing what to do with them."
Albus sighed, rubbed the bridge of his nose and placed his spectacles on his long, crooked nose. "I will be down shortly. Please contact the ministry for me, specifically Minister Bones, Mr. Weasley and Mr. Blackstone if you would." "Thank you, Snag." He swung his feet out of his warm bed and felt for his fuzzy slippers as he grabbed his dressing gown off the end of the bed. And it had been such a wonderful deep sleep.
The headmaster had called Professors McGonagall, Flitwick and Snape to assist him with the very large crowd now gathered restlessly and loudly outside the, fortunately, closed gates of Hogwarts.
They were having very little success getting the crowd quieted down and were seriously considering stunning several of the most outspoken of the mob, when with a series of cracks, the Minister for Magic, the head of magical law enforcement, the head of the Office for the Care and Control of Magical Creatures and a small army of Aurors apparated onto the platform of the Hogwarts Express, the Aurors quickly spreading out and surrounding the crowd.
Using a sonorous charm, Madam Bones called out to the crowd.
"Gentle wizard folk, I need your attention. Hogwarts had no control over the disbursement of the werewolves, here.
Mr. Blackstone's office is in control of the drawing for the allotment for each month.
I know each and every one of you want to never have to transform again, but there simply is no way to brew the cure in a hurry. And since there are only 2 people on this earth capable of brewing this potion, the supply each month is limited. But you will all receive the cure. You just need to leave your name with one of Mr. Blackstone's clerks and where we can reach you to notify you when it is your turn to be cured." Mr. Blackstone stepped forward. "Each of the Aurors here has the paperwork to take down your name and information. You will not even need to come into the ministry offices, and we will sign you up today if you like. Just form a line. Perhaps all of you here on behalf of a child could line up over by the Hogwarts gate. Those for yourself, get into 10 lines each in front of an Auror, and we will take down your information. Do not shove. We will get to each of you in turn and your position on the parchment makes no difference in the lottery. Each of you have an equal chance of being selected. After the children, any doses left will have a name drawn one by one to receive it. We have no interest in arresting anyone or keeping track of where you live. If you wish to be notified in care of Old Tom at the Leaky Cauldron or Madame Rosmerta here at the 3 Broomsticks, that is acceptable. Just check in at least 5 days before the next full moon because if you don't send notice of acceptance so that we can send you directions on where and when to show up, we will give your spot to someone else and your name will go back in for the next lottery. We wouldn't want a dose to go to waste if someone doesn't show up. Professor Snape and Lord Potter are investigating ways to have more people help in the preparation and brewing of the potion, but it does take a full week of intense brewing, then it must sit for 3 days and then it must be taken exactly as the moon rises. There are several other potions which must be taken soon after regaining consciousness, and a normal dose of wolfsbane must be taken the night before. The 2 men responsible for the cure are very diligent, but this is an incredibly complex potion and not just anyone can brew it. The ingredients are quite rare and difficult to obtain, and you being here is disrupting the brewing that has already started for the next full moon on the 14th of February. Please listen to these good people from the ministry and the cure will be given to each of you just as soon as it is humanly possible. Professor Dumbledore added from behind the school's gate. A mother ran up to the fence surrounding the school and tried to thrust her small boy through the bars to Severus. "Please, my son's only 5. He was bitten just 2 months ago and I can't bear for him to be in such pain ever again. Please help him. I will do anything you ask, give you anything, every galleon we have, please," she pled with tears running down her cheeks. Severus reached through the bars and brushed his hand on the little beep head nestled in shyness and fear against his mother's shoulder. "Madam, children have first priority, their bodies are the most damaged by the transformation. Just talk to the young lady right there and she will take down your son's information. Harry and I are already brewing all that we can safely brew at one time as it is. You would not want us to make the batch wrong or ruin it and the irreplaceable ingredients by trying to rush it, would you?" She keyed his hand, still sobbing, though now with gratitude, which startled him, and ran carrying her child over to the young oar holding a clipboard and a never-out quill. As if her movement broke a dam, the others moved to make rough but remarkably peaceful lines in front of the oars that Mr. Blackstone had indicated. The 4 professors waited long enough to be sure the ministry had the situation well under control before turning to head up to the school. They all sighed as the crowd settled down and a potential riot was diverted, and all before breakfast. Severus was a little worried about how Harry would feel about the crowd. He always blames himself for everything, but there really isn't any way we could brew more each month. Maybe my 7th-year potions classes if they had adequate supervision, and I do have Eric to help now, Severus thought to himself, deep in planning as he followed the others back to the castle. Nippy and Grip appeared in front of the men sitting in the kitchen eating the large breakfast that Toby was serving them. "Master Sirius, sir, Wheeze is cleaning the ballroom and Wheeze is finding something Wheeze is not knowing what it is." Nippy handed Sirius a small, delicately made silver gerbil paw, placing it carefully into his new master's hand. Remus, Moody, and Tobias looked over his shoulder in excitement. Moody summoned the parchments containing the names of the missing prisoners and they all went thundering up the stairs. Remus was first into the room, wand at the ready. "Point me, Peter Pettigrew," he demanded. His wand turned once and pointed directly at Buckbeak's stomach. He repeated the spell with the same results. Moody started calling off the names of those still missing and they discovered that Buckbeak had eaten 2 other gerbils, and 3 of the cats had eaten 1 apiece. Remus and Sirius both choked to realize that Buckbeak had eaten McNair, the ministry executioner sent to kill him last spring. They thought that was poetic justice. It seems there was some fairness in life after all. But the most curious results were when they called for the location of Misters Goyle and Crabbe. Remus' wand pointed out the front door, but the pull was very strong as if they were very close. The men tramped down the stairs and out the front door, following Remus and his wand. They stopped, stared and all burst out laughing. It seems that Vincent and Gregory's fathers were no smarter than their sons. The remains of 2 squashed gerbils were in the gutter, the tire tracks showing plainly that the 2 had been run over by a Muggle bus. The 4 men returned to the house to finish their meal, laughing heartily all the way. Severus thought his morning couldn't have gotten any worse, first the mob at the gate at dawn, then having to convince Harry that he was entitled to a life outside of brewing the cure and that no one expected him to stop everything to brew the cure. After all, most of those werewolves had been transforming every month for years and they could wait several months for the cure if they had to. At least now they had a cure, and a chance for a normal life, which they hadn't had 3 days ago. It had taken him until breakfast time to convince the boy, and himself, if he was to be utterly truthful. He took Harry by the shoulders and walked him down to the great hall for breakfast, leaving him in the corridor 1 floor above the entrance doors, so that he could go in the side staff door without them being seen together. His favorite vegetable and cheese omelette, fried potatoes with mushrooms and onions, and very crisp bacon. Severus had fixed his morning tea just the way he liked it, took 1 deep, grateful sip, picked up his fork and stopped. What was that noise? It sounded like thousands of wings. He looked up seconds before he was buried in parchments as hundreds of owls flew into the great hall, all of them aimed directly at him. Severus glared at the students who were looking at him in shock and amusement, and the other staff members who were having a hard time not laughing. "It's not funny. Anyone laughing can just go deal with all of those owls." He snarled at them. He pulled his wand and banished all the unwanted letters into his fellow professors' offices. Let them deal with the deluge of unwanted mail. He glanced down at Harry, not wanting the boy to have to deal with that mess, only to see him also trying so hard not to laugh that he was choking on his pumpkin juice, not a parchment in sight. Albus leaned over and reminded him, Harry is under 17, all of his mail is diverted and inspected by the house elves and only that mail from people he knows is actually delivered. Otherwise he would be deluged by either fan mail or hate mail, or both, every time the prophet wrote something about him. You know that. Severus nodded gratefully, sent a snarl at Harry and his friends and settled down to take out his frustrations on his breakfast.
Sirius walked up the stairs to his room to send an owl to Dumbledore about their discovery that morning.
He was singing to himself as he climbed. He was free, Remus was cured, Peter was dead, Harry was safe and happy, and their foolish fight with Severus was finally over. Life was good. Pettigrew got eaten by a hippogriff. On his way to freedom just last night, he warbled at the top of his lungs. Remus choked on his tea in the library. Where had Padfoot learned? Grandma got run over by a reindeer, for Merlin's sake. Severus had Eric watch as he instructed his 6th-year classes on the preparation of the ingredients for both regular wolfsbane and the new Lupin's cure. He explained to them that they would not actually be brewing the potions, but that they were welcome to come by in the evenings and help in the brewing, with his permission, if they were interested, and he considered them capable of actually helping, of course. The 7th-year NEWT classes would take those prepared ingredients and actually began brewing the complicated potions. With the 2 cauldrons brewing in their private potions lab in their chambers, they now had 5 cauldrons of the precious cure brewing. They should be able to finish 2 complete brewing cycles before the full moon. Each batch produced 20 cures, so they would have 219 doses for the full moon in February. Severus and Harry were both relieved at being able to tell the ministry about the additional doses that would be available instead of the original 59 that they had promised. The ministry had originally estimated about 350 werewolves were in Great Britain, including children, but Remus told them privately the number was probably closer to 600 including almost 75 children, so if they continued to brew as they were doing, they should have everyone who wanted a cure dosed within the next 3 or 4 months. Remus confided that there would probably be some who did not want to come forward, either because they liked the freedom from morality that being a werewolf entailed, or they were wanted by the ministry for whatever reason. Mr. Weasley had confided to them that anyone after the initial dosing that was captured as a werewolf would either receive the cure whether they wanted it or not, or be sent to Azkaban if they had deliberately and repeatedly avoided registering with the ministry. Harry sat with his friends in his chambers that afternoon, ostensibly studying for his OWLs, but in actual fact, helping his friends with their homework, something that he still felt strange doing, especially with Hermione. They had finished their transfiguration assignments and were beginning potions. Harry had helped Neville with his assignment for his intuitive brewing class, but in actual fact he had needed much less help than Ron, who was still in general potions. It seemed that Ron just wasn't a brewer at all, intuitive or scientific. Oh well, after this year I can drop potions if I don't pass my OWLs in the subject. Ron thought as he let his mind wander off his parchment to think about what he had seen last night while capturing gerbils. Ron was sitting beside Harry, so he looked over and snorted, "I saw Snape's animagus form, so he, really, is, a, bat." He was almost unable to talk because he was choking with laughter as he kept nudging Harry with his elbow. Ginny, Hermione and the twins had heard him and began giggling into their hands.
Harry sent to Severus, "I think you need to do something or you will have your bat form known all over school by morning. Ron's just told everyone here that you were the bat last night. What should we do?" "Did Ron actually see me transform or is he assuming that the bat was me?" asked Severus in a snide tone. Harry thought idly that the man must really practice to send snide over a mind link. How in the world did he manage that?
"Are you sure that was Severus, Ron? I think there might be a real bat or two living in the attic in that house, you know." Harry asked innocently.
"Well, I didn't actually see him transform, but I didn't see him catching gerbils otherwise, I mean."
"Where was he then? Do you know what his animagus form really is? He does have one, doesn't he?" Ron was skeptical, but just the beginnings of doubt could be heard in his voice. The twins contributed the information that Severus had been in the ballroom, transferring captured gerbils into the plastic tanks, but they had been too busy to notice anything else, or exactly when he had come into the room.
Harry called over to his father, who was in the next room talking to Salazar's portrait.
Discussing rare potions. Dad, do you think you could show Ron and the others why you didn't use your animagus form to catch gerbils? I thought I saw you go up towards the attic to look for escaping gerbils, but I don't think I saw you climb up the stairs after that bat came down. I was just too busy myself to notice. Well, all of that was technically true. He had seen him go up the stairs which eventually led to the attic, and he hadn't seen him climb the stairs. Severus stood directly in front of Ron and the other Gryffindor students, and with an evil smirk on his face he transformed into a 15-foot-long Peruvian viper-toothed dragon. George called out in surprise, "That was you, Professor Snape. That was a good trick on Hagrid."
As you can see, my dragon form is much too large to have been of any use in an enclosed space. I checked that the house elves had the attic secured, and came back to the ballroom to assist.
However, if the information about my animagus form were to spread around the school, I could see about making some people the same color as their hair. Breathing fire can be so much fun, sometimes. Severus had transformed back and left the teens to their studying once more after repeating more dire consequences if they revealed his secret to anyone, particularly Hagrid. He snarled to himself, "That big oaf would want me to come to every class he gave about dragons after all." Life settled down over the next 3 days, well as much as it ever did, until it was Monday morning and Harry was scheduled to begin his OWLs. Hermione couldn't believe he was eating and talking with everyone as if it was any other morning and nothing was out of the ordinary. "Harry, here's some notes I took about charms that you might need for your test since I overheard Professor McGonagall say that charms was going to be first." Blimey, she sounded as stressed and nervous as if she was the one taking OWLs today. "It's okay, Hermione, I'm fine, just take a deep breath and relax. I don't need to revise. Remember, I'm certified to teach the subject and have been for over 1,000 years." He had whispered into her ear so no one else could hear. Harry flinched as she reached over and slapped him lightly on the back of the head. She looked embarrassed about forgetting about his trip to the past. She reached for the plate of pumpkin scones that was too far down the table for him to grab. She offered it to him as an apology, since she knew they were his favorite, and that he and Ron had already devoured any they could reach. He leaned over and pecked her cheek. "Thanks, sister. I know you just want me to do my best, and I will. I just don't want you to worry about me." Ron glared at him until Harry leaned over and whispered to him, "She's the sister I never had. I don't feel that way about her at all. Snogging her would be like you keying Ginny. Just not something I would ever want to try." Ron actually looked green for a moment, before smiling and going back to stuffing his mouth. "Thanks, mate. Then you won't mind if I, well, you know." Harry grinned, "Be my guest. I heard Father talking to Professor McGonagall about a Valentine's ball this year. You might want to ask her before anyone else beats you this time." Ron turned a little green again, and then summoning up every bit of his Gryffindor bravery he leaned around Harry to touch Hermione on the shoulder. When he had her attention, he motioned to her to follow him out to the entrance hall. They were gone only a couple of minutes when they returned. Harry had scooted over so they could sit together. Ron had a stunned expression on his face, but Hermione looked a lot like Crookshanks when he had caught a particularly fat rat. Lucius felt the familiar burning of his mark and smiled as he apparated with his 8 fellow former prisoners back to the presence of his lord. He hoped they would seek revenge on that blasted muggle-loving old fool and the Potter brat soon. His insides teemed with rage as he thought about his son. "I have no son." He grimaced as he disappeared only to reappear in a dank and dripping cave.
Voldemort was as excited as he could ever get, as he welcomed back his recently freed Death Eaters.
Although he was very disappointed that only 9 of them had actually made it back to him. He was so drunk with the magic and life force he could drain from them, that he didn't even punish them when they told him they would be unable to find any of the others they had left behind because the location was too heavily warded against discovery. There was a flash of anger across his face as he heard their tale of life as a gerbil, but he praised them for their escape. All of his remaining Death Eaters had also apparated in at his call, and since none of them were stupid enough or brave enough to tell their lord about the press conference the day before or the full-page stories about Salazar Slytherin's repudiation of him and then his naming Snape as his legitimate heir in every wizarding newspaper and over the wireless this morning, he was still unaware of what had happened.
Lucius and his fellow escapees knew nothing of the latest news, so his mood remained good as he quickly planned his revenge on Dumbledore, Potter and Snape.
He wanted to hit them hard and soon so no more of his followers would be captured. He cursed foully and creatively to himself as he pondered who could be leaking information to the thrice-cursed order. Unfortunately, there was no way Rita could get close enough to the bowed heads of Lucius and Voldemort as they planned together without being noticed. Harry was surprised to find that his tests were to be watched by all the professors as they were administered by the oldest witch he had ever seen. She had been introduced to him as Madame Marchbanks and she looked to be several hundred years old. The Hogwarts professors had set up the order of testing so that each could witness their particular subject during a free period, or while having another professor substitute for them. He was quietly pleased that all of his tests were being given to Harry James Potter Snape Dumbledore. His grandfather confided in him that the ministry tests and records all automatically updated any change in name or status, and that all of his class sheets and records at Hogwarts already reflected the changes. He told Harry that a quiet announcement would be issued to the order and anyone else he wanted to know tonight, and then tomorrow evening, it would be announced to the school. They could not keep it secret since there were too many documents and people that knew his full name. As Hermione had predicted, Charms was first. He completed the written test in only 35 minutes even though he had been allowed up to 2 hours. For the practical he had to disillusion himself, demonstrate cooling and heating charms and show proficiency in about 36 different useful charms. Madame Marchbanks wanted to hear all about his brilliant use of a sticking charm during a duel. She laughed heartily and praised him on his creativity. He was able to do everything flawlessly and quickly, but no one seemed surprised.
Transfiguration was next and was just as simple. The transfigurations he was asked to do started simple with third years things like changing a beetle into a button and progressed to more and more difficult spells. After conjuring a magnificent silver and gold tea service complete with Hogwarts crest which he happily gave to Professor McGonagall when she gazed at it longingly, he demonstrated his ability to transform his chair into a peacock that actually flew around the room, and then transformed himself into his wolf Animagus for extra credit. McGonagall spoke confidentially to Madame Marchbanks who looked with outright astonishment at the boy sitting calmly in front of her. Mr. Potter Snape Dumbledore, Minerva tells me you have managed to not only learn the Animagus transformation yourself, but also taught 10 of your classmates, including a 4th year, to become Animagi themselves. How? I've never heard of such an accomplishment, let alone from a 15-year-old boy. Harry shrugged, slightly embarrassed, and looked at Professor McGonagall. Do you trust me, Professor McGonagall? He was looking deeply and openly into her eyes as he spoke, his gaze completely innocent and sure. She looked at him sharply, and then nodded without hesitation. Why, Mr. Potter? Harry looked intensely through her eyes into her mind, and saw the ghostly image of a magnificent and stately silver unicorn. He smiled at her and said, your magical form is a unicorn. Would you let me demonstrate to you how I help the others change? It will only take a few minutes, since you already know how to transform into a non-magical animal. She looked astonished but hurriedly agreed. Harry had her stand away from any obstacles, reached towards her and touched her temples delicately with his fingertips speaking directly into her mind. Let me feed you the power the first time, Professor. Just relax and when I say, now, just let the magic flow free and transform. He felt her agreement and sent her power channeled from Hogwarts. He could sense her magical core of brilliant crimson swirled with deep emerald green, flare and fill completely. When he sensed she could hold no more magic, he said softly, now, Professor, let your magic free and become the unicorn you were always meant to be. He felt the magic all around them flow and coalesce into the being he was touching. He never noticed that the two of them glowed luminescent with pure power before a beautiful, fully grown silver unicorn stood with its head still cradled between his hands. Everyone observing in the room gasped once, and then was completely silent in astonishment and wonder. Harry smiled shyly at Madame Marchbanks and shrugged modestly, see, that's all you have to do.
It's harder when they don't have a non-magical form yet, but it still only takes about half an hour or so. He opened his senses to make sure the elderly witch wasn't going to have heart failure, but she seemed to be fine, just highly surprised. Professor McGonagall gracefully strode about the room, shaking her golden mane and tail, then transformed back, and Harry carefully led her over to the testing area so she could sink back into her seat, gratefully accepting the large mug of spiced tea that Harry conjured effortlessly and urged into her slightly trembling hands. She sipped without even knowing what she was doing. Madame Marchbanks had to call her name several times before her eyes showed any awareness of where she was and that someone was talking to her. "Yes, Griselda," she finally managed to say around her bracing cup of steaming hot tea. Harry considered adding a calming potion to it, but decided maybe he should let someone else do that. Professor Dumbledore apparently had the same idea, as he bent over, eyes twinkling almost at a deadly rate, to slip a clear blue potion into her cup. He pushed her hands holding the cup up to her face once again, and she drank without realizing what she was doing. What happened? Could Mr. Potter Snape Dumbledore teach that to others? How many students could learn this skill? Dumbledore had never heard Griselda talk so quickly or excitedly in years. He smiled at the old witch gently and moved her away from his still shaky Transfiguration professor. They spoke quietly for several minutes before returning to sit at the table in front of Harry.
Madame Marchbanks smiled at the teen. "We have decided to combine your OWLs and your NEWTs into one test.
There is no reason to duplicate any testing, and you have demonstrated your abilities adequately, well beyond the NEWT level." She shuffled the papers in front of her, looking for something that she had missed testing Harry on. Finding nothing, she released him early and reminded him that he should return after lunch for potions and then to report to the astronomy tower after supper for his astronomy practical. He left, leaving the old witch still muttering to herself, shaking her head as she made copious notes on her parchments. Harry went back to his quarters to continue on the brewing of the werewolves, and to call Winky to bring him some lunch. It was another one of his favorites, and he had a suspicion that all of the house elves were serving him his favorites this week to support him in his testing. He liked their shepherd's pie, but no one made it as well as Molly Weasley. He felt his father's mental touch a moment before the tall man entered the dining room in their quarters, where he sat down with a relieved sigh before beginning to eat his own lunch. Harry grinned before his father could say a word and touched his temple, sharing his memories of the morning. Severus laughed at several of the testers, and especially Professor McGonagall's, expressions, and muttered at the ease at which his son had passed every test given to him. "It's not really fair. I remember studying for months to pass those tests, brat." But the warm ruffling of his hand on Harry's hair made the words a tease rather than a rebuke.
Harry did a wonderful impression of Snape's old smirk as he answered, "Yes, and think how Hermione's going to react. She's been studying for OWLs ever since she first heard about them. And now she's going to find out they're just skipping some of them for me.
She'll probably kill me when she hears. Maybe I can bribe her by helping her study, or teaching her how to transform to her magical form, or maybe wandless magic. I can sense the ability in her." Harry was rambling by now, wondering how his friends would react. Especially Ron, who could be so jealous at times, though he hadn't been lately, he thought in wonder. He turned to Severus. "Ron was always so jealous of me. Do you know why he hasn't been lately?"
Severus pushed away his now empty plate. "I think he grew up a lot while you were missing, and I know that both Albus and Minerva talked to him about it while you were gone.
He has also been in here several times to talk to the founders and Merlin. George mentioned that Ron has reread your journal to them several times, so that probably helped quite a lot. It also might be that he was always subconsciously worried that Hermione would turn out to be your girlfriend, and I suspect he has always liked her, though he probably never admitted that even to himself. I understand he has already asked her to the ball even though it hasn't even been announced yet."
Harry looked at his father thoughtfully. "You are probably right.
He has always been rather awkward around Hermione. It also helps that I can't play Quidditch anymore, so we aren't competing there, and I've never been any competition with him at chess, though I haven't played him once since we returned, and after a year of both Godric and Sal I might surprise him. I don't have any classes with him anymore, so only Hermione is in there with him, and she isn't helping me anymore with homework. I hope he is finally over it. I really hated him being so jealous all the time, when actually I used to be so jealous of him, because he had a family that loved him.
Severus barely watched his son through the curtains of his long black hair. Used to be? He almost whispered, holding his breath.
With a tight but short hug, Harry whispered back, "Yeah, Dad, used to be." They broke apart and finished their pudding before walking back companionably to begin the afternoon of Harry's testing.
Severus was very pleased he had finally stopped crying at everything, like he had when they had first been through the rituals in the past. Helga had explained that the rampant emotionalism they had both suffered from would gradually fade, but his 30-odd years of repressing every positive emotion had not made those emotions disappear. They were just buried after all. They had to work their way out eventually.
Severus was just very glad they had worked their way out while the two were in the past, and he no longer broke out in tears at the slightest provocation anymore. That had been just too embarrassing. Though he had to admit he actually enjoyed both giving and getting a touch or a hug from Albus, and particularly Harry now. He shrugged and left to go pace with Albus while Harry had his potions test. He knew as Harry's father he would not be allowed to watch, even though as his professor he should have been there to observe. Maybe he and Albus could slip in unnoticed at the end. After all, being the headmaster's son had to count for a little special treatment, especially when the one being tested was the headmaster's grandson. The 10 specially selected students were meeting in a heavily warded area of the Forbidden Forest, safe from prying eyes and ears. They felt pleased and proud that they had been chosen to help in the most magnificent battle to maintain the purity of wizardry forever. They were the true pride of pure-blooded wizards. They had been carefully cultivated and nurtured since before the rebirth of their lord, and now the time had come to fulfill their destiny. They came from every house, mostly 5th and 6th years, but some younger, all ready to stand firm for their beliefs. They received their instructions and carefully made their way back into the castle, being careful to slip in unnoticed and unobserved as they had been taught. Soon it would be their turn to be famous. Soon the name of Harry Potter would be replaced by their names. They would be the subject of books. People would point at them in wonder and awe. They would step up beside their lord and be his most trusted servants, and all would bow down before them. Harry quickly finished his written potions test, his greatest difficulty being in not making his answers too complete and complicated. He was surprised to find his practical test had been scheduled in his own chambers in the lab he shared with his father. He was further amazed to find an extra 10 unknown people crammed around the edges of the large room, all eagerly watching him. His examiners were an older wizard with a scarred and pockmarked face partially hidden behind his stringy gray hair, and a still very pretty witch, with her long beep hair tied back into a practical bun, a dragon hide apron covering her stylish green robes. She looked to be in her late 50s while the wizard looked to be 80 at least. They took turns firing questions at him as he worked on the gently bubbling cauldron of the werewolves, cure as he had been instructed to. He was directed to set up another cauldron and brew a batch of standard wolfsbane as well. He moved deftly and confidently between the 2 tables of ingredients and the bubbling cauldrons, precisely and swiftly preparing ingredients and tending to the 2 very complicated and complex potions without hesitation or consulting any instructions. He answered the rapid-fire questions being thrown at him, without stopping to think, as he continued to never miss a step in his brewing. He didn't even notice when the others around the periphery of the room started to ask questions instead of just observing him. He calmly answered, keeping most of his attention on his careful brewing. He only noticed when the complicated and complex wolfsbane was done after 4.5 hours of brewing, ready to simmer unattended for the rest of the evening. That everyone had left the periphery and were standing as close as they could, to clearly watch him work without interfering or disturbing him. Many of them had an expression of awe at the young teen. Harry looked at his father and raised an eyebrow in question as he shrugged his shoulders. Severus and Albus had entered quietly just half an hour ago, and Harry had not even noticed their presence. All 12 of the adult wizards and witches in the room left for a few minutes as Harry meticulously cleaned up his workstations and replaced his unused ingredients, being careful to note which ones were running low or looking old. The group of wizards re-entered the room, and all of them bowed formally towards Harry. The gray-haired wizard that had been in charge of the testing spoke. "Harry Potter, Snape Dumbledore, it has been our honor and privilege to test and observe you at your brewing. We have combined the requirements for OWLs, NEWTs and your mastery certification. As you brood, your written test was graded and it is our pleasure to welcome you into our guild as the youngest potions master ever. The second youngest was your own adopted father, Master Severus Snape. We would be most pleased, Master Snape, if you would formally perform the induction ceremony for your son as soon as it can be arranged, probably during the Easter holidays so as not to interrupt your classes. Master Potter Snape Dumbledore, you are now certified to teach and prepare potions without restriction. Thank you for allowing me to observe the remarkable werewolves. Here, I am sure I speak for my colleagues when I tell you I stand in awe of your skill and knowledge, especially in one so young. You missed not one single question, either written or oral, no matter how difficult your brewing or the obscurity of the answer. As the potions masters filed out of the room, Albus couldn't help chuckling at his two boys. He wasn't sure which of them was more surprised. He had felt the astonishment radiating from Severus when he had realized exactly who was in the room, testing his son, and then his astonishment when Harry had answered every obscure question posed to him, apparently not really paying too much attention as he concentrated on his brewing. Severus was explaining to Harry who some of the people were that had been asking him questions, and what they had each developed and then brewed successfully for their own mastery certification. Albus was soon lost as the conversation became more and more technical. He doubted either noticed him slipping out of the room, stopping only to ask Winky to bring them supper and make sure that Master Harry rested before his appointment in the astronomy tower later.
Rita attached herself to the back of Malfoy's robes as he left the cave, hoping he would discuss the practical aspects of the new plan in time for her to warn Dumbledore. She knew that Voldemort wouldn't speak to anyone but his blasted snake, and in his paranoia he had stopped speaking to Nagini in English and only used Parseltongue now.
Blast, I know something big is up and it's coming soon, but I have nothing but vague suspicions to take to Dumbledore. I hope Malfoy finds someone to give orders to her to discuss this with. She muttered to herself as they apparated back to Malfoy Manor. Unfortunately, Malfoy only wanted to eat and sleep. She flew up to the top of a curtain in his overly ostentatious bedchambers and went to sleep herself, too tired to notice when he quietly rose and left the room less than 4 hours later.
Harry's astronomy practical was totally uneventful and almost boring in its simplicity.
He simply filled out a star chart, then did several complicated but straightforward calculations and filled out another chart showing the constellations, rotations after 500 years. After having learned the different stars both today and 1,000 years in the past, it wasn't very difficult to extrapolate their position in 500 years. He yawned as he headed down to his chambers on the 3rd floor, looking forward to a peaceful night's sleep before more tests tomorrow. He had written tests for both arithmancy and ancient runes in the morning and was pleased that he had forgotten nothing that he had learned from his tutelage with the founders. He couldn't understand why the observers to his arithmancy test were chattering excitedly amongst themselves until Professor Vector confided in him that he had just solved 2 formulas that were given as examples of unsolvable equations. They would have to revise the textbooks and the tests in the future because of him. He had finished his ancient runes test so quickly that the observers and examiners started talking to him in several ancient languages. He was so pleased to have someone to talk to in them once again, that he was more open and bubbling in his answers than he normally would have been. He didn't notice the odd looks he was getting from several of the observers as they had tried to find an ancient language that he didn't understand fluently. They had failed miserably. The boy was more proficient and fluent than many who had been studying the language for years. After a quiet lunch with all of his friends in his chambers, Harry reported to Greenhouse number 5. He had been taught herbology by Helga Hufflepuff and Artemis, so there were no surprises in his testing and Muggle studies after that was almost laughably easy. He wondered if his grandfather had ever actually considered hiring a real Muggle or at the very least a Muggle born to teach the subject. It would probably improve the class and at least make it more useful. After a supper break, he went to the infirmary to demonstrate his knowledge of healing with several Medi witches and wizards from St. Mungo's. After the ruthless teaching and drilling from Lady Helga, Madame Pomfrey and the others were pushovers. He only had to diagnose every student currently in the infirmary, heal them and then answer a battery of questions. He was tired but still sure that he had passed all of his classes so far as he climbed the stairs to fall into his bed. And tomorrow he had divination and history in the morning, followed by his last OWL tests in Dada and care of magical creatures in the afternoon. Maybe they would accept his duel with Dumbledore and all the others as his practical in Dada. After all, he had defeated 3 dueling masters and several Aurors in the tournament already. Harry looked slightly tired but still quietly confident to Severus' eyes as he surreptitiously watched his son joking with his friends at breakfast the next morning. He hoped Harry would take the time to rest after his tests were over. He contemplated the problem as he quietly ate his pancakes and sausages. "Hogwarts, are you there?" he called.
Yes, Father, I am always here and waiting for you. Do you have a question for me?
Harry is taking some strenuous tests while brewing a critical potion. Can you renew his energy and magical levels without him noticing too much? I don't want him to know, because he would probably consider it cheating in some way, but I don't want to see him stretched so thin. I agree, Father. Harry is doing more than any other student would be required to do while taking his tests. I can energize him without him knowing and be sure that his magical levels are as high as they can be. Thank you for your care of my master, Father.
Yes, I love him too, Hogwarts. Thank you for caring for my son.
Severus went back to eating, feeling much better about Harry. Harry barely noticed his feet getting warmer as magical and physical energy flowed up through the stones of the castle and into his body. He sat up straighter and became livelier as breakfast continued. Harry thought briefly, I must have been a lot hungrier than I thought. I feel a lot better after eating. Before going back to his heated conversation with Seamus and Ron about their favorite Quidditch team's awful performances. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.